Order, oaths and affirmations of allegiance. Pursuant to the Constitution of the Republic of Singapore, the Special Select Committee has nominated the following 9 persons to the President for appointment as nominated members of Parliament. Mr. Azhar Othman, Associate Professor Kenneth Goh, Dr. Harish Singaraju, Associate Professor Terence Ho, Ms. Kwa Boon Teng, Mr. Mark Lee, Dr. Neo Kok Beng, Professor Kenneth Poon, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Tiwari. President Tharman Shanmugaratnam, by instruments of appointment, appointed the 9 members as nominated members of Parliament for a term of 2.5 years, with effect from 8 January 2026. The nominated members are present today to take their seats. They will now take their oaths and affirmations of allegiance and will proceed to the table to do so when their names are called.
Professor Kenneth Poon. Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Tiwari. Mr. Mark Lee. Dr. Neo Kok Beng. Ms. Kwa Boon Teng. Dr. Harish Singaraju. Associate Professor Terence Ho. Mr. Azhar Othman. Associate Professor Kenneth Goh.
Members are to raise your right hands and repeat after me. I, please state your name.
I,
Having been appointed as a nominated member of the Parliament of Singapore,
having been appointed as a nominated member of the Parliament of Singapore,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully discharge my duties as such,
that I will faithfully discharge my duties as such,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Singapore,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Singapore,
and that I will preserve, protect and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Singapore.
the Constitution of the Republic of Singapore.
So
help me God.
Please sign.
I welcome the nominated members and look forward to their participation in the proceedings of this House. Order. Questions for oral answer. Mr. Yip Hong Wing.
Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to answer question 1 to 4 together?
Please proceed.
My response will also address written PQs raised by Dr. Hamid Razak in today's order paper and a similar question raised by Ms. Mariam Jafar, scheduled for subsequent sitting. If the MPs are satisfied with the response, they may wish to withdraw their questions after this session. Let me try to put everyone on the same page. Over the past few years, patient load has been shifting from private hospitals to public hospitals. In 2010, the split between private and public was 15:85. In 2020, it became 12:88. Now it's 10:90. There are many reasons. So the issue of insurance and insurance rider is not the reason why patient load is shifting from private to public. This has been happening for the last 15 years. And there are many reasons. Part of it is that as people get older, some of them prefer public hospitals where there are more disciplines and more holistic care. But another key reason is the escalating cost of private health care. That is in turn fueled by integrated shield plan or IP riders, which provide overly generous health insurance coverage. And that leads to a greater tendency for over-servicing and overconsumption of healthcare services. Higher private healthcare costs is translated into higher private hospital IP rider premiums. Higher costs translate to higher premiums. And IP premiums for private hospital has been growing at an average rate of 17% annually for the past 3 years, and is double that of IP premiums and even higher compared to MediShield Life premiums. Hence, every year, about 100,000 policy holders cancel or downgrade their IP rider policies. And I suspect amongst them, many switch from private to public hospitals. To Dr. Hamid's question on the indicators that we use as a basis to decide these policies, the data and science have been clear, and the situation is not ideal and not sustainable. We have been actively expanding healthcare infrastructure and expanding manpower in order to cope with rising workload and manage wait times. Our plans are significant. I have made them public before, and I will not repeat here. To Mr. Yip's question, the new requirements for IP riders will only affect policyholders who purchase riders on or after 27 November 2025. Individual IP insurers will decide on their approach for rider policyholders who purchase their plans before 27 November 2025. As for affected IP riders, and these are the new ones, we should expect the following changes. First, IP rider premiums under the new design should be lower, on average 30% lower, compared to existing policies with maximum coverage. And this is a significant recurrent savings. Second, the new IP rider policies will not cover the minimum IP deductibles and also require higher co-payment. We share members' concern about patients' out-of-pocket costs, especially for large medical bills. But this is precisely the main aim of the rider changes. Preserve the protection against very large and unexpected medical bills, but disallow coverage of minimum deductible, which is a fixed sum, which users of private hospitals tend to be able to afford. This would help restore health insurance to its original objective, which is to provide assurance against large, infrequent, often unexpected healthcare bills rather than the small bills. For a rider plan designed with the new requirements, there will still be a cap of 5% co-payment up to $6,000 a year, in addition to deductibles. In reality, these need not be out-of-pocket cash payments because patients can tap on their MediSave. We project that 6 in 10 rider claimants should not have to pay cash out of pocket after MediSave. For the remaining 4 in 10, majority of those with cash out of pocket would pay $1,000 or less, and practically all would pay $3,000 or less. And we should bear in mind that all these numbers I'm talking about pertains to private hospital patients. Their IP premiums have been driven up so high that under the new design, many can expect significant premium savings, which can more or less offset the higher co-payments. In short, the current design of IP riders may no longer make financial sense for many policyholders, and this change will help redress the situation. Let me give you an example. 60-year-old on a private hospital IP and rider with maximum coverage can now save about $1,600 a year in premiums by switching to the new rider. Over 3 years, he would have saved $4,800 in cash, which would be more than sufficient to offset the increase in co-payment for a typical procedure. For instance, $3,300 for a knee joint replacement surgery in a private hospital. Ms. Poh asked about support measures for families facing unaffordable out-of-pocket expenses. Patients should consider their financial and healthcare needs when choosing where to seek care, including seeking subsidized care in public hospitals should affordability becomes an issue. Third impact, there should be, in the medium to long term, changes in the respective utilization of private and public care and wait times. As I explained earlier, this change is part of our efforts to mitigate the shift of patients from private to public healthcare that has happened over the last 10 to 15 years. By putting private healthcare sector and health insurance on a more sustainable path and ensuring private care remains accessible to Singaporeans in the long term. However, in the short term, as a few members have expressed concern about, some individuals on the new riders may choose to seek care at public hospitals to reduce their co-payment. We will monitor this closely. Efforts to expand public health capacity, both in terms of hospital beds and outpatient capacity, are already ongoing to support the demands of an aging population. If need be, we may need to implement such capacity for selected treatments. On Mr. Kenneth Leong's question relating to the regulation of IP insurers, MOH and the MAS work closely together in exercising regulatory oversight of IP insurers to ensure that policyholders' interests are protected and the products are sustainable. MOH's key role is to oversee the development and operation of the public healthcare system and ensures universal access to healthcare. For individuals who prefer private healthcare and purchase private insurance, we should not micromanage or prescribe the market practices. Instead, we set requirements pertaining to the key parameters of IPs and riders, such as co-payment and deductible requirements, to ensure that the schemes are sustainable. We only step in when we see a serious market failure emerging, which is why we have intervened in this case to tighten the design of IP riders. Panels, doctor panels, are an example of cost management measures put in place by the market, by insurers, in response to rising private healthcare bills and claims. MOH has been and will continue to work with key stakeholders, including insurers, healthcare providers, hospitals, medical professionals, and consumer representatives through the Multilateral Healthcare Insurance Committee, or MIHC, or MHIC, on these matters to strike a balance between the interests of all the stakeholders. To sum up, we must take a long-term and balanced view of this issue so that we can put private healthcare and insurance on a more sustainable path.
Mr. Ip Hong Wing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his response. Minister, I asked this PQ because I received many feedback from my seniors in my constituency who have concerns about the new rider requirements. I just have one SQ. I understand that policyholders may keep existing riders, but insurers may respond by repricing or adjusting the benefits that amount to the de facto coverage reduction. What specific safeguards will MOH impose to prevent such indirect erosion of benefits, especially for aging policyholders with limited options? Thank you.
Minister Ong.
The most important safeguard is to make sure that the IP rider policies are sustainable. So while I think at the point of being sold the policies, the agent probably tell them buy all these for peace of mind, absolute, not just peace of mind, for absolute peace of mind. You don't have to worry about paying anything or very minimal. But that went down a path of unsustainability. So I think while you enjoy it for a while, it is obvious through my answer that I explained, it's becoming unsustainable. Because when it's over coverage in a private hospital, the bills just goes up. Yeah, you can't blame anybody. It's just the way human nature are. Somebody else is paying for most of the bill between doctor and patient. Somehow you will oversupply or will overconsume. And the bill just keep on going up at an unsustainable pace. And it still comes back to the consumer, to the patient in terms of higher premiums, which is why now the same residents that give you that feedback is also screaming, why is my premium going up at 20% a year? My IP rider premium. It's because cost is going up. So I think we need to tackle the issue at the root, and our strong hypothesis is, and in fact there's a lot of literature on this, over coverage just lead to wastage and cost increases. So to redress this, for new riders, we are making the design different, a bit more co-payment, instill discipline in both the supply and demand for healthcare. Then I think we are much more likely to have a more sustainable position. So explain to your residents, choose this new rider, tell them that you're paying very high premium, rising premium now, for tail risk, and it may not be worth it. Do their calculations, talk to their financial advisor. If you choose the new rider design, you save on average 30% of premiums every year. For someone in their 70s, that's a lot. That's $3,000. I gave the example, someone in their 60s save about $2,000. That money saved often, it differs case to case, often is more than enough to pay the deductibles and the co-payment.
Ms. Polisan.
Thank you, Speaker and Minister. I have one question, SQ. How would MOH prevent adverse selection, that is, those who have existing riders continue to overconsume medical services, while those who actually do not have the means to finance the co-payments and deductibles then decide to give up their existing riders and may possibly end up delaying their treatment?
Mr. Ong.
There are a few questions in that question, I think. But if I were to suss out what are the key questions, one is you want to have continuity of care. So be assured, even if you find that today I cannot afford my IP rider anymore because it is getting expensive and they give it up, there is always public subsidized healthcare. And that is our assurance to all Singaporeans. You can always come back to public healthcare. And we are expanding the system. We are recruiting manpower. We are very busy, but this is our commitment to all Singaporeans. So on the healthcare front, be assured that it is always be universal healthcare through the public health system. As for others who continue to stay on their riders, I think they are also feeling the pinch, as I mentioned to Mr. Yip just now. IP rider premiums are going up at a very fast rate because cost is going up very, very fast rate. Why is cost going up? Because there's over-generous coverage leading to overconsumption, unnecessary treatment. So many existing rider policy holders are also rethinking. I hope more will do so. Increasingly, it's a common knowledge over dinner tables amongst friends and colleagues. More people are thinking about this rider policy may not be worth it. And more people do their calculations and find that it's not worth it. And as it is, 100,000 every year is changing. With these changes, with this signaling, I think more may do so. And at some point, insurance companies have to do their calculations. Year to year, they do change their terms and conditions. We have to see what they intend to do with existing rider policy holders.
Dr. Hamid Raza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for the reply. The reason I asked the PQ is that there's been lots of sentiments from my colleagues in the restructured hospitals that waiting times for subsidized patients have been increasing And they're worried that with this new rider coming up from April, that those who are on private riders will then switch to public healthcare because of the higher cost sharing that is in place. Will the ministry and the minister will be able to reassure that there's data in place to say that these new rider principles will in fact continue to encourage those with private riders to remain in private healthcare, and also reassure that insurance companies will not make unilateral decisions on premium hikes, for example, which again would deter our residents from staying in the private healthcare, and this would give rise to a surge capacity in our public institutions as well. Thank you.
Minister Ong.
Let me briefly address the comment Mr. Hamid made towards the end of your question, which is insurers do not unilaterally make premium hikes, but these are private contracts. Government do not regulate their premiums. And when insurance companies find that cost is going up and they are barely making, most of them are actually making losses on their private hospital insurance portfolio, they'll end up raising premiums. This is something we are watching, but this is something in a commercial arrangement, something that they may do. But thank you for raising the concerns of your colleagues in the public healthcare system. I'm totally with them. I'm equally concerned with them, which is why we are making this move. Because as I mentioned earlier, over 10, 15 years, the shift is very discernible, away from private into public. And as I mentioned, a key reason is the rising costs in private hospitals. And why costs are rising? It's because IP riders is fueling that cost increase, shifting people from private to public. It makes a lot more sense when someone has the ability to buy private healthcare insurance, including a rider, wants to use private insurance, but half of them today switch to public subsidized care. I don't know for what reason, but it will help the entire system, and in particular the public healthcare system, if more of them who can afford it stay with private hospital care. And so private hospital care has to become more accessible, more affordable, but we cannot do that without this adjustment in IP rider policy. So please tell your colleagues, they have mine and my colleagues in MOH, our assurance that we are watching this closely. Wait times is very important to us. Capacity adequacy is very important to us, and their well-being is very important to us.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. MOH itself notes a trend of escalating costs and premiums alongside tightening claims practices. MES can act on unfair claims handling, but MES is primarily a financial regulator. Now, MOH's direct levers seem strongest when policies are Medisave linked. So my question is, what enforceable levers does MOH have to ensure that insurer conduct advances healthcare affordability and access? And where does MOH remain dependent on MES? Also, it appears to me that no one is cleanly accountable for insurer behavior as a health system actor. Does the Minister believe that this is a gap that requires filling?
Minister.
IP rider has become a problem, and we are taking action. And I think that's an action that shows our accountability that when something is not sustainable, not working in the best interest of the patients and people, we will take action. Between MES and MOH, I think we have plenty of levers, and we will work together to make sure that insurers is operating in a way that's ethical, that's in the interest, that is viable, but at the same time in the interest of patients and the people we serve. And I think we have more than enough levers to do so. But what I think, because there's a part of Mr. Tiong's question that talk about panel doctors, so I think what we want to make sure is that when we decide that government's main responsibility is actually to run the public healthcare system to ensure universal accessibility. But when it comes to private healthcare, we let the market operate. But market don't operate in a laissez-faire manner, we will regulate. And when we regulate, we ensure clinical effectiveness, safety, that the key parameters are in place, is sensible, and the system is sustainable, and there's no great market failure. But we should not be tempted to become micromanaging, because it is the worst thing to do, to say that we leave it to the market by micromanage all your actions and behavior. I think that's the worst thing, worst of both worlds. Then you might as well nationalize it. But we already have a huge nationalized system in public health care. So for private health care, control the important levers, control the key parameters, but let the market operate.
Last SQ, Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, is there sufficient surge capacity in our healthcare system to deal with more private patients coming in after this policy change, especially for smaller procedures that are under the deductible limit? Thank you.
Mr. Ong.
Again, I want to remind the member that because of aging population, demand has been going up. There has also been a trend, a secular trend of private hospital patients moving to public. So whatever problem that you are painting now, it has been happening for the last 15, 20 years. Yeah, and it's an issue we are most concerned about. We've spoken in this chamber many times how we are expanding capacity, ensuring people are healthy, moderating the demand by controlling chronic diseases. But this is an additional fuel to the fire that we are facing, which is mainly an aging population pushing up healthcare demand. So we'll continue to expand the system and take a multi-pronged approach to both increase supply and moderating the demand for healthcare, especially unnecessary treatment and wastage.
Mr. Saktiandi Supat.
Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to answer questions 5 to 11 in today's order paper together?
Please proceed.
Thank you. My reply will also cover question 4 for written answer filed by Mr. Ng Su Xian for today's sitting. Mr. Speaker, recent media reports have compared the performance of GIC and Temasek with that of other funds, including other sovereign wealth funds. Such comparisons are often done, but they should be interpreted in their proper context because different funds operate under different mandates and risk profiles. The government assesses GIC and Temasek's performance primarily against their respective mandates and risk profiles and not with other funds. Our focus has always been on long-term performance rather than on short-term or year-to-year fluctuations. GIC is the government's fund manager, and its mandate is to preserve and enhance the international purchasing power of the assets under its management. In recent years, GIC took preemptive measures to moderate its risk exposure in anticipation of increased market volatility and heightened valuations. And these measures were intended to keep portfolio risks within acceptable limits and to guard against the possibility of significant asset impairment in the event of a sharp market correction. But as equity markets have continued to remain elevated, these prudent de-risking measures resulted in some foregone returns. Any assessment of returns must therefore be considered alongside the risks that are taken to achieve them, a point that Associate Professor James Lim made when he referred to the Sharpe ratio in his PQ. GIC monitors a wide range of risk indicators, including and beyond the Sharpe ratio. In fact, GIC publishes both the returns and the volatility or the risks associated with its portfolio in its annual reports to provide a more complete picture. Ultimately, what's more important is the longer-term performance that's achieved within acceptable risk limits. On that basis, GIC has achieved a real return of 3.8% per annum over the past 20 years. This outcome reflects in part GIC's active management, which enabled it to consistently add value to portfolio returns, to preserve the international purchasing power of its assets under management, and to deliver returns above global inflation. Temasek began as a holding company for the government's local assets. While Singapore-based Temasek portfolio companies continue to form a core part of its total portfolio, Temasek has progressively expanded its direct equity investments overseas, initially in Asia, but more recently in global markets. Temasek operates mainly as an active, bottom-up investor. It does not operate against a conventional reference portfolio. Instead, it invests directly in companies in the geographies and in the domains where it has built deeper capabilities and where it sees long-term growth potential. Relative to GIC, Temasek therefore operates at the higher end of the risk spectrum. In recent years, Temasek's performance was affected by the performance of the Chinese market, although this was mitigated by higher returns from its growing investments in Europe and in the US. Nonetheless, over the last 20-year period, Temasek has reported a total shareholder return of 8% per annum in US dollar terms. Taken as a whole, the government's assessment is that the returns generated by GIC and Temasek are reasonable and within expectations, given their mandates and their risk profiles. We will continue to review their mandates and performance regularly in line with changes in the global economic investment landscape. Some members asked about the implications of our investment entities' recent performance on the sustainability of the net investment returns contribution and the government's ability to meet our CPF liabilities. As explained in this House previously, the net investment return framework was designed to ensure a steady and sustainable stream of income for the annual budget. The NIRC is thus derived from the expected long-term real rate of return, which the reserves can sustain, and not short-term market fluctuations or returns. The government is able to meet all debt servicing costs and obligations, including the committed CPF rates, through the special Singapore government securities. GIC does not just manage the SSGS or CPF monies on their own, but it manages a combined pool of government funds, including a significant sum of unencumbered assets. And this approach allows the GIC to invest for the long term and to secure good long-term returns. As investment markets are uncertain and volatile, GIC's returns over shorter periods could be low or even negative. But the government is able to absorb these short-term market fluctuations and risks because it has a strong balance sheet. This substantial buffer of net assets, enables the government to meet the obligations on its liabilities and continues to underpin the government's strong fiscal position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Saktiandi Supa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two SQs. First of all, I'd like to declare I'm an employee of a financial institution. Mr. Speaker, the income from reserves play an important role in the government's revenue, but the environment, as Minister SMS has mentioned, the environment has become more volatile. I think SMS has mentioned also global markets have become more volatile. And the previous PQ, we've actually discussed about expenditure on healthcare and others being more demanding. So my two questions, Mr. Speaker, two SQs is, first, how will the ministry sort of model the impact of a prolonged global risk-off cycle on sovereign investment returns and the resulting implications for the budget stability and social spending sustainability? My second SQ is whether the government plans to enhance long-term public reporting on portfolio risks. I think Minister mentioned that there will be the Sharpe ratio and others as well, but I think in terms of public reporting on portfolio risks, volatility and drawdowns for Singapore's foreign investment entities to strengthen public confidence as reliance on investment income sort of increases. Thank you.
SMS Seo.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for his supplementary questions. The government's approach on assessing the returns of our investment entities is to take a long-term view. Market outcomes will inevitably fluctuate from year to year. There will be periods where returns are weak. But the way our system works is that these are not directly linked to our NIRC, the net investment returns contribution. The government's strong balance sheet, as I explained earlier in my reply, enables it to take investment risks and ride out market cycles that are inherent in investing for the long term. We have a significant buffer on net assets, which enables the government to guarantee CPF savings, pay fair interest rates on CPF savings despite changes in the financial cycle. And this is also why we are able to have a significant stream of investment income through the NIRC, which is then used to spend or meet important spending priorities as we discussed earlier. The net investment returns taken into the government budget every year is based on the long-term expected returns of the investment entities, not on the year-to-year returns, which can fluctuate. And in addition, the asset base that's used to calculate the NIRC is smoothed over the long term. So the impact of a single year or even a few years worth of lower returns will take time to be passed through to the NIRC due to the smoothing of the asset base. Notwithstanding all this, we recognize that it's becoming structurally more difficult or more challenging to generate good investment returns in the current global environment. And this trend is likely to persist in the longer term. And hence, the government will indeed have to monitor this and take a prudent approach to ensure that our investment income is able to meet our spending and our long-term obligations. On the honourable member's question on whether or not the government intends to enhance long-term public reporting, I think the investment entities already provide quite a good amount of public information on their investment approach and on their returns. And this can be found in their annual reports, their regular press releases, and occasionally in their opinion and research pieces which they put out. GIC discloses their 5, 10, and 20-year returns, but we have spoken in this House before about how we do not disclose their total assets under management because we do not want to encourage speculative attacks on the Singapore dollar. Temasek, as a direct investor, releases even more information. They talk about total portfolio value, its investment approach, the domains and the geographical areas where they are investing. And I will encourage members as well as the members of the public to look at the information that they put online. Over time, GIC and Temasek have disclosed more information, and we will continue to encourage them to review if there are other meaningful disclosures to make. And our principle is that what the entities enclose or disclose should be part of an overall system that enables them to maximize their ability to generate long-term returns. Thank you.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two supplementary questions, one on GIC and the other on Temasek. I understand that GIC has publicly stated that it does not regard its 65-35 global equity bond reference portfolio as a benchmark, but rather as an expression of risk tolerance. Now, GIC has also publicly stated that it has attained lower returns, but with lower volatility. For me, taken together, that suggests that GIC has either taken less risk than what its reference portfolio would suggest, or that it has returned less than what might be expected given its risk profile. So my question is whether the Ministry plans to undertake any steps to address the lower returns received by GIC relative to its reference portfolio, or if it is indeed satisfied with this more conservative approach, why does it not request GIC to adopt a different reference portfolio with lower risk? My second question is on Temasek, and I note the Minister's response on how its mandate is to focus more on a risk-adjusted more to focus on companies rather than indexes. Nevertheless, I wonder if the Minister will be able to share how Temasek has performed on a risk-adjusted basis relative to the other sovereign wealth fund GIC. And if indeed it is taking on such concentrated risk, I also wonder if there's room to reconsider its geographical diversification strategy adopted in the early 2000s and return to a more domestically oriented mandate.
Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned in my reply earlier, the government assesses the returns of our investment entities based on their mandate and risk profile. GIC has achieved a real return of 3.8% per annum over the past 20 years, which is within the government's expectations given the risk profile that we have given. The member referred to the 65-35 reference portfolio, which is on the GIC website. That is not a returns benchmark, but it's an expression of our risk tolerance and the risk profile we would like GIC to take. Ultimately, the government assesses GIC's performance based primarily on whether it has met this mandate. There will be periods where GIC takes less risk than the reference portfolio. And as I mentioned in my earlier reply, GIC did preemptively decide to de-risk in periods which had resulted in foregone returns. At the same time, GIC's returns were much less volatile in the same time frame and in fact have outperformed the reference portfolio on a risk-adjusted basis given that it has achieved higher returns per unit of volatility. Should GIC not have de-risked and ridden through the drawdowns, I think that's a matter of judgment. While one can ride through market cycles, there have also been instances where the stocks or the assets are permanently impaired. And because the mandate of GIC has to balance with the need to preserve our capital assets, I think that is a judgment that they have taken. And on hindsight, we can always make all sorts of assertions, but they have taken that decision to de-risk and preserve our capital and still be able to make the returns that we expect of them. Ultimately, every investment fund must operate, I think, according to its own mandate and risk appetite. We expect GIC to construct its portfolios to both safeguard our assets and to also achieve our returns. And the approach that they have taken has helped them build a diversified portfolio that is resilient to market cycles and volatility while achieving good risk-adjusted returns. On the honourable member's second question on how to assess the Temasek's performance, as I mentioned earlier, Temasek is different from GIC. It is a bottoms-up active investor. It has a history of how it has gotten to where it is today. It started off as a holding company for Singapore Temasek-linked portfolio companies. Over time, it has broadened its mandate or broadened its coverage to include investments globally. And it has, in the process of doing so, tried to give a sense of how it's performing on these areas. And on its website, it has referred to a few international indexes, whether it's the MSCI World Index or the Singapore Stock Market Index when it comes to measuring the performance of the local companies. And I think these are possible ways of seeing how they are performing. We do not intervene in individual investment decisions that are made by Temasek. So whether or not which geographies they choose to go into and which areas that or which domains they prefer to invest in, these are things we leave to the management. The government works with the board to make sure that Temasek meets the mandate that we've set out for them, and we do not want to have to intervene in these decisions that they make on individual investments. Thank you.
Mr. Sean Low.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a Happy New Year to all parliamentary colleagues, including our NMP colleagues. With regards to the SMS's reply, I fully agree and accept that global rankings of investment returns are not helpful because they don't take into account the unique investment mandates and the unique context that each country's investment entity invests in. Our investment entities should have clear benchmarks and should take into account our unique context, including, as the SMS mentioned, that 1/5 of our national budget is from the returns on our investments, and the government has an obligation to pay interest rates on the CPF savings. To that end, I have two questions. The first question is, when should we worry? I note the SMS's reply, but when should we worry? What level of long-term investment returns should be the threshold which triggers a government review of the NIRC framework to look at its sustainability based on new structural trends in the global investment climate? And the second question is regards to the fact that GIC and Temasek are active managers that have illiquid portfolios. We should expect better returns from active investment managers, as well as a premium from illiquidity. How is the government convinced that the active investment approach taken by GIC and Temasek is giving the alpha that Singaporeans deserve on the reserves and on their CPF savings? Thank you.
SMS.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. I agree with the honourable member that we should recognize that it's become more challenging to generate good investment returns in the current global environment, and that this trend is likely to persist in the longer term. And that's why the government will continue to take a prudent approach in ensuring that our investment income is able to meet our long-term obligations. But as explained earlier, the basis for why we are able to do the things that we are doing today is not because of year-to-year fluctuations in terms of market performance. In fact, the system is structured such that we are able to ride out some of these year-to-year fluctuations, even periods of sustained global underperformance in markets, because we have a large asset base and because we are able to take a long-term view of our investment returns. And so, in that sense, I think we have to continue to make sure that the mandates of the investment entities continue to be met, that they understand that they are doing this for the longer term, and they are able to take strategies and to take the right decisions to ensure that the returns over the longer term are indeed sustainable. As to whether we should be concerned over whether the GIC and our investment entities are making alpha, I think it is it's quite understandable that we look at how potentially the investment entities' performance are benchmarked towards, say, for example, simple passive global benchmarks. Is when we don't have investment expertise or don't have time to make investments, the most common investment advice is just leave it to the market. We decide and buy an index fund, let them what to do. But that's not what we are doing, because GIC here is the government's fund manager. They are professionals. They have a large pool of assets that range from passive assets to assets that require them to take closer monitoring and to make sure that those assets continue to generate high returns, and they have to make active decisions to manage them. And overall, the GIC team has been doing so over the years, and their track record, given the mandate they've been given, demonstrates that they are able to do so. And they have taken the decision, as we talked about, to de-risk during periods of distress, during COVID, for instance, in the recent years. And if they had not done so, our asset base could have been permanently impaired, as other similar funds or other similar, or rather not similar, other funds would have experienced during this period. So I think we have to leave the professionals to do the work that they do. The government works with the GIC board to make sure that the mandate continues to be met, that given the risk profile of what we want them to do, to take a more conservative approach to preserve our capital base. And we think they have met the expectations in this regard. Thank you.
Mr. Liang Eng-hua.
Thank you, sir. Let me first declare my interest that I work in entity significantly owned by Temasek. So two questions for the acting minister. Firstly, we know that Temasek and GIC do compete with the fast-growing global sovereign wealth funds, the global funds such as the pension funds, the wealth houses, and so on, chasing for limited good investment grade targets, which may ultimately impact the returns because there's competition for all this investment. So can I ask the acting minister whether does MOF see investing more of our reserve into the local infrastructures that comes with commercial returns as another way to deploy our growing reserves? My second question is related to what the acting minister has said in his reply on Temasek. There's two parts of the portfolio. One is the local companies that they hold. For strategic reasons, we want to hold these companies. And the other one is the international portfolios, which actually come with different investment management skills, and as such will require different, and we will have to assess them for their different performance. For example, the holding companies, the strategic companies that we hold, like SIA or PSA and so on, we won't expect Temasek to actively trade this portfolio or choose levels to buy and sell. Whereas the international portfolio, yes, there's some investment decisions to be made there and how they judge the market, how they perform. We want to assess that. So can I ask the acting minister whether would, in terms of evaluating the performance of Temasek, would the ministry consider carving out that local portfolio where we hold for strategic reasons to measure the performance separately from those that are being the portfolio that is invested internationally? Thank you.
SMSL.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member asked two questions. The number one, I think, is on whether or not, given the competition with global funds, whether Temasek or GIC to take a different focus and to focus on investment in local infrastructure. I think that was the first question. And the second question was whether or not, given that it has a cluster in terms of local Singapore companies, whether we should evaluate the performance differently. I think in just those are the two questions. On the first question, I think we do not work on the basis of individual investment decisions. I think we want to basically structure, I think, how the relationship between the government and our investment entities, structure them at the broad level, at the mandate level, to enable them to fulfill this mandate of essentially achieving sustainable returns, preserving our asset base, while giving them, as commercial entities, the freedom to do the things that they need to do. And so insofar as requiring them to have a specific sort of investment focus or to invest locally, I think that's something as entities they need to decide, and in light of the mandate that we have given them, to see whether that's the most sort of preferred strategy. So we will not direct it personally, or directly, but we would leave them to make those decisions. As to whether or not we should carve them out separately, to have a separate entity and evaluate the performance of the parts of Temasek that looks after our Temasek portfolio companies. I think we have to take this in context of how Temasek has evolved its capabilities over time. As the honourable member said, it started off as a company, deep expertise in managing our local TPCs. Over time, it has it is moving towards becoming more of a global investor with more geographical diversification, and thus this also requires Temasek to build up its own capabilities, just as it had built up its capabilities managing the portfolio of Temasek companies. And I think it is a matter of judgment for them to do this. As long as they achieve the mandate that we've given to them, overall, looking at the total portfolio of Temasek's assets, I think as long as it can generate sustainable returns as a portfolio, I think that will be a good outcome. Bearing in mind also that there is synergies between the different portfolios in managing the local Temasek-linked companies. There are benefits to having a global outlook on matters, having some global expertise and domain expertise in different areas, which I think Temasek is very focused on trying to generate as a result of their investment disposition. Thank you.
Okay, last SQ, Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, can the Minister clarify whether the difference between GIC's investment returns and the SSGS interest payments made by the government to the CPF board goes directly to the reserves? My second question is, how does the government intend to act under a scenario where GIC's returns consistently underperform SSGS interest rates? Would it then be sustainable for the government to continue maintaining the current SSGS interest rates? Thank you.
SMSCL.
Give me a second. Mr. Speaker, I think I will go back to explaining how the basic features of the system work. The government has a strong balance sheet. This enables us to take investment risks and to ride out the market cycles that are inherent in investing for the longer term. We have a significant buffer of net assets, which enable the government to guarantee CPF savings and to pay fair interest rates on CPF savings despite market cycles. And the way this is done is insulates the CPF returns and the interest rates from the vagaries of the market. I've explained this, I think, before, and I think we don't have to go through the whole process again. And I think a member has asked a question on this previously as well, and we can refer to the answer there. Thank you.
Mr. Edward Chair. Mr. Edward Chair.
Question 12.
Question 12, sir.
Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to answer questions 12 to 14 on today's order paper together?
Go ahead.
Thank you. My response will also cover question 3 for written answer filed for today's sitting, as well as the question filed by Mr. Kenneth Tiong for oral answer at the subsequent sitting. I would thereafter invite members who have filed questions for this and future sittings to seek clarifications if need be. If sufficiently addressed, the member may wish to withdraw the question filed for subsequent sitting. Mr. Speaker, the government's mandate for Temasek is that it should deliver good, sustainable long-term returns. The government ensures that Temasek has a competent board to oversee its management, but does not otherwise influence or direct Temasek's individual investment decisions. With regard to question 14 on whether Temasek has any performance benchmarks, I had addressed this in an earlier reply, but in short, Temasek does not operate against a specific conventional reference portfolio, as it is a direct investor, an investor that's bottom-up, and nonetheless, it does publish some indexes as reference, as I mentioned earlier, including the MSCI and the STR index. The government expects Temasek to ensure that its overall portfolio of investments, including its Singapore-based Temasek portfolio companies, achieves good commercial outcomes. Temasek actively and constructively engages its TPCs. From time to time, Temasek will work with the TPCs on strategic reviews and initiatives to strengthen their foundations for future growth. Temasek's Singapore portfolio has been able to contribute steady returns to Temasek's overall portfolio and to Singapore's economic growth over the long term. Beyond exercising the appropriate oversight over its investments, there is no requirement for Temasek to pursue specific strategic or economic development strategies. Efforts to develop industry ecosystems or to enhance the financing for early-stage startups are led by the government rather than by Temasek. For example, Singapore, or rather Enterprise Singapore, has a startup SG equity scheme through which the government co-invests with third-party investors in Singapore-based deep tech startups to catalyze the deep tech ecosystem. And from time to time, Temasek may participate in the government's initiatives, but it does so on commercial terms, strictly consistent with its mandate. And for example, the government has co-invested with Temasek in the Local Enterprises Fund, which aims to help large local enterprises transform and scale up, and the Anchor Fund, which supports promising high-growth enterprises to raise capital through public listings in Singapore. Both funds are managed on a commercial basis by 65 equity partners, a Temasek-owned platform. As Temasek expands its investment activities across new geographies and sectors, it may need to adjust its organizational structure to sharpen its focus and better achieve its objectives. And in this regard, Temasek has publicly explained the rationale for its latest restructuring. These are matters for the Temasek board to determine, and the government does not intervene in such decisions. Ultimately, the government holds the board of Temasek accountable for delivering good long-term returns on its overall portfolio, and that is on the basis of net portfolio performance after deducting all investment fees and expenses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Xuexuan.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the Acting Minister for his answer. I have three SQs. The first one being, how does Temasek assess Singapore-based companies' performance separately from their national and developmental roles? The second one would be, over the past decade, have unlisted investments outperformed listed assets? And what are the factors that can explain any such of these performance differences? The last one would be, I understand that the government assessed that the long-term performance has been satisfactory, but it's a long-term view, and that's good in the sense that we don't take any knee-jerk reactions. But in the event that it's deemed unsatisfactory, what levers do the government have to rectify or act on their returns and investment?
SMSCO.
Mr. Speaker, let me recap the three questions very quickly. Number one is whether or not, again, we should assess the performance of Singapore-based companies differently as part of Temasek's overall performance. Second is whether or not the performance of unlisted assets versus listed assets, how do we assess them? And then thirdly, how do we assess their long-term economic performance, or rather short-term variations in performance, and what do we do if that is affected? So on the first question, I've answered that as part of the previous PQ. I think, first of all, Temasek, we do assess them overall, looking at their broad mandate, whether or not they have performed to meet the mandate in delivering sustainable long-term returns. At the same time, we do work with them closely to understand the performance of the different groups of companies, looking at how the Singapore portfolio companies perform. We do work with them closely to understand if they have performed in a certain way and to see how the performance of those companies can be specifically improved, because these are companies that are, well, Singaporean companies, and they are important to us. So we do work on them on that basis, but in terms of assessing them overall as part of their mandates, that's not something that we look at more directly, as I've explained earlier. The difference between listed and unlisted assets, well, unlisted assets by definition should generate higher returns because they have risk premium associated with them. But I think the way Temasek values its unlisted assets is a conservative. They take a conservative approach. What they do is they value them at the book value, less, I think, the impairment that comes with these assets, potential impairment. And in their annual report, they do indicate a value if they were to mark these unlisted assets to market. And I think you can refer to the Temasek annual report on the website to get a sense of the difference in terms of the value of these unlisted assets. As to, again, whether or not is a variant of the question which another honourable member asked, which is when should we worry? When should we worry if Temasek's long-term returns on their assets are not what is desired? Well, I think we have to accept that as an investor with a larger risk profile, there is or rather a bottom-up investor, the way it's an active investor, we should expect some volatility in Temasek's returns over time. But over the long period, these volatilities and these fluctuations should even out, and as long as they make what we require of them, which is something that is sustainable, that is something that is in line with their risk profile, in line with some of the decisions they are taking, including their capability building in these and investments in new areas, I think we should be able to accept that these are within our expectations and that they are delivering what they have been set out to do. Thank you.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Thank you, Speaker. My understanding is that Temasek currently holds about half of its portfolio in public assets and the remainder in private exposures. Now, if you take a global benchmark such as the Equi IMI, over a very long term, 20 years, the returns is more or less about 7%. And this, as it turns out, matches Temasek's 20-year return of 70%. That said, however, it appears to me that if we accept this state of affairs, Temasek isn't successfully harvesting this illiquidity premium that it, according to the minister, is trying to maximize according to its mandate. So I wonder if the minister will agree that maybe one strategy would be to take, for example, dividends issued by its privately held portfolio assets and then redirect those toward the public-facing exposures.
SMSCL.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I think we go back to first principles, which is that it is not always appropriate or meaningful to directly compare Temasek's performance with other funds. It really depends on the mandate and the risk profile that Temasek was set up to do. As I explained in my reply, Temasek is not quite the same as a typical sovereign wealth fund. It is an active bottom-up investor, and it also has a history and development as a holding company for Singapore portfolio companies. Nonetheless, as a comparison, I think Temasek's performance has indeed been commensurate with other sovereign wealth funds with a higher risk profile, such as the Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board. Just as a comparison, both have achieved 20-year annualized total shareholder returns of about 8%. So the government does expect Temasek to achieve good sustainable returns over the long term. And as an asset holder of major Singapore-based assets, we expect them to exercise appropriate oversights over their investments, no different from any other responsible asset holder. While we do not benchmark them to any specific reference portfolio, and nor does it invest to meet specific index returns, I think you can compare what are available indices to see whether or not it has, on the various aspects, met its expectations. Inherently, I think Temasek's returns would be more volatile compared to funds with a lower risk profile. I think it has a mix of both listed and unlisted assets, as the Honourable Member has noted. The investment approach is one that we want them to do, which is to develop and build a diversified portfolio that reduces the volatility and outperform a broad-based market index. And so the government will continue to engage them to do it. Beyond that, we will not go into exactly how the dividends are spent and how they should, what proportion of listed or unlisted assets they should to manage. That's something for the Temasek management to decide, and we will not interfere in those decisions. Thank you.
Mr. Ng Chee Meng.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your permission to answer question 1034, filed by Mr. Ng Chee Meng, and 960, filed by Mr. Alex Yam, in today's order paper?
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, my response will also cover the question raised by Mr. Lee Hong Chuang, which is scheduled for a subsequent sitting. And I invite Mr. Lee to seek clarifications today, if need be. If his question has been addressed, it may not be necessary to proceed with his question subsequently. Now, in 2025, there were 1,051 residential building fires. This is up from 968 in 2024. This is a slight increase amidst a stable trend of residential building fires over the past 5 years. The statistic should also be viewed in the context of Singapore's housing stock. The percentage of fires vis-à-vis our total dwelling stock has actually decreased from 0.067% in 2021 to 0.065% in 2025. However, recent tragic events remind us that we cannot afford to be complacent about fire safety. The Wong Fuk Court fire in Hong Kong last November is a grim example. The government has started reviewing the early observations from Hong Kong's ongoing investigation and is studying whether we need to strengthen the relevant regulations for works during the construction and maintenance of residential buildings. This will allow us to better manage fire risks, and the outcome of this ongoing review will be announced in due course. Allow me to share more about the multifaceted approach we take towards fire safety in Singapore, namely good fire safety design, enforcement against fire safety non-compliance, effective firefighting response, and public preparedness. All buildings in Singapore are designed and built in accordance with the prevailing fire code, which stipulates the fire safety requirements, such as the compartmentalization of residential units to limit fire spread prior to SCDF's arrival. Other fire safety provisions include adequate staircases to support swift evacuation, fire engine access roads, and rising mains to support SCDF's firefighting operations. It is important for building owners to fully comply with the fire code and ensure that fire safety provisions are kept in good working order. In this regard, town councils and MCSTs are responsible for managing the common areas within HDB estates and the strata-titled residential developments respectively, including ensuring compliance with SCDF's fire safety requirements. They work closely with SCDF to regulate and rectify obstructions in common areas that may be fire hazards. And if fire hazards are detected during SCDF's checks, SCDF will take enforcement action against the Town Council or MCST. The SCDF constantly reviews its firefighting tactics and equipment and the fire safety requirements for high-rise buildings. This includes exploring new technologies and studying international best practices. To effectively conduct firefighting and rescue operations in high-rise settings, the SCDF has capabilities such as aerial appliances that can reach up to 90 meters, as well as surveillance drones. Now, high-rise buildings are required to have additional fire safety provisions, such as more fire lifts, rising mains, to ensure that the SCDF can conduct operations on the upper floors effectively. In addition, high-rise residential buildings that exceed 40 stories in height require at least one refuge floor per 20 stories. The refuge floor is designed to provide evacuees with quick access to a safe holding space in the event of a fire. Last, SCDF conducts regular outreach through campaigns such as the Community Resilience Days to educate residents on fire prevention and fire safety, and provide free hands-on training on the use of fire extinguishers, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and the use of AEDs. SCDF also collaborates with other government agencies and stakeholders to promote fire safety awareness, such as through the recent Better Awareness Safety Homes program, jointly launched with the People's Association and the National Fire and Emergency Preparedness Council, as well as the Be Device Safe program with the Land Transport Authority. Now, fire safety is a collective responsibility, and we must work together, each doing our part, if we are to keep our homes safe from fires. Thank you.
Mr. Ng.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the MOS for his answer. Indeed, the lines of defense the MOS mentioned are indeed assuring, including the good work by our SCDF. However, in spite of all the different measures, there were 3 serious fires that resulted in death in Singapore last year. One particular case in Toa Payoh, where the fire spread from the 10th floor to the 11th floor, where then some residents above that were having some difficulties evacuating. Well, in the context that the MOS mentioned, where we are building higher, with higher density, including now where we have an aging society, where there are more elderly with mobility challenges, fire prevention measures are good, but if it does happen, what may be the new measures that we can take preemptively to either educate, maybe even consider fire drills like in many other private buildings? Could we be doing some of this in the public housing estates so that residents get more hands-on education besides head knowledge? Maybe the neighbors can come together to rally in case of such emergencies. I hope that in the review, the ministry can consider that. Thank you very much.
MOS go.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question and comments. I fully agree with the member's emphasis on public preparedness and public education. These are important, and the SCDF works very, very closely with all the respective agencies, including with the constituency and the grassroots leaders nationwide, actually, to help raise public awareness. It's important for the public to know what they can do and what they need to do to play their part. And as I mentioned and earlier in my reply, actually a prepared and ready public is actually our best line of defense against fires. Indeed, with regard to the cases that the member mentioned, is regretful, and every fire, every death is one too many, and we deeply regret that. And I think that's the reason why all the more we do need to step up. And I think the SCDF spares no effort in making sure that not only is the SCDF best prepared to fight fires operationally, but in terms of working together with the public. Maybe let me amplify some of the community engagement efforts. Beyond what I mentioned earlier, Community Resilience Days, Be Device Safe campaigns, the Better Awareness, Safer Homes campaigns, we have various Responder Plus programs that the SCDF does across the country, in the various constituencies to work with and educate our residents in terms of how they can play the part in their homes, how to use fire extinguishers, for example, AEDs, for example, and these are part of not just initial education, but also refresher training to ensure that everyone can play their role. It's also about getting the overall awareness and sense of danger. It's that sense of awareness that is initially most important. So the better awareness is the initial education effort to get people aware. Statistics show that the main primary cause of fires is actually unattended cooking. So actually, it is about individual responsibility. And if you are able to get everyone aware that these can cause fires, I think that solves a big part of the problem. I will take the comments from the member seriously. And if there are any further suggestions, we'll be happy to work together with the constituency.
Mr. Lexium.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the MOS for his answers earlier. Could the MOS share and reassure the public the current inspection and enforcement regimes during construction and renovation works is robust, assessed to be sufficiently robust, given that these times periods where confluence of hot works, temporary wiring and flammable materials significantly heighten risk, as we saw in the tragic example in Taipo. Building on the point that the Honourable Member Mr. Ng Chee Meng mentioned earlier as well. In terms of community efforts, my constituency, we organize regular block evacuation exercises so that residents are better prepared on evacuation routes and looking out for one another. What we saw from the Taipo examples, from interviews with survivors, as well as some of the experiences of those who were trapped, is that many did not take the initial evacuation alert seriously enough, and that may have contributed to the increased number of fatalities. With a growing number of vulnerable and elderly residents, is there more that the ministry can do to heighten evacuation awareness, especially with the higher density and taller residential developments that we have today?
MOS go.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. There are two parts to the question, so let me address the first one first, and this with regard to precautions for construction. Any construction and maintenance works done in Singapore must adhere to the safety requirements set out in the Fire Code and the Workplace Safety and Health Regulation. For example, any hoarding used during construction must be made of non-combustible materials, and all fire safety systems must remain functional. It is also a requirement to ensure proper supervision of hot works are separated from flammable materials. The use of bamboo as scaffolding is not allowed in Singapore. At the same time, SCDF also runs programs and is willing to work with employers in terms of how to best educate their workers to be fire safe. At the same time, the SCDF regularly reviews the Fire Code to ensure that fire safety measures for buildings, including those undergoing construction, maintenance, are robust and up to date with the best practices. With regard to the member's second question, actually, what I mentioned earlier in terms of the various programs are available. I think what is most important is beyond just having those programs in place, there is significant take-up that constituencies, residents, grassroots leaders take these programs seriously and participate fully. I'm glad to share with the House that SDF conducts about 16 Community Resilience Days every year, working closely with People's Association and with support of various government agencies. The Responder Plus program that I mentioned earlier is actually held both in person and online so as to ensure accessibility for all participants. And I'm glad to share that from January 2024 to August 2025, we've had more than 60,000 individuals participating in this Responders Plus program. Thank you.
Mr. Lee Hong Chuan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank MOS for your answer just now. Here I have three supplementary questions. I'm going to ask two in English and one in Mandarin. I also want to declare that I'm also staying at high floor. I'm also one of them. Especially, this question will target those staying in HDB. One, what is the current average response time for SDF for such incidents, especially fire, on very high floor? And how does SDF coordinate to reach this floor quickly especially when the leaf is break out during then. My second questions will go, what are the practical operation limits faced by SCDF today when fighting fire at very high floor, such as water pressure constraint, access challenges, or evacuation difficulties? And will SCDF work with MINDEF on this, such as heli-safe, aerial rescue, and any other measure? My third one will be in Mandarin, please, Mr. Speaker. 我们都知道，在商业大厦，政府
We know that in high-rise buildings, there are always fire safety exercises, but for HDB flats, we have actually conducted many public education activities. However, when it comes to evacuation, especially high-rise buildings, for many elderly who have mobility issues, how do we educate them in terms of how to evacuate effectively? In my opinion, not only should we educate the elderly, we should also educate the caregivers and even the neighbors to give them hands-on experience so that when a fire breaks out, how they should respond and how they should help their neighbors evacuate.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his questions. To his three-part questions, let me take them one by one. First, in terms of the response time for SCDF, the SCDF is able to respond to most fire and rescue incidents within 8 minutes. And this includes fire incidents in high-rise buildings. And upon arrival, resources, assets will be deployed to fight fires at the most earliest instance. In accordance with Fire Code, all high-rise structures above 24 meters, or about 8 stories, are required to have fire lifts which can be switched to manual operations to facilitate the SCDF's firefighting operations. For prompt access to the higher floors, and additional fire lifts are actually required for high-rise residential buildings, 40 stories and above. And as part of the SCDF's high-rise firefighting procedures, the SCDF works very closely with the building management team, which includes having on-site incident management teams and the manning of the fire lifts to support the SCDF officers' operations. In terms of the second question, practical operational limits faced by SCDF, indeed, I thank the member for raising this because firefighting operations in high-rise buildings can be dynamic, can be challenging for SCDF officers. But that said, the SCDF has incorporated specific fire safety requirements into the Fire Code precisely to overcome some of these challenges and to enable them to fight fires more expediently and more safely. This includes raiding water supply through the provision of the dry or wet rising mains, provision of fire lifts I just mentioned to affected floors, the requirement of having fire-rated walls or doors to limit the spread to adjacent units. And these are to help slow down the fire prior to SCDF's arrival. And of course, in the event that these firefighting provisions are not in a serviceable condition, this is where SCDF will face some challenges in firefighting operations, and these challenges may slow the firefighters down, but there will be other additional manual firefighting processes that the firefighters will then have to adopt to fight the fire, but this can take a little bit more time and requires other additional steps. In terms of public education programs to better prepare our residents, and especially with regard to our aging population, I thank the member for raising this because indeed our aging population has brought about new challenges. We see an increasing number of households comprising seniors, especially some of them living independently. Our elderly may also have mobility challenges, and in times of emergency, they could be vulnerable. We have strengthened our levers to support elderly households in being better prepared for some of these fires. First, home fire alarm devices. We've encouraged for HFADs to be installed in the homes of our seniors. This is subsidized under the Enhancement for Active Seniors program, and having this fire alarm devices will allow for our seniors to have earlier notice of fires and give them more time to evacuate safely. We have also worked very closely with the community to better support seniors in need. For example, I quote in Jalan Besar GRC, I understand there's a fire safety kakis initiative that's been launched where a network of neighbors are actually involved to assist with the evacuation of the elderly and the vulnerable in the event of a fire in their home and block. And I think this is a very good example of how the community can work very closely with the SCDF to especially reach out to those in need. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Question 17.
The Hong Kong authorities are still investigating the Wang Fuk Court fire incident. Notwithstanding, the Singapore government has been reviewing the learning points based on the early observations. Where relevant, the Ministry of National Development will incorporate findings from the review into our legislative and policy framework, including the Building Strata Management Act. Thank you.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Thank you, Speaker. Given that one of the potential causes of the fire that the Hong Kong government is looking into was the corruption by the management of the Wang Fu Court, will the Ministry or BCA be looking into how to strengthen oversight over management councils that are conducting large-scale infrastructure repairs, whether by the government or by the subsidiary proprietors themselves? Thank you.
SMS.
I thank the member for his question. When reviewing the Building Strata Management Act, we will be looking at the powers of the CST. I will be sharing more information in due course. Thank you.
Ms. Lee Hui Ying.
Question 18, sir.
Mr. Speaker, my answer will also address related questions for written answer by Ms. Diana Pang and Mr. Kenneth Tiong scheduled for subsequent sittings. Sir, since 2018, the Animal and Veterinary Service, AVS, has worked with its partners on the Trap, Neuter, Rehome, Release, Manage, or TNRM program to manage the free-roaming dog population in Singapore. Our TNRM partners play key roles, including conducting trapping and sterilization operations, and upon identification of an unsterilized free-roaming dog, AVS will work with a TNRM partner responsible for the designated area to commence trapping operations. In situations that present risk to public safety, AVS will intervene swiftly. For instance, in the case of the recent trapping operation at Seletar West Farmway 8, on 14 November 2025, AVS's animal management contractor was activated to trap and remove 3 free-roaming dogs, which were confirmed by several victims to have been involved in multiple chasing and biting incidents. The operation was carried out safely under the supervision of AVS staff and is in line with existing protocols under TNRM. Now, this includes complying with the World Organization for Animal Health, or WOAH, standards on stray dog population control to ensure that uncovered wire loops or ropes were not used during the trapping process, and also giving due consideration to personnel and animal safety in determining the restraint procedures. Now, AVS will continue to work closely with TNRM partners in the management of free-roaming dogs to safeguard both public safety and well-being of the dogs. Now, AVS colleagues and I visited our partners last week to discuss ways in which we can better collaborate moving forward. For instance, we intend to review joint protocols and further improve communication and coordination. And these build on existing collaboration channels such as TNRM rehoming efforts, outreach, and AVS-led adoption drives.
Ms. Liu Ying. We're almost at the end of question time, so keep your SQ short.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, MOS, for the comprehensive reply. I have two SQs. So first, what's the nature of such discussions with the different AWGs prior to perhaps trapping operations? Because behind every animal help is a human and an animal welfare group, where they celebrate every rescue, recovery, and adoption, and feeling the grief when animal suffers. So the work is built on care, and it has not been easy. So at the same time, I have also personally interacted with so many dedicated AVS and MParks officers. So I wanted to do a special thanks for their commitment for this constant work with the AWGs to rehome animals and balance the competing needs with care and professionalism. So second question really is then, can MOS provide an assessment on the effectiveness of the TNRM program so far? And I'm heartened to know that a review is in due. So what will this review entail and how will it be done? I hope and I urge AWS and MParks to continue working closely with AWGs to further improve the TNRM methods. Thank you.
MOS Tan.
So I thank the member for her continued support for our TNRM efforts and also working very closely with the animal welfare groups. Indeed, there is a lot of discussion and collaboration between AVS and the animal welfare groups, and that is why we are also refining the TNRM protocols. And that includes the management of free roaming dogs, the review of various trapping measures, and also how to further improve coordination and collaboration between AVS and our TNRM partners. And that also includes streamlining feedback channels and conducting regular stakeholder engagements and workshops. In fact, when I visited them on Friday, I encouraged them to join our TNRM workshop that is scheduled for the 15th of January, which is Thursday. I'm very happy that many of our partners will be joining this TNRM workshop for us to continue to refine these processes. On the effectiveness of the TNRM program, well, members might know that it is started in 2018. We've thus far trapped 4,470 dogs, rehomed 2,048 dogs, and sterilized 80% of the free roaming dog population. That is above our target of 70%. And that's resulted in a reduction of 80% of feedback cases. So we will continue to do so. We'll continue to work with our TNRM partners to further refine these processes for the well-being of our dogs.
Order, end of question time. Clarifications by Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to make a clarification in relation to a written answer that my ministry made on 26 September last year. That was in response to a parliamentary question filed by Mr. Satyandi Supat on the SG Secure movement. The answer cites the SG Secure Public Perception Survey of 2024 as having found that 77% of respondents said they were alert enough to look out for a suspicious behavior or items. The correct figure ought to be 74%. Thank you, sir.
Order, introduction of government bills. Acting Minister for Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Active Mobility Act 2017, the Land Transport Authority of Singapore Act 1995, the Parking Places Act 1974, the Road Traffic Act 1961, the Road Vehicles Special Powers Act 1960, and the Small Motorized Vehicle Safety Act 2020, and certain other related acts.
Land Transport and Related Matters Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting, sir.
So be it. Order, the clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Item 1, Public Sector Governance Amendment Bill, second reading.
Minister for Digital Development and Information.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Digital Development and Information, I move that the bill be now read a second time. Sir, the Public Sector Governance Act, or the PSGA, was introduced in 2018. It helped to enable, among other objectives, public agencies to share data safely and purposefully so that we can serve Singaporeans better. The vision was simple but powerful. A whole-of-government approach where agencies can work together using data responsibly instead of asking citizens to provide the same information repeatedly or navigate multiple agencies on their own. Many members in this House today were present back when the PSGA bill was discussed in 2018. Thank you to all members who supported the bill back then. With your support, today we have more integrated delivery of public services. About 99% of government transactions with citizens and businesses are now completed digitally from start to end, enabled by data. Here are some examples. Singaporean households automatically qualify for and receive support like USAVE rebates, our favorite CDC vouchers, and Child Life SG credits. Lower income workers automatically receive salary top-ups from the Workfare Income Supplement Scheme. Children from lower income families receive educational bursaries. And for our seniors, the Modular Package supports their healthcare and retirement. Senior Employment Credit supports their employment at the workplace. Data sharing was also critical during national crises such as COVID-19. When support had to be rolled out quickly and at scale, for example, through the Jobs Growth Incentive, government could calculate and disburse assistance more efficiently without placing additional burden on Singaporeans and businesses during this difficult period. At the same time, the PSGA was never only about enabling data sharing. The data sharing framework included strong safeguards. When the PSGA was debated here in 2018, members asked for clear rules on data use. These have been put in place. There are clear permitted purposes, controlled access on a need-to-know basis, additional protection for sensitive data, and serious consequences for misuse. We have used the PSGA for 8 years, effectively and safely. When the PSGA bill was debated in Parliament in 2018, some members of Parliament saw the potential for PSGA to do more. They asked about data sharing with trusted partners, like our social service agencies. Back then, we had promised to review this later. And now, we are ready for the next step. Over time, our public agencies have increasingly partnered trusted organizations outside of the public sector to deliver programs and reach Singaporeans effectively, especially vulnerable groups where last-mile engagement matters. These include social service agencies, community partners, and our self-help groups. They have deep networks, cultural understanding, and operational presence on the ground. When we work together with them, support can be more targeted, timely, and coordinated. For example, the Ministry of Education works with self-help groups like the Chinese Development Assistance Council, Mendaki, SINDA, and the Eurasian Association. These self-help groups understand their communities well. With access to appropriate student data, they can identify and provide targeted support to specific students in their respective ethnic communities. The data will also help these partners to assess and improve their programs. Similarly, the Ministry of Social and Family Development, or MSF, works with SG Enable and social service agencies, SSAs, to provide an integrated ecosystem of support for persons with disabilities. But for our partnerships to work well, they need relevant data. The current PSGA does not cover them. Today, public agencies rely on individual consent, common law public interest grounds, or sector-specific legislations. These avenues are not ideal in many real-world situations. First, external partners cannot identify who to help if we cannot share that information with them. Getting consent means we must first find the people who need help and then ask them for permission. This does not work when the external partners should be the first point of contact for hard-to-reach groups. Second, contact details may be outdated, and vulnerable individuals may not respond in time. Third, in urgent or large-scale situations, we cannot afford delays caused by seeking consent case by case. And lastly, when multiple data sets and partners are involved in coordinated support, the consent route becomes onerous and fragmented. In all of these situations, relying on consent means that people in need may fall through the cracks and fail to receive timely support. Common law public interest grounds can also be difficult to apply consistently because boundaries are not clearly set out and each case needs extensive assessment. Take MSF's partnership with SG Enable and SSAs in supporting persons with disabilities as an example. In order for SG Enable and SSAs to support persons with disabilities in areas like employment assistance, training opportunities, and referrals to relevant services, they need the relevant data on persons with disabilities from MSF. But MSF found it challenging to establish the legal basis for sharing. So they went through many rounds of discussions with multiple teams to see if common law public interest applied. To reduce legal uncertainty, these social service agencies could only get the addresses of persons with disabilities. They received no other information about disability conditions, needs, or demographics. Now, without these other information, our partners end up spending extra time and effort re-establishing details during visits to our persons with disabilities and their families. Members in this House may have heard of these realities on the ground. Families in need end up having to repeat their stories and details to many parties who are actually trying to support them. So this bill addresses that gap. It provides a clear legal basis with guardrails for data sharing with our trusted external partners where it serves legitimate public purposes. Mr. Speaker, let me emphasize what this bill does. Under the amended PSGA, public agencies are allowed to share data with trusted external partners only when three safeguards are met. These are A, having a legitimate purpose for sharing, B, the arrangement is specifically authorized by a minister or the minister's delegate, and C, the external partner is bound by clear contractual terms of use, including data protection and security requirements. Let me also emphasize what this bill does not do. This bill does not create a free-for-all. It does not override other written law, legal privilege, or existing contractual restrictions. It does not authorize data sharing for commercial exploitation, marketing, or unrelated purposes. And it does not remove the option for public agencies to rely on consent or other legal avenues where these remain appropriate. Let me now elaborate on the three safeguards for data sharing. First, the bill retains the existing discipline of the PSGA. Clause 3 ensures there is a legitimate purpose for sharing data. Public agencies can only share data for the same public purposes that govern interagency sharing today. If a use case does not serve these public objectives, public agencies cannot share the data with external partners under the PSGA. So for the MSF example I mentioned earlier, the relevant purpose under the PSGA would be well aligned with MSF's mandate to provide support for persons with disabilities. The shared data would help disability social service agencies to provide more efficient and targeted support. Second, each data sharing arrangement with an external partner needs specific authorization by a minister or his or her delegate. This is the second safeguard under Clause 3. The authorization must clearly specify what data can be shared, which partner receives it, and for what purpose it may be used. This ensures high-level oversight for each and every arrangement. It is not a broad, open-ended permission. The Public Service Agency must assess the partner's ability to fulfill its role and handle data responsibly with proper security protections. Where the partner is unable to meet the required safeguards, the sharing will not proceed. The third safeguard is ensuring that all external partners are bound by clear terms of use that set out how the data is protected and used. I spoke earlier about the government's existing internal rules for data protection and security. Currently, public agencies already need to make sure external partners whom they share data with are able to meet these requirements and are contractually bound to do so. While public agencies already hold external partners to such requirements, we will provide more specific guidance to ensure consistency across different partnerships. These will include data protection and security requirements, and they will be calibrated to risk. In other words, this will not be a one-size-fits-all approach. The more sensitive or confidential the data, the higher the safeguards required. This will include tighter access controls and stronger encryption and logging. This ensures that all external partners understand and uphold their responsibility to protect the data and are contractually bound to maintain the necessary safeguards. Where partners, especially smaller organizations, need to strengthen capabilities to meet these requirements, we will work with them so that safeguards are consistently applied. Mr. Speaker, expanded data sharing will mean expanded accountability too. So this bill introduces criminal offenses for individuals in external organizations. Today, the Personal Data Protection Act, or PDPA, already criminalizes individuals' misuse of personal data held by private organizations or public agencies. The PDPA sets out offenses for the unauthorized use and disclosure of personal data and unauthorized re-identification of anonymized information. Clause 8 of this bill introduces related amendments to the PDPA to ensure that these offenses can apply to misuse of shared data by individuals from external partners. For non-personal data, the bill introduces new offenses for the unauthorized use and disclosure of shared data by individuals within the external partners. Clauses 6 and 7 of the bill provide for this. Now, with these expanded PSGA offenses, individuals in external organizations face the same level of penalties that public officers are currently subject to for misusing shared data. Together, the PDPA and the PSGA will provide for complementary offenses for stronger deterrence against abuse. Beyond criminal offenses, the government also retains strong and practical levers, such as enforcement of contractual terms of use, tightening of requirements if an incident reveals additional safeguards are necessary, and where appropriate, revoking authorization and seizing the data sharing arrangement. Mr. Speaker, the bill also makes an amendment to the PSGA to clarify and make clear that the current set of public sector purposes specified in the PSGA apply for both data sharing with other public agencies as well as for the public agency's own use. As the latter is not explicitly stated today, This amendment will clarify to avoid any doubt that public agencies are permitted to use their own data to work more effectively. This removes unnecessary uncertainty and administrative delay while maintaining the same discipline. For example, in 2023, the Ministry of Education had planned a new survey called Parents' Voices. This was to understand parents' views on education policies. MOE already had parents' contact information from student data collected during school admission. As the PSGA was not explicit that the data MOE had could be used for other purposes, MOE spent an extra month checking if this new use met the threshold for public interest or consent exclusions. This was counterintuitive, since MOE could already share such data with other public agencies under PSGA purposes. So this amendment we are making is aligned with the PSGA's original intent to enable the public sector to use data both across and within public agencies to fulfill their functions. To be clear, this amendment does not apply to external partners. Each of our use cases with external partners must be specifically authorized by the relevant ministers. Now let me turn to health information specifically. The government will also be introducing a health information bill, known as HIB, which will set out a framework governing information contributed to and accessed from the National Electronic Health Record, called NEHR. This is particularly for healthcare delivery purposes across the ecosystem of providers. Both the PSGA and the HIB are complementary bills. Where public agencies need NEHR data for healthcare purposes, the HIB governs this use. This applies when a public agency performs a healthcare service, such as medical consultations or lab tests. The PSGA will continue to govern data in general, including health information for broader public purposes outside healthcare delivery. For example, de-identified data for policy analysis by other public agencies. The safeguards that I spoke about earlier will apply to such information shared under PSGA. Cybersecurity and data security safeguards matching those under the HIB will be required through the terms of use for external partners. Now, there's one exception relating to the Ministry of Home Affairs, MHA. MHA conducts job fitness and medical examinations to ensure that individuals are suitable for various deployments. Many of these examinations by MHA will access NEHR data under the HIB because they are statutory medical examinations. But some job fitness assessments fall outside the HIB's statutory framework. These include fitness assessments for regular uniformed officers to bear arms or take on more demanding deployments. Any HR information for such assessments would be shared under the PSGA for public safety reasons. MHA will seek consent from personnel and conduct personal data protection impact assessments. Both requirements cannot be waived without consulting MOH first. MOH will be going through the HIB in greater detail later. Mr. Speaker, in my maiden speech in Parliament, I emphasized that digital services must be efficient, inclusive, and trusted. Technology must serve people and not the other way around. The same principle applies to data. We share data because it enables us to serve Singaporeans better. And in doing so, we aim to strike the right balance, making data sharing not just more effective, but safer. This bill represents a careful evolution of the PSGA. It extends our data sharing and governance framework that has enabled better services within government to trusted partnerships beyond government, all while keeping clear what our purpose is, ensuring that there is high-level oversight, strong safeguards, and strong accountability. The enactment of PSGA in 2018 was a watershed moment. It enabled data across government to serve citizens under strong governance. With the proposed amendments, we maintain our commitment to protect data while addressing the reality that effective service delivery requires trusted partnerships beyond public agencies. These amendments will enable vulnerable Singaporeans to receive faster, targeted, and more coordinated support when they need it most. The amendments will create clearer legal pathways for responsible partnerships while maintaining rigorous oversight and accountability. With members' support to enhance our data sharing regime, this bill ensures that data serves citizens more effectively and responsibly. And by working closely with our trusted partners for more responsive and integrated service delivery, we can further improve citizens' lives and uplift those who need help. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Sharil Taha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, when the Public Sector Governance Act was debated in this House in 2018, members raised thoughtful and legitimate concerns. Much of that debate centered on how to strike the right balance between central oversight and the operational autonomy of statutory boards, how to enable effective whole-of-government coordination, how to provide a clear legal basis for data sharing across agencies, and how to apply governance standards consistently across public bodies. Members also raised deeper questions that remain relevant today, where accountability sits in an increasingly digital state, how we build a data-driven yet citizen-centric public service, how we break down agency silos, and how governance framework can enable rather than constrain our smart nation ambitions. At its core, the 2018 debate was about governance and boundaries, managing risk, clarifying authority, and ensuring accountability as the public sector transformed. 8 years on, we can see clearly how the PSGA has enabled many of the milestones set out in the digital government blueprint. Whole-of-government services, integrated digital platforms, and the once-only principle are no longer abstract policy aspirations. They are lived realities for our residents and businesses. We see this in the seamless sharing of information at the back end, whether in the delivery of GST vouchers and workfare income supplement, or in businesses applying for schemes such as the Enabling Employment Credit and Senior Employment Credit to support vulnerable workers, and many more examples shared by MOS Jasmine Lau earlier. These are not just efficiency gains. They translate directly into people receiving help more quickly and with less friction. For those of us who regularly assist residents with appeals, we also see both how far we have come and where more can still be done. Even today, we sometimes wish for deeper integration so that residents in need do not have to navigate multiple applications or repeatedly submit the same information. And we can no longer imagine a public service where back-end systems are fragmented because we know the administrative inefficiencies this will create. And more importantly, how easily people could fall through the cracks simply because the system was too complex or too burdensome to access. Singaporeans intuitively understand the value of data sharing when it is used to meet real public needs, whether to deliver services more smoothly or to reduce administrative burden on businesses. But as we scale these capabilities, the central issue before us today is no longer just governance efficiency or administrative accountability. It is about trust. Trust that data is used responsibly and only for its intended purpose. Trust that it is protected, not misused or manipulated to the disadvantage of individuals or businesses. And critically, trust that can be sustained as data sharing extends beyond direct government agencies to external partners and ecosystem, introducing inevitably more points of vulnerability that must be carefully managed. This debate marks an important evolution from managing boundaries within government to how we build, safeguard, and scale trust in a digital state that increasingly operates beyond its traditional reach. Mr. Speaker, the members of the MDDI GPC stand in support of this important bill. Singaporeans recognize the significant benefits that the PSGA has delivered within government. This bill seeks to extend those benefits by enabling trusted data sharing with external partners. As we do so, it is essential that we scale securely, protect the data of Singaporeans, and hold external partners to the same high standards that Singaporeans rightly expect of the government. It is against this backdrop the MDDI GPC and fellow PAP MPs seek clarification across several themes. These clarifications are not raised to slow progress, but to ensure that as we extend data sharing beyond direct government control and unlock further benefits for our people and businesses, we continue to uphold the trust that underpins public confidence in our digital systems. Allow me to briefly outline these key themes before elaborating on my own. Firstly, how does the government determine what data may be shared and under what circumstances with external partners? What threshold, what principles, and public interest consideration must be met before data move beyond the public sector? GPC members and PP MPs, Ms. Jessica Tan and Mr. Henry Quek will elaborate on this. Second, the scope of data sharing, particularly in relation to healthcare data. This bill is being debated ahead of the Health Information Bill, which focuses on safeguarding health data for healthcare delivery. The interaction between these two bills raises important questions on scope, safeguards, accountability, and how the amended PSGA interfaces with other legislation governing data use. My fellow GPC member, Ms. Chu Pei Ling, will address this. Third, once data sharing is deemed appropriate, how do we appoint and assess external partners? What capabilities must partners possess before data is entrusted to them? And how do we ensure compliance is robust, yet not overly onerous? In our deliberations, the GPC recognizes that there are many types of data, ranging from anonymized and aggregated data to business and economic data and sensitive data relating to personal data and critical infrastructure. How do we adopt a tiered, risk-based approach that balances control with efficiency? Mr. Henry Quek, Ms. Jessica Tan, and I will speak further on this. At the core of this bill is the objective of delivering public goods better and doing so safely. There could also be a group of partners who have demonstrated a strong track record of delivering positive public outcomes, but may need assistance in strengthening their data infrastructure. The GPC will propose supporting such external partners to mature their digital system so that they can continue to serve residents better. Fourth, governance and oversight. Who approves data sharing arrangements and what safeguards are in place? When data is shared with external partners, how do we ensure transparency on what is shared and the processes it goes through? Mr. Yip Hon Wing will share views on this, including proposing possible oversight mechanisms such as reporting or periodic reviews. Fifth, ongoing cybersecurity assurance once data exchange is operational and protection against cyber attacks. Mr. Chai Yin-so and I will touch on this. Finally, accountability when things go wrong. As the cybersecurity community often reminds us, it is not a question of if a breach occurs, but when. How are external partners held accountable should a breach occur on their end, particularly in the context of PSGA and PDPA? Ms. Jessica Tan and Mr. Henry Quek will address this. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, please.
There have been many benefits delivered by the Public Sector Governance Act in strengthening the government's service delivery. This bill aims to extend these benefits through data sharing with external partners. namely organizations outside the public sector. In this endeavor, it is important for us to enhance our capability to share data securely, protect the data of Singaporeans, and ensure that the selected external partners comply with the same high standards that citizens expect from the government. In this regard, the MDDI Government Parliamentary Committee, together with PAP members of Parliament, are raising several important clarifications. These clarifications are not intended to slow progress, but to ensure that when data sharing is extended beyond the government's direct control, public trust in our digital systems continue to be preserved, while the benefits to citizens and businesses can be enhanced. What lies at the heart of this discussion is not merely about data or systems, but about people's lives. It is about how data is used to facilitate transactions for Singaporeans, expedite assistance to those in need, and ensure no one is left behind, while at the same time allowing us to safeguard the security, privacy, and trust that the people have placed in us.
Allow me to elaborate on my own clarifications. First, on assessing the readiness and capability of external partners entrusted with public data. Within government, agencies are required to meet established standards such as IM8 compliance, secure hosting environment, robust incident response capabilities, and many others, and these are regularly audited. As we extend data sharing to external partners, what equivalent standards will be required of them? In particular, I seek clarification on the standards that will be imposed, the audit rights government will retain, and the intended audit regime or frequency, whether partners will be assessed through self-declaration, pre-project assessments, or ongoing assurance, or how risks arising from subcontractors engaged by these partners will be managed, and how liability and breach accountability will be clearly structured in contractual terms. Which brings me to my second point, data classification and proportionality. IT practitioners will recognize that the safest way to manage risks in this scenario is, in theory, not to allow data sharing at all. But the clear benefits of responsible data sharing, seen in schemes such as the GST vouchers, workfare and employment credits, and all the examples cited by MOS Jasmine Lau earlier, show that this is not a tenable position today. Avoiding risk entirely comes at a real cost to citizens. Our residents have asked for greater integration across government services, and our lived experience in assisting with appeals shows both how far we have come and how much more we can still do to make lives better for our people and businesses. That said, not all data carries the same level of risk. Some data may be aggregated or anonymized, some may involve businesses or economic information, and other data may involve personal information or touch on critical infrastructure. Can there be a differentiated standards based on the classification and sensitivity of data shared? A risk-based, tiered approach, matching partner requirements to the nature of the data, could reduce unnecessary burden on partners while maintaining strong safeguards and allowing our data sharing ecosystem to remain nimble and responsive. At the same time, while standards, audits, and controls are necessary, when data is shared with external partners, they must be implemented in a way that is administratively efficient and not overly onerous, while still meeting the intent of safeguarding data. And most importantly, this framework must be operationally resourced. Assurance cannot rest solely on self-declaration, especially when dealing with sensitive data. It must be supported by credible and forcible oversight that keeps pace with the scale and the sensitivity of data sharing. Third, on partners that deliver strong public outcomes but may lack the digital maturity. We must not lose sight that the ultimate objective of this bill is to deliver strong public outcomes. Some social service organizations, for example, are exceptionally effective at engaging vulnerable seniors or families in need, yet may not have the resource or technical capability to immediately meet stringent digital standards. Their digital limitations should not diminish their ability to deliver the public good. nor risk unintentionally excluding those who need help most. In this regard, I seek clarification on whether the government would consider providing support through targeted funding or capability building programs to help such partners strengthen their digital resilience. As we approach the budget period, this may be a timely area for consideration, ensuring that trust and inclusion advance together. Fourth, on data retention and disposal, I seek clarification on how long external partners may retain this data shared, how proper care, retention, and eventual secure deletion of data will be enforced, whether responsibility of ensuring data wiping rests with the individual ministries or centrally, and whether ministries are adequately resourced to manage these audit trails over time. Mr. Speaker, in the context of extending data sharing beyond direct government control, the key policy question is not whether standards exist. They clearly do. The question before us is how equivalence is assured, how compliance is enforced, and how accountability is maintained when trust is delegated. These clarifications are intended to ensure that we scale data sharing not just efficiently, but responsibly, delivering the best public good while safeguarding the data, privacy, and trust of Singaporeans. Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand in support of the bill.
Ms. He Ting Ru.
Mr. Speaker, today public services are delivered by community partners, social service agencies, and even private contractors. And we agree that it is important that data is available where needed to ensure that public services are allowed to reach as wide an audience as possible and to enable agencies to get assistance to vulnerable groups. Ultimately, data empowers policymaking that is more responsive to the needs of a diverse population. Thus, we do agree that data must be accessible to entities and partners in order to achieve this, and that data be used to enable better delivery of public services. However, the question before us today is not simply whether data should be shared or used. It is also about how power over the sharing and use of data is governed and what guardrails are in place where such power is exercised. We also would benefit from having express channels of recourse known and accessible widely that would come into play if and when mistakes occur from misuse or abuse of data. The bill before us today moves us from a framework that on the whole allowed data to be shared between public agencies and subject to rules and regulations about such sharing and use to one which expands the sharing of data, expressly authorizing 1, the use of data, 2, the sharing of data with non-public sector persons, and 3, even the re-identification of previously anonymized information, all through ministerial directions and further authorizations, that is, data sharing and use directions given by a minister. Such a shift from a more rule-based model of data governance to one that relies more heavily on executive decision and ultimately discretion should be founded in necessity. While we do not automatically disagree with this shift in principle, the public should understand why this change is being proposed and why now. In this regard, I understand that there will be grounds and limited instances in which data will be shared. However, for a full understanding of the difficulties faced, could the Minister clarify, in the last 5 years, how many times have agencies run into difficulties in providing necessary services to the community? And from these examples, can the Minister articulate the common characteristics that would indicate when ministerial discretion was warranted? And will these characterizations be codified as guidance for future authorizations? Had the agencies previously attempted other approaches, such as, for example, for PWDs and their families, attempting to gain consent upfront from affected individuals to share the full suite of data to community partners, which are not public agencies, in order to better provide services? As I said earlier, allowing sharing to be made subject to a minister's discretion is not automatically wrong. In a complex system with many moving parts, it is probably often necessary. But as with all our governance institutions, executive discretion has to be bounded, reviewable, and transparent, especially when it concerns citizens' data. This is even more so when that data is highly sensitive. I need not remind everyone that data is king, given that we live in a world of scams, impersonation, data theft, and identity theft, now enhanced by generative and exponentially improving artificial intelligence. Under the proposed amendments to this bill, ministers will be able to issue data sharing and use directions and be allowed to further authorize sharing of data with non-public sector persons. While it is provided for in the bill that directions must not be inconsistent with written law or to impede independently statutory functions, it is not clear to me how these limits will operate in practice under the expanded scope proposed by the bill. It is not about ascribing nefarious intentions to current office holders. It is about the institutional design and guardrails that need to be built around such powers to be granted. Could the minister thus clarify what would be the oversight mechanisms to be applied in ensuring that a direction is not overly broad nor made erroneously? What recourse exists if a decision is later found to be erroneous or disproportionate? It is also foreseeable that the proposed amendments could have implications beyond personal data. Any number of businesses now exist that attempt to commercialize personal data that is collected before attempting to monetize these data, whether through outright sale of such data sets, targeted advertising, or using it to craft more commercially competitive strategies. Additionally, public agencies also often hold commercially sensitive information, proprietary business data, or intellectual property belonging to firms that engage with the public sector. It is not inconceivable that personal data, especially when aggregated, is by its nature valuable, especially when dealing in instances such as the people sector. While the bill criminalizes unauthorized disclosure or misuse of disclosed data by employees of external parties, this does not fully address the risk of legitimate but unintended commercial or anti-competitive effects. This could take the form of an external contractor gaining access to sensitive data about a competitor when data is shared legitimately under a broad authorization to do so. Could the minister thus clarify about whether and how the proposed data sharing and use directions will explicitly require consideration and evaluation of data that could be commercially sensitive? Would there be clear expectations to exclude, anonymize, or otherwise protect such information by default? Could the minister also clarify, when issuing a data sharing direction, what specific factors must be evaluated? For instance, must the minister assess the sensitivity classification of the data, the proportionality between privacy intrusion and public benefit, whether less intrusive alternatives exist, and the data recipient's security posture? And are these factors documented in writing for each authorization? For example, Saudi Arabia recently issued rules for secondary use of data, which establishes a framework for sharing data beyond its original collection for public interests, research, and innovation. Those rules explicitly state, for instance, that the data sharing entity reserves the right to incorporate provisions concerning intellectual property rights and commercial confidentiality within the usage license. Now, I would like to turn to the provisions giving express power to re-identify anonymized information. While the bill emphasizes that PDPA obligations continue to apply and that criminal penalties extend to non-public sector recipients, citizens may wonder what are the explicit safeguards or channels of recourse they have to protect their privacy. This is especially in the instance where the data is highly sensitive, such as personal or family medical records. Can the minister thus clarify, 1, what instances would lead to re-identification? 2, what avenues exist to raise concerns? 3, how will breaches by non-public sector persons be communicated, particularly to affected citizens? And 4, how can individuals seek redress in this system that has an increasing number of third-party partners or contractors? Redress should not only be about fines or punishment. Clear, accessible pathways for recourse are essential to maintaining public trust as data flows become more complex. Once sensitive personal data is leaked, it could potentially compromise a person's financial situation, access to key services, and those of their family as well. It could affect the financial, commercial, and competitive position of a firm. Should serious data breaches occur and recourse be difficult, that could undermine that very public trust that the bill rests upon and which the Singapore system has painstakingly built up over decades. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I am not arguing against using data to govern better, nor against using data to strengthen partnerships with the community or private sector. However, I hope that as we expand the executive's discretion about the use of our data out of necessity, we strengthen rather than dilute the governance framework around these increased powers. Thus, could the Minister consider first how Parliament can be kept updated and meaningfully informed about the use of these powers? Second, how Singaporeans can have clearer avenues for recourse? And finally, how can commercial and personal sensitive information be more explicitly safeguarded, even if the use and sharing of such data is subject to ministerial discretion? This could take the form of including data sharing breaches, remedies, and vulnerabilities, and efforts to strengthen procedures. We must also have clearer rules and principles that must be applied when ministerial directions are made for the sharing of data with information about the avenues available to the public to seek redress should their sensitive personal data be misused or even leaked. While we improve our data systems to better communicate and implement policies to better serve Singaporeans, let us ensure that we continue to have measures in place to protect and safeguard sensitive data in order for them to have trust in the institutions that are ultimately meant to be there to serve and support them. Thank you.
Ms. Jessica Tan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Public Sector Governance Amendment Bill. Since its introduction in 2018, the Public Sector Governance Act, or the PSGA, has strengthened the way government agencies work together, especially in how they share and use data. This makes a real and meaningful difference to Singaporeans. When agencies can exchange information safely and responsibly, families in need can receive help more quickly, agencies can plan interventions and reduce duplications. Eligibility checks for support schemes do not require applications. Example, the GST vouchers, healthcare subsidies, and the silver support schemes. And businesses experience smoother, more coordinated support. The Act also makes clear that data is shared only for genuine public interest purposes and always with strong safeguards. The Public Sector Governance Amendment Bill we are debating today seeks to update the PSGA so that government agencies can share data with trusted external partners with the right safeguards in place. This will help deliver services to the public more effectively and seamlessly. But as we discuss the Public Sector Governance Amendment Bill, I want to focus on a set of practical questions that matter to Singaporeans. How will the government agency decide when data can be shared with external partners? What documentation is required? How will approval be managed? And how do we ensure that every external partner entrusted with public sector data is truly capable of protecting it? These questions are at the core of public trust. Singaporeans expect that when their information is shared across agencies or with external partners who help deliver public services, and this is done with care, transparently, and only when it genuinely serves public interests. So how will the government agency decide when data can be shared with external partners? Under the amendment bill, any sharing of data with external partners must still be tied to the same 7 public interest purposes set out in the PSGA. What this means is that data cannot be shared just because it's convenient or efficient for agencies. It must clearly support a real public need, whether that is helping residents receive services more smoothly,
ensuring essential functions continue during disruptions, or strengthening the stewardship of public funds, or enabling agencies to work together to solve complex problems. At its heart, the principle is simple. Data should only be shared when it genuinely benefits people, is appropriate for the situation, and is backed by a strong public interest reason. But purpose alone is not enough. We also need strong documentation, because every decision to share data ultimately affects real people. Under the amendment bill, any sharing with external partners must be backed by a ministerial direction, and if the partner is outside the public sector, an additional layer of authorization is required. This two-tier structure ensures that agencies spell out clearly why the data is needed, what exactly will be shared, what safeguards must be in place, and who is accountable. This is important, and I'm glad that the bill specifies this, because it creates a transparent audit trail that shows not just what is to be shared, but why, with whom, and under what conditions. Most importantly, it ensures that these decisions are not made quietly or casually at an operational level. They are reviewed and approved at the right level of leadership, with clear responsibility for protecting the trust Singaporeans have placed with the government. Finally, we must ask a simple but important question. How do we know that an external partner can be trusted to handle public sector data with the same care and responsibility that Singaporeans expect from government agencies? The public sector operates under stricter rules for managing government data, while external partners are governed by the Personal Data Protection Act, or PDPA. The amendment bill addresses a gap without adding unnecessary compliance burdens for partners, with requiring external partners who receive public sector data to be held to the same criminal penalties as public officers if they misuse it, whether through unauthorized disclosure, improper use, or re-identifying anonymized data without approval. These offenses carry the same penalties already set out in the PSGA, which is fines of up to 5,000, imprisonment of up to 2 years, or both. This ensures that anyone who is entrusted with public data is held to the same legal standards of responsibility and protection. But I must stress that penalties alone does not remove risk. So we need assurance that partners have the right systems, training, and safeguards in place before data is shared. As more public services are delivered through digital platforms, vendor systems, and community partners, one thing has become very clear. Data protection cannot rely only on good intentions of individuals alone. Most incidences don't just happen because someone acted maliciously. They can happen because a system was not designed well, a process was unclear, or an organization did not invest in the right safeguards. In other words, the risks today are increasingly systemic, not just personal. So the question for every agency that intends to share data is, how is an external partner assessed beyond just checking for compliance on paper? And I'm glad to hear MOS say in her speech that before sharing data, agencies are responsible for assessing whether each partner has the systems, processes, and competencies to handle government data securely. I would suggest and would like to ask if the agency is also required to conduct regular audits to confirm that the obligations in the ministerial directions are being met in practice throughout the partnership. It means understanding that the partner's technical safeguards, their governance structure, their staff training, their incident response processes, and the ability to meet the conditions set out in the ministerial direction. And it means ensuring that they can protect data not just in theory but in practice, day to day across their systems and across their teams. Ultimately, this is about protecting the trust that Singaporeans place in our public institutions. This is not about duplicating the PDPA, which already governs private sector data practice. What I'm suggesting is not imposing additional burdens, but I do suggest that perhaps we consider not imposing a one-size-fits-all data security burden, and I believe MOS did touch on this point. Perhaps agencies could adopt a risk-based approach that looks at higher risk data flows undergoing deeper technical assessments, while lower risk or time-limited projects with a lighter touch. Because what matters is that every partner can show that the system works in practice, not just on paper. Where appropriate, agencies can also recognize independent certification or existing audits rather than duplicating efforts. And I want to stress again, the intent is not to prevent, not to really add burden to the partners, because we want the services to be delivered. But we have to find that balance of how to ensure that it's done securely. And at the end of the day, as we do, the intent of the Public Sector Governance Act is really also not to prevent the use of data, to prevent or not to prevent the use of data, but how to use it securely. And with all these measures, I think we can also recognize that it's not going to take risks away completely. But what it is to look at how we can minimize or prevent the data breach, so that, because once a data breach happens, the effect and the damage is already done. So we must remember that at the heart of the bill is a simple promise, that when Singaporeans share their information, the trust will be honored. To make this real, public agencies and partners must treat data as a shared ongoing responsibility. This means building a culture where leaders set clear expectations, staff are trained and supported, and systems are regularly tested and improved. It means learning from incidences, not hiding from them. It means working closely with partners to close gaps early rather than waiting for problems to surface. So when agencies and external organizations take that proactive approach and put the safeguards in place, the safeguards in the PSGA then becomes safeguards in practice, and rather than just on paper, serving Singaporeans effectively and giving Singaporeans confidence that their information is protected every day. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Mr. Speaker, I support the PSGA, but I'd like to place some significant concerns on the record. Let me begin with a story this House knows well. In January 2021, Singaporeans learned that police had access to trace together data under the Criminal Procedure Code. This contradicted earlier assurances that the data was, quote, purely for contact tracing, period, end quote. The then minister in charge of the Smart Nation acknowledged he had been blindsided. He had not considered existing laws when making those assurances. The backlash was significant, not because Singaporeans opposed law enforcement, but because they felt misled about how their data would be used. The backlash led to the expedited passage in February 2021 of the COVID-19 Temporary Measures Amendment Bill, restricting access to 7 serious offence categories. The lesson is that trust must be built through demonstrably robust processes. Once faith in a data sharing framework is broken, it is expensive to rebuild. I raise this because the bill before us creates a new framework for sharing citizen data, this time with private entities. The question is whether we have learned from the Trace Together episode. The original PSGA, passed in 2018, allowed government agencies to share data with one another under ministerial direction. This amendment expands that framework significantly. Data can now flow to private companies, contractors, and vendors, and it introduces a power to re-identify anonymized information. Speaker, of course, data sharing creates value. Examples abound, like the social service net. When MSF shares client data with family service centers and VWOs, we see coordinated assistance and faster assessments. But this bill creates a fundamental asymmetry. The government gains the capability to share any data with any private entity. Private entities gain access to government-held data. And what do citizens gain? Under this bill, a citizen has no right to know when their data is shared with a private company, no mechanism to find out which companies hold their data, and no way to ensure they benefit from the value that data creates. Trace Together failed on transparency. Citizens did not know police could access their data. Why risk the same failure mode again with this bill on a larger scale, with more actors, including those outside government, and less visibility? If this bill expands what the government can do with citizen data, should it not also expand what citizens can do to track, to benefit from, and to govern that sharing? Mr. Speaker, I ask for 3 commitments that would complete this framework. 1, a public register. All data sharing directions issued to private entities should be published. The categories of data shared, the recipient, the purpose, the duration. This is not a per-transaction notification. It is the disclosure of ministerial directions made in small numbers. Australia's Data Availability and Transparency Act 2022 includes such a register. It creates accountability without undue operational burden. TraceTogether's problem was that citizens could not know how their data was used, and a register solves this. So question 1, will the government commit to publishing a register of all data sharing directions issued to private entities? 2, citizen benefit. When data flows from government to the private sector, it creates value for those 2 players. Agencies gain efficiency, private entities gain data access, and improve their services. Where is the mechanism ensuring citizens share in that value? I mean concrete improvements, service quality guarantees, cost reductions passed to users, transparency about outcomes, and also something I believe in, which is benefit sharing from any future possible monetization of their data. So question 2, what benefits will Singaporeans see from this framework? How will these be tracked and reported? And will there be any part of the government that advocates directly for citizens gaining a share of these data benefits? 3, public review. The original PSGA allowed sharing between government agencies. This amendment opens the door to the private sector, powers of a different order. Australia's framework includes a review that, quote, must start by and be completed within 12 months or a longer period agreed by the Minister of the 3rd anniversary of the commencement of this Act. This is a sound legislative principle. The grant of novel powers should have built-in moments for reassessment. The backlash to TraceTogether led to emergency legislation limiting police access. Would it not be better to commit to a review now than to legislate in a possible crisis of confidence later? So question 3, would the Minister commit to a formal public review within 5 years, including the directions issued, the data shared, and whether the safeguards have been adequate? Mr. Speaker, beyond these 3 R's, I wish to flag 2 concerns about organizational accountability. First, a data governance gap. The public consultation promised robust safeguards through data governance requirements on external partners. I quote, requirements similar to what public sector agencies have to meet. What does the bill deliver? Individual criminal liability for employees who misuse data. What does the bill not deliver? Any organizational requirements, no security certification, no audit trails, no breach notification duties. So question 4, where are the data governance requirements promised in the consultation? And if they are to come by regulation or procurement contract terms, will the ministry commit to that today? Second, a liability gap for non-personal data. Under PDPA, for data breaches involving personal data, organizations face financial penalties of up to 10% of annual turnover. Individuals also face liability. Under this bill, for non-personal data shared with private entities, only individual employees can be prosecuted. If an organization systematically exploits non-personal government data beyond its authorized purpose, the entity that designed the business model and profited faces no direct liability. Now, accountability must reach the benefiting entity. If organizations can profit from misuse, while only individuals bear risk, the incentive structure is incorrect. So question 5, will the government commit to organizational accountability mechanisms, especially for non-personal data, which is not covered by PDPA? And why has it not chosen to hold organizations accountable here? Mr. Speaker, I am on the whole supportive of the bill's enabling of data sharing with private sector actors. In any case, deeper public-private collaboration is inevitable. data will flow to where it creates value. But we should learn the lessons of Trace Together. Trace Together taught us that non-transparency about data sharing has costs. This bill should learn that lesson. Transparency is what makes data sharing sustainable in the long term. So we will continue to ask for 3 commitments: a public register, a mechanism to track and report citizen benefit, and a formal review within 5 years. And I flagged 2 gaps in organizational accountability that should be addressed. I trust that the points collectively raised today will spare us a future blindsiding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on the Public Sector Governance Amendment Bill, with particular focus on its interaction with the forthcoming Health Information Bill and the implications of health data being used by public sector agencies and external partners for non-health purposes. The PSGA establishes the overarching framework for data governance across public agencies, including provisions for sharing health data beyond clinical care, for policy planning, service delivery, and community outreach. In contrast, the Health Information Bill is designed to safeguard health data primarily for healthcare delivery. The intersection of these 2 regimes raises important questions about scope, safeguards, and accountability. The foremost concern among Singaporeans is the extent to which sensitive health data will be shared under the PSGA, and whether safeguards are sufficiently robust to prevent misuse. Residents want assurance that their most personal information, medical histories, disabilities, mental health records will not be casually accessed or repurposed. The government has rightly identified legitimate scenarios. For instance, the Ministry of Social and Family Development may share health risk indicators and demographic data with SG Enable and social service agencies to proactively reach out to people with disabilities for job matching and to our seniors for caregiver support. Such proactive outreach is commendable. It improves lives, strengthens preventive care, and ensures that vulnerable groups are not left behind. Yet, these examples also underscore the sensitivity of health data being used for social policy, community outreach, and service coordination. The line between beneficial use and overreach must be carefully guarded. The bill provides 3 layers of safeguards for data sharing with external partners: ministerial authorization, terms of use which impose data protection requirements, and criminal penalties for misuse. The general concern is execution. How usage and safeguards are implemented on the ground. Safeguards on paper must translate into practice. Are agencies sufficiently resourced with trained personnel, secure infrastructure, and modern cybersecurity tools to enforce these safeguards? We seek the government's assurance that appropriate funding and resources are allocated for talent, hardware, and software. A particularly sensitive area involves requests for health information by public sector agencies for employment or insurance purposes. It is comforting to know that when public sector agencies request health information from the Ministry of Health for employment or insurance purposes under PSGA, they must first seek consent from individuals and conduct a personal data protection impact assessment. These requirements cannot be waived without consulting the Ministry of Health. This is essential. The Health Information Bill prohibits National Electronic Health Record System, NEHR access for employment or insurance purposes to prevent discrimination. It would undermine public trust if agencies could bypass this by requesting the same information under PSGA. I note that the bill requires individual consent and a personal data protection impact assessment for such requests, with the Ministry of Health oversight. These are critical backstops. But I urge the government to go further. Commit that such requests will be rare and exceptional, subject them to close scrutiny and independent review, publish annual reports detailing the number and nature of such requests to ensure transparency and accountability. To further enhance trust, I propose that the government jointly maintain a public register of all use cases where health data have been shared under PSGA for non-health purposes. The register should specify the authorizing minister, the external partner, the general purpose, and the categories of data shared, without disclosing sensitive operational details. Such a register, updated regularly, would reassure Singaporeans that health data sharing beyond healthcare delivery is tightly controlled, exceptional, and subject to public oversight. On future-proofing safeguards, could Singapore explore privacy-preserving technologies such as anonymization, differential privacy, or federated learning to enable data-driven insights without exposing raw health records? These technologies are increasingly adopted worldwide to balance innovation with privacy. The PSGA amendments empower government to partner effectively with community organizations for public benefit. With robust safeguards, ministerial authorization, cybersecurity requirements, criminal penalties, and mandatory consent for sensitive users, health data can indeed be shared responsibly where genuine public interest exists. But transparency, accountability, and public trust must remain at the heart of this framework. I support this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Henry Kwek.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of this amendment bill. At its core, this bill strengthens the government's ability to deliver help that is effective, timely, and dignified. In practice, the government does not serve Singaporeans alone. It works with social service agencies and community partners to deliver care with empathy. It also works with the private sector to deliver services efficiently and at scale. And to do this well, it often needs to pull together the right facts from different sources so that those who need help most can receive the right support quickly and in a coordinated way. But we also know the challenge. Information does not always flow smoothly, sometimes across agencies and often between government and trusted partners. Many of us in Parliament see the consequences when we help our residents in their appeals. Some residents must submit the same documents multiple times, some must repeat the same details again, some must recount painful parts of their story more than once before support can be put together. Not everybody can navigate the system with ease, and some do fall through the crack, not because officers or partners do not care, but because the right information needs time to gather for the right person to act. And that's why I support this bill and its direction. It is a practical step forward from the status quo, and it aims to strike a better balance between service delivery, privacy, and security. And it recognizes a simple truth: data sharing must not be driven by convenience. It must be controlled, accountable, and safe, especially when we share data with external parties. Because this bill will have wide impact, I have 3 questions. First, can the Minister of State share a range of concrete examples across the government on how this bill will improve outcomes for Singaporeans beyond what she has shared earlier? Examples that show better support for those who need social and financial assistance, better coordination across services, and stronger outreach, especially for seniors, preventive care, and active aging. Some examples may be immediate, other long-term, but it will help us have a value or help us understand and have a clearer sense of the early priorities and aspirations and how the government fully intends to tap on this bill to better our people's lives. Second, the government worked with many partners of different sizes and capabilities. And what are the key principles for deciding what to share, with whom, and how much? How will the government ensure that purpose limitation and data minimalization is done so that we share what is needed and not more than what is needed and not longer than what is needed? And where strategic partners need this information to serve residents well but lack capability, how will the government help level them up? Therefore, I call for the government to provide common frameworks, grants, trainings, shared platforms, and secured ways for partners to plug in so that all partners, even the smaller ones, can meet the requirements without being overwhelmed. Third, on cybersecurity, Singaporeans expect data to be safeguarded well, and we also expect strong consequences for misuse. At the same time, threats are becoming more sophisticated, and even well-run organizations can be targeted by persistent attacks or malwares. While we must keep the bar high and always learn from past mistakes, we must also avoid swimming to the other extreme, setting requirements or consequences so onerous that capable partners hesitate to work with the government, or even we must also guard against the public service getting excessively risk-averse that they don't even want to share even with this expanded framework, and therefore lose the chance to serve our people better. With that in mind, I'd like to ask the Minister of State the government's approach to setting cybersecurity expectations that are robust, but also clear and workable across different partners. For example, what is the baseline standard for all partners, and what higher standards must apply for more sensitive data, and what support would be given to help partners meet those standards? And the next point, and that's an important point, if a serious incident happens despite reasonable safeguards by these partners, given how widespread cybersecurity breaches are globally, how will the government access responsibility in a way that's fair, firm, and predictable so that our partners have clarity and confidence to work with us? Mr. Speaker, this bill reduces friction for our residents, strengthens trust, and help our ecosystem of partners serve Singaporeans more seamlessly while keeping safeguards. I also hope the government will take this chance to engage partners closely as implementation begins so that the safeguards are not just strong on paper but also workable in practice. With that, I support the bill.
Mr. Tai Ying-soo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support for the amendments to the Public Sector Governance Amendment Bill. As MOS Jasmine shared, I note that in tandem with the Health Information Bill, the Public Service Governance Bill complements and allows the government to deliver better social services to Singaporeans nationwide by permitting public agencies to share and use data across agencies as well as with non-public sector partners. With the appropriate safeguards to prevent misuse, this amendment will enable targeted and effective delivery of social services to those who need it the most. My Toa Payoh Central residents, with a significant elderly population, is supported by various social service providers such as Care Corner, Touch, Dementia Singapore, NTUC Health and People's Associations, as well as many other local community healthcare services and organizations. Non-public social service providers would benefit from greater collaboration and information sharing with the public sector services serving the same community needs. Similar to how schemes like the HDB flat eligibility process and Comcare financial assistance require pulling data from various sources, I agree that the enhancements will allow for timely access in delivering support and ensuring that no one is left behind. In order to better enable the delivery of social services to our communities, I have 2 points of clarifications for the Minister's consideration. First, I would like to ask the Minister to clarify what safeguards will be put in place to ensure that data shared with non-public sector organizations is safe from malicious third-party cyber attacks and data breaches. We live in a day and age where no organization is safe from cyber attacks, including our social service providers and charitable organizations. For example, in May 2019, more than 4,000 individuals had their personal information leaked after part of the reputable blood donation organization's website was hacked. Personal names, contact numbers, email addresses, declared blood types, preferred appointment date and times, and preferred locations for blood donations were compromised. According to the Singapore Cybersecurity Health Report in 2023, which surveyed more than 2,000 small, medium, and large organizations in Singapore, over 8 in 10 organizations encountered a cybersecurity incident that year. As hackers use sophisticated technologies to evade detection, they lurk in networks to spy over the long term, to steal sensitive information or disrupt essential services, among other objectives. And therefore, my question is, how will external partners be expected to keep up and maintain safeguards before they can receive shared data from public agencies? And whether in the form of encryption standards or increased incident response capabilities, how regularly would these safeguards be reviewed? Risk profiles and ownership may change over time as organizations change systems, employees, or subcontractors. Regular audits and reviews of the cybersecurity capabilities of external partners would ensure a safe and secure transfer of data between the public and non-public sectors. And I'm sure what many social service agencies will also want to know is the details of the terms of funding, which will be allocated specifically for beefing up of their IT infrastructure. Secondly, I would like to ask whether the Ministry will consider introducing financial penalties against non-public sector organizations which have misused data shared under this Act. The amendment currently states that it is an offence for organizations to carry out improper disclosure or use of the data or information by individual employees or officers of non-public sector organizations. Individual accountability is important, especially in cases where a single individual or small group of individuals may be directly responsible for the misuse of shared data. However, in other data incidents, responsibility is unable to be traced back to one single employee. The failure may be organizational, for example, due to weak internal controls, poor access governance, or inadequate training. In those cases, it is especially important for a strong framework of organizational liability to exist, to ensure that liability can be correctly attributed to a wider variety of situations. For example, under the Personal Data Protection Act, the Personal Data Protection Commission can impose financial penalties against an organization for intentional or negligent contraventions of the PDPA. I would like to clarify whether the Ministry intends to look into imposing similar financial penalties on organizations who have contravened data sharing and use directions issued under PSGA. This may be necessary considering the sensitivity of information shared by the government with non-public entities. Mr. Speaker, sir, in conclusion, I strongly support this amendment effort in further facilitating information sharing in a protected manner, ensuring that our government's efforts will be better able to support Singaporeans nationwide. These additional measures will ensure that the public continues entrusting personal data to the government and, by extension, its external partners, upholding its commitment to data security. Notwithstanding these clarifications, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Hong Wing.
Mr. Speaker, sir, data is often described as the new oil. Today, I want to frame it differently. I want to speak of data as eyesight, the visibility that allows the government to see what's happening in people's lives, especially at the margins. When the government holds data but cannot share it effectively with trusted partners on the ground, it becomes partially blind. When the system cannot see clearly, it is not policy that fails first. It is people, especially the vulnerable, who falls through the cracks. This bill seeks to address that blind spot by enabling responsible data sharing beyond the public sector. While I support this move, it raises fundamental questions about agency, accountability, safeguards, transparency, and trust. I have several clarifications. Mr. Speaker, sir, my first concern is individual agency, viewed from the lived experience of a resident. Under the amended sections 4.5 to 4.8, a public agency may share information with non-public sector persons only with further authorization from the minister. Even after sharing, the public agency remains the controller under the PDPA. These are sound legal constructs, but for residents, these are invisible. Legal control does not always translate into felt control. I acknowledge that consent is often not practicable, especially when data is needed urgently to identify those in need. However, urgency is not a license for opacity. While agencies may not know every future downstream collaborator, the bill rightly requires them to specify the external partner's purpose and scope. If an agency does not know who it is sharing with, it should not share at all. From a resident's perspective, consent is not merely a checkbox. It's a signal of dignity. When consent cannot be the default, what replaces it as a reassurance? When a resident walks into a family service center, they experience the system as one whole. They do not distinguish between a ministry, a charity, or a contractor. Yet under this bill, their data may flow across all these actors. Will residents be told clearly, plainly, and at the right time that their information is being shared? When something goes wrong, will they know whom to turn to first, instead of being bounced between agencies? Furthermore, not all data sharing is life-critical. Some are for administrative convenience. In such cases, will residents have a practical way to express discomfort? The bill provides no opt-out, so reassurance must come from transparency and restraint, not silence. Efficiency matters, but it must never eclipse agency. Mr. Speaker, sir, my second concern is the explicit authorization to re-identify anonymized data under amended sections 4.5d and 6.1d. For many residents, anonymization is understood as a permanent promise. The idea that it can be reversed, even lawfully, feels unsettling. Re-identification is a powerful tool. Used well, it can help agencies identify unmet needs. Used poorly, it erodes trust. I ask 4 questions. First, on communication. How will the government explain that anonymization is not an absolute state, but one that may be reversed under tightly authorized circumstances? Residents must understand that this is not casual. Second, on ethical boundaries. Will there be clearly articulated no-go zones? Can the minister assure us that re-identified data will never be used for predictive scoring, affecting access to housing, insurance, loan, or employment? Third, on oversight. Ministerial approval is a high bar, but for large cohorts or sensitive data, should there be an independent ethical review, similar to health research purposes? Fourth, on purpose limitation, re-identification must exist to help people, to connect dots for protection, never to label or stigmatize. I also note that data should be retained only for as long as needed. Purpose completion should trigger deletion, not secondary utility. Why should anonymized data sets continue to be held by external partners once the authorized purpose is complete? Mr. Speaker, sir, my third concern is accountability. Under the bill, sharing with non-public sector persons require ministerial authorizations, which may be delegated. This use case-specific model supports agility, but delegation raises a simple question. Where does the buck stop? First, who may be a delegate? How many layers of delegation are envisaged? Transparency matters because delegation should not dilute responsibility. Second, would it be more robust to have high-risk or large-scale decisions reviewed by a small standing board rather than a single official? Third, could the government consider maintaining an auditable register of future authorizations with anonymized statistics published annually? Trust grows when systems can be verified, not merely asserted. Mr. Speaker, sir, my fourth concern regards to safeguards as data flows beyond the public sector. The bill introduces offences for unauthorised disclosure of non-personal data by employees of external partners with penalties up to $5,000 or 2 years imprisonment. Personal data misuse remains governed by the PDPA. First, on proportionality. When large data sets are mishandled, will these penalties sufficiently deter negligence? Second, on coherence. To residents, a breach is a breach. Are we confident the PSGA and PDPA framework leaves no gaps where technical classification determines liability rather than real harm? Third, on prevention. Sanctions act after damage is done. I understand external partners will be subject to terms of use requiring strict security standards. How will compliance be validated? Will audits be regular, risk-based, and independent? A breach at the weakest partner compromises the entire ecosystem. Smaller charities acting in good faith must be supported, while large vendors must be held to higher standards befitting their capabilities. Mr. Speaker, sir, my final concern is the lived experience of this bill. While data sharing directions are internal instruments, the stated aim is enhanced transparency. Will residents receive plain language explanations of how and why their data is shared? Could MDDI commit to an annual public report summarizing data sharing directions and authorizations? How will this information be accessible to seniors and those with limited English proficiency? Transparency cannot live only in legal text. Finally, does the government plan to measure public trust in this sharing ecosystem and course correct if it erodes? In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, let me close by returning to where I began. Data is eyesight. 4-year-old Megan Keng did not die because no one cared. She died because the signals might have protected her never came together. A preschool saw injuries. A social worker identified risks. Family members raised concerns. Each saw a part of the picture, but the system never saw clearly, early enough, or as one. No law can guarantee that such tragedies will never happen again. But Parliament has a responsibility to ask whether we can build systems that can see better, respond earlier, and act together. If data is eyesight, then sharing must help the system see, not blur its vision. If data is eyesight, then re-identification must protect the vulnerable, not label them. If data is eyesight, then accountability must be visible, not lost in layers of delegation. And if consent cannot always be practicable, then we owe residents something just as important in return. Clarity about what is done with their data, dignity in how decisions are made, and confidence that responsibility is clearly held. Many PAP MPs today have rightly stressed that when data leaves the public sector, external partners must meet the same high standards as government. With clear public interest tests, stronger oversight, and firm accountability, including how this bill aligns with the Health Information Bill that's upcoming. This bill gives us tools, but tools alone do not guarantee wisdom. What matters is how we choose to use them. So let's be clear about our commitment. We will use data to protect, not to stigmatize. We will share data to connect, not to surveil. We will govern data so the system can see clearly, so that people can live with dignity. That is the work before us, not just to pass this bill, but to exercise its power with constraint, care, and moral clarity. Not just to enable data sharing, but to earn and keep the trust of the people we serve. Mr. Speaker, sir, let's act with that responsibility firmly in mind. Let us ensure that when the system sees, it sees together. And when it acts in time. I support the bill. Thank you.
MOS Jasmine Lau.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the members for their support and their questions. Several members raised questions on the scope and the safeguards for data sharing with external partners. Expanding PSGA is like building more bridges to help more people cross safely and access support earlier. Every bridge must be built with a clear public purpose. Not for curiosity, not for convenience, and not for commercial gains, but to connect our people to something essential. Likewise, data will only be shared when there is a clear public service objective. Access to the bridges must also be properly authorized. Not everyone can direct traffic across the bridge or change its structure. And likewise, data access will be tightly governed with clear and defined approval processes, roles, and responsibilities. As the usage of these bridges grow, we must ensure that those who operate and maintain the bridges are capable and ready. This means that we will assess and uplift both the public sector and our trusted partners' capabilities so that they can be trusted custodians of the data that they receive. Trust is sustained through accountability and transparency, through regular inspections, monitoring, and audits. And when something goes wrong, a responsible system responds decisively. We close, we fix, we make the bridge safe again. That is why we have clear incident management processes. We do not give up on building the bridges altogether. This is how we will help more people while strengthening trust. Because trust is not meant to be a brick that holds us back. Trust is what makes progress possible. I will now address specific points that members raised. Mr. Henry Quek asked for concrete examples of how the bill will improve outcomes, particularly for those around us who need social and financial assistance, especially for our seniors and our children. I shared a few examples in my opening speech on how the PSGA framework has enabled more integrated delivery of support within government. With this bill, we can extend this approach to partnerships with social service agencies, community partners, and self-help groups, organizations with deep networks, cultural understanding, and presence on the ground. Mr. Tsai Ing-chou mentioned many social service providers that support his Toa Payoh Central residents: Care Corner, Touch, Dementia Singapore, NTUC Health, and others. These partners can benefit from data sharing with public agencies serving the same community needs. Our seniors can receive more coordinated care. Families in difficulty need not repeat their circumstances to multiple parties. And the staff working in these social service providers can focus their time and their energies on providing tangible help, rather than collect duplicative information again. Mr. Quek, Ms. Jessica Tan, and Mr. Yip Hon Wing asked how the public can be assured that their data would be used appropriately. And central to all of this is our focus on building and safeguarding trust, as noted by Mr. Sharil Taha. Let me explain the 3 safeguards that must be met before data is shared with external partners. First, there must be a valid purpose. Data sharing must serve public purposes as provided for under the PSGA. To borrow Ms. Tan's words, data is not shared just because it is convenient or efficient for public agencies, but it must clearly support a real public need. The 2 main categories where government will share and use data for remain unchanged. That is, data will be used for better delivery of services to the individual and for policy analysis and formulation. Ms. He Ting-ru claimed that we are shifting from a rule-based framework to executive discretion in data sharing. Let me be clear, there is no such shift. Again, there is no such shift. The existing PSGA stipulates 7 purposes under which a ministerial direction may be made for data sharing. These clear purposes, as well as all existing data governance rules, remain fully in place. These purposes make it clear that citizens must benefit before data can be shared. So Mr. Kenneth Tiong may have misunderstood, but there will be no situation where we share data with partners for their commercial benefit. What we are adding is a second layer of checks, referred to as the further authorization in the bill, for cases of sharing with external partners. This authorization by the minister is not a replacement for rules, but an additional safeguard. There must be proper authorization. Before data is shared with external partners, it must go through careful deliberation within the public service, culminating in a sign-off by the minister or his or her delegate. Each authorization must clearly state the purpose for sharing, the scope of data to be shared, and the specific external parties receiving the data. To Mr. Yip's question on the delegation of minister's authorization, delegation, if done, will only be to the senior leadership level of the public service. Any delegation will be made public as provided for under the Interpretation Act. The third safeguard is that our partners must comply with terms of use. Even if there is a valid purpose and proper authorization, public agencies must assess the external partner's ability to meet the requirements in the terms of use and impose these terms on them. Let me elaborate on these requirements, which members have asked about. Now, these terms of use will include data security and protection safeguards, such as using anti-malware software with up-to-date signatures and performing regular vulnerability assessments. Retention periods for the data will be specified, and requirements to purge data when the retention period has ended will be mandated. External partners will also have to provide yearly declarations of compliance with the terms of use. Non-compliance needs to be rectified, failing which data access may be revoked. On top of these, there will also be higher requirements for more sensitive data. For instance, periodic audit checks at a higher frequency when more sensitive data is involved. These checks will be conducted by the agency or qualified third parties appointed by the agency. Highly sensitive data will also require reviewing of privileged accounts monthly for access rights. Before any data sharing is established, such terms, of course, will be discussed with the external partner to ensure that they are able to comply. As our trusted external partners may face liability under the contractual terms, both the public agency and the external partner must be confident that the requirements can be complied with. Dr. Chu Pei-ling and Mr. Yip asked about our principles for data protection and sharing. The starting point is this: where identifiable personal data is not needed, anonymized data will be provided to external partners instead. As Dr. Chu noted, public agencies also use privacy-preserving technologies to limit unnecessary exposure of data. Where personal data is concerned, public agencies must continue to exercise judgment even if the statutory requirements allow for sharing with external partners should this bill be passed. In the instance of health information, which Dr. Chu had asked about, for health information that is used for employment and insurance purposes in particular, there will be additional requirements under the public service rules to seek consent and to conduct a personal data protection impact assessment under the PSGA. In cases like this, where the data use is highly sensitive, an additional impact assessment may be made and consent sought, even though it is not statutorily required. This is another example where more safeguards are put in place in proportion to the risk. To Mr. Yip's and Ms. Hurst's question about re-identification of anonymized data, this was already debated in 2018. Re-identification of anonymized data can be allowed only when it meets public sector objectives. For example, when certain data sets are corrupted or destroyed and re-identification is needed to continue delivering services to citizens. Unauthorized re-identification remains an offense. Several members also suggested providing a list of external partners authorized under the PSGA. We will consider what is practical. Today, public agencies work with many partners on diverse purposes, often on an ad hoc basis, and it could be challenging to share in detail a list of external partners or to notify citizens for every use given the dynamic nature of these partnerships. But we thank members for the suggestion, and we will review this at a later date once we have sufficient experience with the bill. Individuals with concerns about how their personal data is being used can approach the relevant public agencies or the external partner. They can also report suspected misuse of their personal data or report data incidents through the Government Data Incident Reporting Platform. Mr. Tai and Mr. Quek asked about cybersecurity expectations for our external partners. And Mr. Tai also rightly noted that no organization is immune to cyber attacks. As I shared, our approach is to set standards proportionate to risk. We have baseline standards that all partners must meet, with more stringent requirements when sensitive data is involved. When the data security space evolves and new requirements are needed, public agencies will also update the terms of use so that our external partners are well positioned to protect data. Mr. Quek and Mr. Yip asked about smaller partners who may lack resources. And Mr. Tai similarly asked about how external partners would be expected to maintain safeguards against sophisticated attacks. While well-intentioned, tiering cybersecurity requirements so that smaller entities face less stringent standards is not advisable. A smaller entity may handle data sets that are as sensitive as larger partners, and hence lowering the requirements simply due to them being smaller entities will not be proportional to the level of data risk. Instead, our public agencies will work with our external partners to build the capabilities where necessary for the proper and responsible management of data shared with them. This was a point raised by Mr. Sharil. As Ms. Tan had suggested, this may involve ensuring robust systems, strong training, and proper controls. Mr. Quek also suggested for MDDI and GovTech to provide common tools or shared platforms to help smaller organizations and partners meet the requirements. We will consider this. Mr. Tai asked whether the ministry will consider financial penalties against organizations that misuse data. Mr. Tiong also asked about organizational accountability. This is an important question, and Mr. Tai is right that not all data incidents can be traced to a single employee. Failures may be organizational in nature, arising from weak internal controls, poor access governance, or inadequate training. And in such cases, organizational liability matters. Let me assure members that such a framework already exists. First, organizational liability under the PDPA. External partners must comply with the obligations under the PDPA, such as maintaining reasonable security requirements, preventing unauthorized access. The PDPC can impose financial penalties on organizations for intentional or negligent contraventions. This also applies to personal data shared under the PSGA framework. So the organizational penalties that Mr. Tai asked about are already available under existing law. Second, contractual liability. I earlier mentioned many times the terms of use that public agencies will impose on external partners. Organizations receiving government's data must comply with the data protection and security safeguards in the terms of use and may face liability under these contractual terms for breaches. Third, individual criminal liability. The bill amends the PDPA to make clear that offences relating to personal data under the PDPA will still apply so that individuals that intentionally carry out unauthorized actions can be taken to task. Fourth, coverage of non-personal data. The new PSGA offences cover non-personal data, and this means that all data shared by government, be it personal or non-personal data, is covered either by PDPA or PSGA in terms of penalties for misuse. Mr. Yip also asked if the severity of offences is large enough to deter bad actors. The penalties are aligned with current PDPA offences for external partners and PSGA offences for public officials. The possibility of imprisonment for misusing data is a significant deterrent. Mr. Quek and Mr. Yip have raised concerns about data incidents. We take these very seriously. All data incidents reported to government will be properly looked into. When significant data incidents occur, we have strict requirements for public agencies to be accountable to the public and to affected individuals. And when incidents are likely to result in significant harm or impact on individuals or entities, affected individuals will be notified, except where it would adversely impact public interest. Public agencies will take remedial actions to limit the impact of an incident, investigate and address vulnerabilities, and also to recover equipment and data. The government will also continue to report on data incidents. External partners are obligated to report to the public agency or to PDPC when significant data incidents occur. Mr. Quek asked how government will assess responsibility in a way that is firm, fair, and predictable if a serious incident happens despite reasonable safeguards. Liability is assessed in context. We look at all of the facts and the circumstances, and we consider the nature of the incident, whether reasonable safeguards were in place, and the actions of the parties involved, including their response to the incident. Partners who act in good faith and made reasonable efforts to implement proper safeguards will be treated fairly. Those who are reckless or negligent will be held to account. Mr. Kenneth Tiong raised Trace Together as a cautionary tale. Let me address this directly. First, on the facts. When the issue arose, the government came to Parliament, explained the position, and clarified the legal framework. That is accountability. We did not hide from scrutiny. We addressed it openly in this House. Parliament subsequently passed the COVID-19 Act to restrict the use of Trace Together data to serious offences. So the system worked as it should. Second, Trace Together did not undermine public trust in the way Mr. Tiong suggests. Singaporeans continued to use Trace Together. They understood the government's explanation and the safeguards that were put in place. To characterize it as a fiasco that broke public trust is not borne out by how Singaporeans actually responded. The lesson from Trace Together is not that government cannot be trusted with data. It is that when questions arise, the government must be accountable and transparent, and we were. Mr. Yip asked whether citizens can be permitted to opt out of data sharing with our external partners. This is not feasible. The data sharing serves broad public sector policy, planning, and service delivery objectives. Allowing individuals to opt out would lead to incomplete data, which will fundamentally undermine our ability to plan, formulate policies, and deliver services. Take planning for social services as an example. If individuals opt out, the data that public agencies and external partners have will be incomplete. This could mean under-provisioning services for groups with specific needs, simply because public agencies and partners are unaware of those needs. partners will also find it more difficult to optimize their resources for more targeted outreach or service delivery. Complete data is needed for more informed planning and decisions. And this is why the bill builds in oversight of each data sharing arrangement. The bill restricts sharing to public sector objectives under the PSGA and provides for criminal offences to ensure that external partners take their duty to protect the information seriously. Mr. Speaker, I thank members for their thoughtful speeches. The concerns raised about purpose, authorization, partner readiness, accountability, and incident response are precisely the questions we must ask when we expand data sharing. This bill enables public agencies to better use data to serve Singaporeans. And this goes to the heart of the public sector's core mandate, which Ms. Tan has noted has made real and meaningful differences to Singaporeans. When more people rely on a bridge, we do not slow down progress. We build and we strengthen the foundations. We tighten the controls and we inspect the bridges more rigorously. That is the approach we are taking with this bill. This is how we serve more Singaporeans while safeguarding trust. Progress that lasts is progress that is built on trust. Keeping data safe is an ongoing and shared responsibility. We are committed to this responsibility as we strive to serve all Singaporeans better. I beg to move.
Clarifications for MOS Lau. Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Thank you, MOS, for clarifications and her response. I think so I just want to clarify, because I think she may have misunderstood what was my fifth question. I was saying that there's no organizational statutory liability for those handling of non-personal data. And I think she made some references to contractual obligations as well as something about personal. So I just want to clarify that. Organizational statutory liability for non-personal data, does it exist or not? Another thing I would like to bring up, which I don't think she has answered, is with my request for a public register of all these ministerial directions. Now, Australia does it. I don't see why it would be very difficult to do it. It will certainly not be operationally difficult because it's just publicizing the type of data that is going to be shared. As well, I think the 5-year review period, I don't see why not. Australia does it, and I think it's quite a sound legislative principle. So these are my SQs for now.
MOS Lau.
I thank Mr. Tiong for his clarifications. I spent quite a bit of time just now explaining how organizations will be liable if they misuse data. There's an existing PDPA as well as terms of use.
Is a PDPA for personal data?
So, in the same explanation in the speech, I went on to say that there are also contractual terms of use that public agencies must impose on external partners for the receiving and use of all data. Those terms of use will hold our external partners liable should they misuse the data. Now, on the point about public register, I think I mentioned in my speech that we will consider what's possible, what's feasible, as we get more experience with the bill. The reason why I said you might have misunderstood, the member may have misunderstood, was that the point raised earlier was about whether our citizens will benefit from the data sharing. I needed to clarify that the PSGA only allows for data sharing for public service objectives. There is no sharing for commercial gains, and therefore there is no need for citizens to check whether or not private companies or organizations are gaining from this. Thank you.
Any other clarifications for MOS law? Mr. Tiong?
Sorry, just not to belabor the point. Is it contractual liability or statutory liability? And second of all, is it, could she respond on my 5-year review period point, please? Thank you.
MOS law?
On the first question, contractual liabilities. And I think on the second question, we have said that we will review what's feasible as we gain more experience with this bill.
Any other clarifications for MOS law? No?
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. Think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Public Sector Governance Amendment Bill.
Committee stage what day?
Now, sir, on behalf of the Minister, I move that the Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on this bill.
Question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. Think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The citation year 2025 will be changed to 2026 as indicated in the order paper supplement. The question is that clauses 1 to 13 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. Think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Minister for Digital Development and Information.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading what day?
Now, sir, on behalf of the Minister, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. Think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Public Sector Governance Amendment Bill.
Order, I propose to take a break now. I suspend the sitting and will take the chair at 4:05 p.m. Order, order.
Order.
Item 2, Health Information Bill, second reading.
Coordinating Minister for Social Policies and Minister for Health.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Health, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. I'll first set out the context of the Health Information Bill, or HIB, and its role in supporting the transformation of a healthcare delivery model. I'll then outline how the HIB will help MOH achieve the goal of one patient, one health summary, one care journey, and bring members of the House through the key provisions of the bill before finally covering our plans to commence the bill from early 2020 and 27. Sir, Singapore is rapidly aging. By 2030, 1 in 4 Singaporeans will be aged 65 and above. This substantial demographic shift brings with it a higher burden of chronic diseases and a higher proportion of patients with multiple comorbidities. These patients will need well-coordinated, sustained care. This is why we are transforming our healthcare delivery from being hospital-centric to delivering care in the community. We are implementing national programs like Healthier SG and Age Well SG, as well as initiatives such as the home personal care and mobile inpatient care at home. So this effort will enable patients to benefit from timely and more holistic care. Patients will receive care from a wider range of healthcare providers, not just at public hospitals and polyclinics, but also at home or in the community, including GP clinics, dialysis centers, and via home medical or rehabilitation services. The sharing of a patient's key health information across settings and service providers is therefore essential. Such sharing of health information will also benefit younger patients who visit new healthcare providers or encounter medical emergencies. Today's situation is not ideal. Currently, when patients move between healthcare providers, such as from private specialist clinics to their GPs, their key health records are often not accessible across providers. Such gaps can risk medication errors, delayed treatment, and duplicate tests and procedures. This is why many jurisdictions, such as Australia, Estonia, Finland, and Norway, have developed robust governance frameworks to govern the sharing of health information across healthcare providers. This sharing regime has led to better patient outcomes, reduced costs, and more effective and efficient healthcare delivery. We have studied these jurisdictions carefully and adopted key features suited to our local context. But sir, in practice, we are not starting from scratch. Singapore started sharing health information across providers since 2011 with the implementation of the National Electronic Health Record System, or NEHR. Today, all public hospitals and polyclinics are already contributing key health information to NEHR. Public hospitals contribute about 80% of total beds in Singapore and account for approximately 90% of hospital stays. And with Healthier SG, most GP clinics are already onboarded onto NEHR. This has been of tremendous benefit for GPs and their patients. Most private hospitals have also onboarded to NEHR, while the remaining are in the process of doing so. Hence, the vast bulk of key healthcare services are already on NEHR or coming on board soon, leaving a small group that have not done so, such as specialist clinics, clinical and radiological laboratories, and dental clinics. So, with your permission, may I ask the clerks to distribute a handout on the key elements of the HIB.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Members may also access the handout through the MP at SG PAL app. Sir, the HIB will help us realize the vision of one patient, one health summary, one care journey in two important ways. First, the HIB will close the remaining gap by requiring all licensed healthcare providers to contribute to the NEHR and providing for the NEHR access. This will allow patients' key health information to be accessible by the healthcare providers when they move across healthcare settings. Patients will also benefit from better coordinated care, enhanced quality of care, and lower cost. Let me illustrate with a hypothetical example of 50-year-old Ms. Kamala, as covered in the infographic. Ms. Kamala regularly visits her nearby GP to manage her chronic health conditions. She recently moved to a new estate. When she visits a different GP near her new home, the doctor there can make informed care decisions based on Ms. Kamala's health information in NHR. Her new doctor can see which tests have been done and the medications that have been prescribed. He need not repeat the tests, saving Ms. Kamala time and money. Appropriate tests and medications can also be ordered to better manage Ms. Kamala's health requirements. Patients moving between private and public healthcare providers or acute and community settings will similarly benefit. Actually, I think many members in the House can relate to these examples. We often see scenes where our residents, especially our seniors, sitting in front of the GP clinic carrying a big plastic bag of medicine. I once joked with Akong, saying, most people go see doctor to collect medicine. How come you see doctor, bring medicine to see doctor? So he laughed and said that, no, doctor asked me what medicine do I take. How can I remember? So I brought everything there. And I'm pretty sure if I look into this plastic bag, there will be medicine that's been issued by another doctor many months or even some time ago and probably expired. So this situation is not ideal. And second, the HIB will enable the sharing of non-NEHR health information to facilitate community-based care. Today, the Agency for Integrated Care, or AIC, under the Ministry of Health, shares data with community health partners to enable them to engage and provide befriending services or care to seniors. The HIB will provide an additional channel for the sharing of non-NEHR health information to better support national health programs and initiatives. Let me illustrate this using another hypothetical example also covered in the infographic. 72-year-old Mr. Lim has type 2 diabetes and has rarely left home since his wife passed away. Mr. Lim has been skipping his polyclinic appointments and struggles to manage his diabetes. Without the opportunity to see Mr. Lim, the polyclinic cannot seek his consent to share his contact and relevant health information with community health partners for follow-up. However, if our community health care providers and their partners are aware of Mr. Lim's conditions, they can better support him. With the HIB, where Mr. Lim's polyclinic assesses that he would benefit from community support, the polyclinic can potentially share his contact information and an indicator of his level of health risk, such as whether he has a chronic condition, with AIC. AIC can then prioritize engaging Mr. Lim, encourage him to check on his well-being, and link him up with necessary support if needed. AIC's early engagement of seniors like Mr. Lim allows them to benefit from healthcare providers and community-based services before their isolation sets in, leading to more serious health consequences. And again, this is a scenario that I'm sure many members of the House see when we do our house visits, meeting our seniors in the community, especially seniors living alone, isolated. And these provisions under HIB will help to enable better care for our seniors. To ensure that the bill addresses Singapore's healthcare needs as well as considers stakeholders' views, MOH has been engaging the public and stakeholders since 2022. I would like to take this opportunity to thank members of the public and patient advocacy groups for their support for the bill and their invaluable inputs such as providing patients with greater control over their access to NHR. I would also like to thank the professional bodies and healthcare professionals for their feedback, particularly regarding the cyber and data security requirements and the support that their members and colleagues may require as part of the transition. MOH has taken these viewpoints on board. Sir, now allow me to go through the Bill's key provisions and safeguards for the sharing of health information under the Bill. In an example of Ms. Kamala shared earlier, NEHR would only be able to support her new doctor if key health information from her previous healthcare providers were contributed to NEHR. The HIB will require all healthcare providers licensed under the Healthcare Services Act 2020 and retail pharmacies licensed under the Health Products Act 2007 to contribute key health information about patients into NEHR. The key health information are those crucial for continuity of care, such as allergies, vaccinations, diagnosis, medications, laboratory test results, radiological images, and discharge summaries. As certain public agencies, such as the Singapore Armed Forces and the Singapore Civil Defence Force, also provide patient care, the Bill enables these agencies to be gazetted under the Act to contribute key health information to NEHR. Key health information of Singapore citizens, permanent residents, and patients with long-term immigration passes will need to be contributed, as these groups are more likely to seek care in Singapore over time. Health information of transient visitors, such as tourists, need not be contributed. Clauses 10 to 15 set out the provisions relating to the contribution of key health information to NEHR. The first schedule lists the key health information that each license category needs to contribute based on the patient care functions they provide. NEHR will be provided for the healthcare providers that are contributing key health information to NEHR. The Bill will also enable NEHR access for community health partners providing clinical or care planning services. This is in recognition of their increasingly important role in supporting patients' continuity of care. To enable the provision of timely and effective care, there will not be a need for every healthcare professional to seek consent each time they access the patient's NEHR. At the same time, we are mindful that patients expect their NEHR information to be kept confidential. The Bill provides for robust legislative safeguards to address these concerns. We also have in place technical controls to ensure that access to NEHR is tightly regulated. Let me first speak about the legislative safeguards. NEHR access for patient care purposes will be limited to licensed healthcare providers and their authorized individuals. Healthcare providers must only authorize NEHR access for healthcare professionals who require it for patient care purposes. Such professionals include doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and allied health professionals. Individuals who only perform an administrative or corporate role, even if they are healthcare professionals, will not be given NEHR access. Authorized individuals must access NEHR only for patients whom they are providing patient care to. Healthcare providers must also implement appropriate practices to ensure their healthcare professionals access NEHR appropriately. This will include regular training on the appropriate use of NEHR and conducting audits on NEHR access. In short, access to NEHR is restricted to healthcare professionals for the purpose of providing care to their patients. Accessing NEHR for purposes relating to employment or insurance will be strictly prohibited. This means healthcare professionals will not be allowed to access NEHR for purposes such as filling out medical reports required for insurance claims or pre-employment medical screening forms. This will address concerns expressed during the public consultation that health information could be used in a discriminatory manner by employers or insurance companies. However, there are medical examinations, set out in statutes, which serve to protect the public and safeguard the health of the individual and those around him. Examples include examinations of persons who are at risk of an infectious disease and the medical examinations to assess fitness for service in the SAF, SCDF, and the Singapore Police Force, as required under the Enlistment Act. NHR access will therefore be allowed for these statutory medical examinations. Clauses 16 to 23 set out the provisions relating to NHR access, including the legislative safeguards. The second schedule sets out the categories of authorized individuals who may access NHR for different categories of healthcare providers. The specified statutory medical examinations for which NHR may be accessed is listed in the third schedule. So that is the set of legislative safeguards. Let me turn to the technical controls that MOH will put in place to tightly regulate access to NHR. First, authorized individuals will only be granted access to the data types required for their patient care duties. For example, nurses in general will not have access to radiological images as they do not require this information for patient care duties. System-level controls to limit unauthorized access, such as limiting the number of patient records that can be accessed within a stipulated time frame, and conducting regular audits to flag unauthorized NHR access, have already been implemented. And we will be progressively rolling out additional technical measures and processes to limit and detect unauthorized access to NHR information of patients. Patients themselves can monitor access of their NHR information through the Health Hub account and can report suspicious activities to MOH for investigation. So, sir, by default, patients' key health information will be contributed to NHR and will be accessible by healthcare providers to support the continuity of care across healthcare settings. For those who continue to have privacy concerns, they may restrict access to their NHR information so that only select healthcare providers may have this access. This access restriction feature is like the approach adopted by countries like Australia, Estonia, and Hong Kong. Today, such an access restriction regime is already in place. Patients can submit their request to place an access restriction at public healthcare institutions, or PHIs. From the second half of this year, patients can do so through their Health Hub app. For patient safety, when patients visit their healthcare providers, the provider will still be able to view a subset of records in a patient's NHR, even if there is an access restriction in place. This subset of records comprises critical allergies and vaccination information that helps reduce the risk of inappropriate prescriptions or immunizations when patients visit new healthcare providers. Further, a patient's NHR information may be accessed during medical emergencies despite an access restriction. This feature, known as break glass, is like Australia's approach. Access in such extenuating situations will be subject to strict controls. First, only doctors will be allowed to break glass. Second, before breaking glass, the doctor must re-verify their credentials and declare a medical emergency has happened. Third, every instance where a doctor breaks glass will be subject to audit. Confirmed cases of inappropriate break glass will be investigated as potential breaches under the HIB and may also be referred to the Singapore Medical Council for disciplinary action. To ensure there are no gaps in patients' records, even during emergencies, health information will continue to be contributed to NHR even when an access restriction is placed. While access restriction is an option, we do not encourage their use as it would adversely affect the quality of care we receive as patients. It's only when healthcare providers, our doctors, our healthcare frontline staff have access to our key health information that they can deliver holistic and effective care in a timely manner. Next, let me turn to clauses 29 to 33, which deals with access restrictions. Details relating to these access restrictions will be set out in subsidiary legislations. As the National Repository of Key Health Information, NAHR information can be used to inform national policies and research to improve population health outcomes for Singaporeans. The HIB will provide for the sharing of identifiable NAHR information for public health purposes and anonymized NAHR information for broader public interest purposes. Let me give a couple examples. For example, in the event of a major drug contamination incident, MOH may share necessary information from NAHR, such as the identity of patients prescribed with the drug, with relevant healthcare institutions and direct them to promptly contact the affected individuals and advise them to stop taking the drug and seek medical care. The HIB will not impede the sharing of NAHR information as required or permitted under other laws. For example, NAHR information may be required under the Criminal Procedure Code 2010 to facilitate criminal investigations by the police, or by the Communicable Diseases Agency, CDA, under the Infectious Diseases Act 1976 for outbreak investigations and contact tracing of potentially exposed individuals. But for all requests, MOH will assess whether the NAHR information is appropriate and necessary for the purpose of the request, taking into consideration factors such as whether alternative information is suitable and whether anonymized or aggregated data would suffice. The sharing of NAHR information under other laws, as well as for public health and public interest purposes, are provided for in Clause 5 and Clause 20 to 18, respectively. So let me now turn to the provisions for the sharing of non-NAHR health information to facilitate community-based care. As mentioned earlier, the HIB will provide an additional channel for data sharing to support the goal of one patient, one health summary, one care journey. We will enable the scoped sharing of non-NAHR health information without an individual's consent only if three key criteria are met. First, data sharing must be between specified entities. For a start, this will cover key public healthcare stakeholders such as PHIs, AIC, and public agencies. Second, information must only be shared for specified use cases to support continuity of care and population health outreach under national programs such as Healthier SG and Age Well SG. For example, PHIs may share contact information and the addresses of seniors with AIC for AIC to contact and engage these seniors to connect them to relevant community-based care services and activities based on their needs. Third, we will restrict the data types that can be shared to those relevant to each use cases. The data shared will generally be limited to basic identification and contact information, and if necessary, broad health risk indicators such as the presence of frailty or chronic conditions, but not the actual medical conditions. The scope and key requirements for the sharing of non-NAHR health information are provided for under clauses 45 to 60, while the use cases and the specified entities are set out in the fourth schedule. The list of data types allowed for each use case will be set out in subsidiary legislation. Let me now turn to the measures in the HIB to secure and protect health information. Healthcare providers that contribute to and access NAHR, as well as entities allowed to share and receive non-NAHR health information, will need to meet cyber security and data security requirements. They will also be responsible for assessing whether a notifiable cybersecurity incident or data breach has occurred. Once confirmed, MOH will need to be notified. Where a data breach has resulted in or is likely to result in significant harm to individuals, the affected individuals will also need to be notified. These security requirements are covered in clauses 61 to 82. To be clear,
Today, licensed healthcare providers and practitioners already have obligations to safeguard the personal data of their patients under existing laws. The security requirements under the HIB are based on existing standards and legal requirements. What the HIB does is to consolidate these requirements in relation to health information. Additionally, the bill will empower the Minister for Health to take emergency measures in critical events where the threat to health information or relevant health information systems could result in health information being lost or compromised. Such powers are not unique to this bill and can be found in the Infectious Diseases Act 1976 and the Cyber Security Act 2018. These powers are necessary. We have seen how incidents, whether cyber or physical in nature, can lead to major and prolonged disruptions of essential services around the world, including healthcare services. Physical incidents, such as fires, can take out information systems and result in data loss, just as faulty IT updates or cyber attacks can lead to the same outcome. Hence, these powers are scoped towards enabling responses to protect health information regardless of the form of the threat. Should an outage involving health information or the systems that host or process such information occur in Singapore and threaten a major disruption of healthcare services, clauses 83 to 85 will allow the Minister to direct relevant healthcare providers to take mitigating or recovery measures. Sir, as I had earlier mentioned, we intend for the bill to take effect from early 2027. This will give healthcare providers sufficient time to familiarize themselves with the bill's requirements and strengthen their cyber security and data security postures. MOH is working closely with healthcare providers on the implementation timelines and will announce further details soon. Sir, during our consultations, some healthcare providers shared concerns about the burden of implementing the HIB's security requirements. MOH has been engaging the associations and providers. I wish to reassure them that MOH is committed to supporting them through this transition. We will inform healthcare providers of any HR-compatible systems that meet the bill's cybersecurity requirements and automate the contribution of key health information. With the use of such HR-compatible systems, healthcare providers will then only need to ensure their data security measures are in place, such as training staff involved in patient care to access and use NHR appropriately. Training resources and programs, as well as funding support, will be made available to support healthcare providers and healthcare professionals. We are aware that some healthcare professionals are concerned about increased liability from accessing and using NHR. MOH is working towards publishing guidelines on the appropriate access and use of NHR information that healthcare professionals, including nurses and allied health professionals, may use as a resource. I will now touch on the key offences and the penalties. Under the HIB, non-compliance with contribution requirements is not an offence in the first instance, as we recognise that there could be genuine challenges onboarding to NHR. If non-contribution arises from technical difficulties, for instance, we will work with healthcare providers to rectify the underlying issue. However, in the event of deliberate or reckless non-compliance or breaches, directions may then be issued to the healthcare provider to comply. It's only when the healthcare provider fails to comply with a direction that a provider could be liable for an offence punishable by up to $20,000, 1 year's imprisonment, or both upon conviction. And I reinforce, it's really an event of deliberate or reckless non-compliance or breaches. For breaches that are likely to have a greater impact on patients, maximum penalties are higher. For instance, a person convicted of an offence relating to unauthorized access of NHR information under Clause 38 faces a fine of up to $50,000, 2 years imprisonment, or both for a first offence. This maximum penalty is doubled for a repeat offence, or if the unauthorized access was for employment or insurance purposes. The penalty for this offense is comparable to other relevant laws. For instance, the maximum fine of $50,000 is aligned with serious breaches involving unauthorized access to computer material in the Computer Misuse Act 1993. Breaches involving systemic failures are dealt with more severely. For instance, healthcare providers that fail to put in place the cybersecurity or data security measures required under HIB may face a fine of up to $1 million, as the health information of many patients could be compromised. A failure would likely be committed by healthcare provider or other organization. Hence, the maximum fine must be high enough to serve as an effective deterrent to such organizations. Nevertheless, these are maximum penalties, which are aimed at addressing the most egregious of breaches. We would like to reassure healthcare providers and healthcare professionals, as well as Singaporeans, that should potential breaches occur, MOH will look at the facts of each case carefully. The bill also allows for a range of enforcement actions besides prosecution, including composition of offences, directions to rectify breaches, and letters of warning. Sir, the HIB will play a critical role in supporting the transformation of our healthcare delivery services and model. Through one patient, one health summary, one care journey, Singaporeans will benefit from better coordinated care, enhanced quality of care, and lower costs. I urge members of the House to support the bill. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, sir, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Ms. Mariam Jaafar.
Sir, I first declare my interest as Managing Director and Senior Partner of a management consulting firm that does work in the healthcare space. Over the last several years, healthcare in Singapore has been on a profound journey of transformation, from hospital to community, from treating sickness to preventing it. This bill marks a decisive step on that journey. At its heart, the Health Information Bill is not about technology. It is about enabling a healthcare system that is more connected, more proactive, and more centered on patients, not on institutions. As the Ministry of Health puts it, one patient, one health summary, one care journey. This bill establishes a statutory framework governing how selected healthcare information is collected, accessed, used, and shared, not just for medical treatment, but also for community health, preventive care, and population well-being. The Health GPC supports this bill. Over the course of this debate, my colleagues will examine it from the perspective of patients, GPs and community partners, allied health professionals, workers, legal safeguards, and cybersecurity. We are united by one conviction. This bill must deliver safer, more continuous, and more trusted care. I will focus on what the Health GPC regards as most critical: continuity of care, especially as care shifts into the community. Mr. Speaker, our residents do not experience healthcare as a single episode or a single institution. Excuse me. They experience it as a journey, often a long one, across GP clinics, polyclinics, hospitals, community health posts, home care teams, and social services. Yet, too often, our system still treats each encounter as if it were disconnected. For many of them, especially seniors and those managing chronic conditions, the biggest challenge is not access to care, but continuity of care. My Woodlands residents tell me I have to repeat my story every time. Or, my GP didn't know what the hospital had done or that my medication had changed. Or, my mother was discharged, but no one seems to have the full picture. One of my amas in Woodlands carried a plastic bag stuffed with her medical records, and yes, medications, just like the SMS's resident Akong, wherever she went, just in case. That is not integrated care. And this is not only about the very old. Woodlands Hospital is already seeing residents in their 40s and 50s in their A&E, presenting with diabetes and complications. They bounce between providers, miss follow-ups, have poor disease control, and ultimately fall out of the system. That is exactly why longitudinal joined-up information matters. If we wait until people are frail, we have already failed them. Continuity of care is directly linked to public health and early intervention. When middle-aged residents are presenting themselves with advanced diabetes, it tells us we did not see them early enough, support them consistently enough, or connect the dots across years of care. A health information system that allows us to identify patterns, not to police individuals, but to detect communities at risk, gives us the ability to intervene before preventable diseases derail lives. This is responsible public health planning. Continuity of care is not an abstract principle. It is about whether a doctor sees the whole patient, not just the part that walks into the clinic that day. It is the difference between safe medicine and risky medicine, between early prevention and avoidable deterioration. It is foundational to patient safety, quality of care, system efficiency, and dignity. The Health Information Bill strengthens this foundation by ensuring that essential health information, like medications, allergies, diagnoses, can follow the patient, not remain trapped in institutions. It enables care teams across settings to work from a shared understanding and make better clinical decisions. It also enables the sharing of health information outside the NEHR to support critical programs such as Healthier SG and Age Well SG. This is particularly important in the community setting, where healthcare and social care must operate in close coordination. In Woodlands, HPB and NHG have embarked on the Improving Health in Woodlands Town project, and it has my full support. It integrates health, social, and community services using shared data dashboards to guide proactive care, from identifying at-risk residents or residents with chronic diseases and connecting them to health and social services, to smoothing transitions from hospital to community and home care, to promoting healthy living, and to partnering with grassroots organizations and communities to curate health-related activities and link up residents to relevant interventions, supported by community health dashboards for local planning and progress monitoring. This Woodlands project could show what becomes possible when care is joined up, data works for the people, and communities lead the way, a model that could inspire the rest of Singapore. But none of this works if information does not move, if the GP does not know what medications were changed, if the community nurse does not see the discharge summary, if the social worker is unaware of medical risks at home. Care becomes fragmented. Residents repeat their histories, tests and procedures may be duplicated, caregivers are left uncertain, and opportunities for early intervention are missed. Conversely, when information is shared, care becomes coordinated and outcomes improve. Residents feel assured, caregivers feel supported, and the system functions more effectively. The bill also enables a learning healthcare system. With longitudinal data, we can anticipate disease, manage chronic illness better, support public health planning and evidence-based policy making, and accelerate medical research breakthroughs, from early cancer detection to precision or personalized medicine. For public health planners, this data allows us to understand which neighborhoods are aging faster, where chronic disease is poorly controlled, and where caregivers are under strain. So we can deploy resources where they are needed most, not where the voices are loudest. But none of this can succeed without public trust. And trust is not built by aspiration. It is built by rules, limits, and accountability. And that is why the Health GPC will be watching 5 critical issues closely. First, access control. The bill allows broad categories of authorized users to access NEHR data for healthcare and care coordination. My residents' greatest anxieties relate to sensitive data, including mental health, reproductive health, and social vulnerabilities. This fear is real, but the solution to fear is not fragmented care. The solution is stronger rules on who can see what. Access must be purposeful, proportionate, and auditable. Sensitive information, for instance, mental health records, should require higher level authorization or additional justification. MP Alex Yeo, a lawyer, will address this from a legal and governance standpoint, while MP David Ho will bring his characteristic moral framing and empathy for the most vulnerable in our community that I have come to admire so much in his short time in this House. And earlier in the PSGA debate, MP Chai Yin-cho made the case that when government agencies and external parties want to use health data for non-healthcare purposes, there must be clear use cases, justifications, and safeguards. Second, employment and insurance use. The bill rightly prohibits the use of NEHR data for employment and insurance eligibility. This is crucial. But prohibition on paper is not enough. Indirect access or inference, for example, where doctors are asked for medical reports or insurers rely on clinical documentation, must be tightly controlled. We must have clear guidelines for clinicians. Doctors must not be placed in ambiguous positions of having to decide what can or cannot be disclosed. And patients must not be pressured to consent to disclosures that undermine the spirit of the law. Our Labour MP, Dr. Wan Rizal, will speak from the NTUC perspective on safeguarding workers' rights, particularly for those with mental health conditions, as is his passion. Third, support for smaller providers. Mr. Speaker, I have heard some people say that older GPs might be a problem when it comes to implementing this bill. Let me be clear. In the transformation our healthcare journey is on, GPs are not the problem. They are the solution. Many Woodlands residents have seen the same GP for decades. Some of these GPs cared for my residents when they were young and are now caring for their children. That's longitudinal data in action. Smaller providers often have limited manpower and IT resources. If onboarding, cybersecurity, and reporting requirements are too costly or complex, smaller GPs could struggle. Older GPs could decide to close shop. We then risk widening the gap between large institutions and big practices and community care, exactly the opposite of what this bill intends. Financial support, shared services models, and practical implementation timelines must be clearly set out. MPs Yip Hun Weng, Joan Pereira, and Chu Pei Ling will speak on how to support these GP clinics and community partners. Fourth, protection for doctors and allied health professionals. NEHR must support, not replace professional judgment. Clinical protocols, medical legal guidance, and professional standards and training must be clear so healthcare workers are not unfairly exposed. A doctor himself, MP Dr. Hamid Razak, will speak on the medical legal clarity for doctors, while MP Chu Pei Ling, together with MP Dr. Wan Rizal, will speak up for allied healthcare professionals, community nurses, therapists, social workers, who play a critical role in community care and must also have clarity and protection when using NEHR data. Fifth, cybersecurity and accountability. Public trust requires resilience. Audit logs, breach detection, structured response, and transparent communication to citizens are essential. Past breaches have left long shadows. MP Yip Hun Weng will address resilience and cybersecurity measures, drawing on perspectives of the Defense GPC. MPs Chu Pei Ling and David Ho will speak on breach response, transparency, and recourse. Mr. Speaker, some have asked, why not make this system opt-in? Why can't I opt out fully? You should be honest. There are many things in life one can opt out of, but you cannot opt out of safe care. In an emergency, your doctor must know your allergies. That makes safeguards even more important, not less. access to sensitive data must be carefully designed. Prohibitions on employment and insurance use must be real in practice, not just in statute. Smaller clinics and community partners must be properly supported, not overwhelmed. And the rate of people opting to activate access restrictions should be tracked as a barometer of public trust. Sir, the Health GPC supports the direction of this bill because the status quo, fragmented information, disjointed care is not good enough for our citizens. But our support comes with a responsibility to ensure continuity of care is delivered in practice, that safeguards are real, professional guidance is clear, and that community-based providers are not left behind. If we get this right, my Woodlands Amma would no longer need to carry her medical history or her medications in her plastic bags. Her integrated care team will already have it, working together across settings to give her the best possible care and ensure she enjoys a good quality of life well into her old age. This is the system this bill must deliver. With these expectations clearly in mind, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Health Information Bill is transformative in the way it will set the legal framework for the mandatory contribution collection, storage, and disclosure of health information across the entire healthcare ecosystem of Singapore. When passed, fragmented and often paper-based health records held by individual healthcare providers will be a thing of the past, morphing into a unified, interoperable National Electronic Health Record, NEHR. This is not merely a technological upgrade. The bill promises smoother, safer, more efficient healthcare for all patients under our country's health system. Given Singapore's rapidly aging population, the successful implementation of the NEHR is critical to ensuring seamless care continuity across different healthcare institutions. Trade-offs may test people's trust. However, these benefits come with trade-offs, which, if not properly addressed, will affect the people's trust in this national smart nation effort. After all, nothing could be more sensitive and personal than one's health information records over the years. The thought of such intimate human data being viewed by nameless, faceless persons other than your own doctors or even worse, falling into the hands of hackers must be very real to some of us when we contemplate the HIB. Thus, while I support the bill, I wish to raise a few concerns posed by the HIB. And I'll be speaking on the challenges for smaller healthcare operators such as single or dual doctor practitioner clinics that many of my residents rely on for their daily medical needs. Sir, we must recognize that the centralization of health data across all healthcare providers, from the very small to the very large, introduces significant privacy and cybersecurity risks across the entire ecosystem. Even with strict regulations and legal governance frameworks, there has been cases of unauthorized access as well as outright hacks. It is public knowledge that some of the most egregious data breaches in the past 10 years have happened within healthcare. Chief among them was the 2018 hack of SingHealth system that led to a committee of inquiry and also the delay of the NEHR rollout by more than 5 years. The personal particulars of 1.5 million SingHealth patients, including the then Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Hsien Loong, and records of outpatient dispensed medicines belonging to 160,000 patients were stolen. Till today, the identified hostile state actors behind the attack remain unaccounted for. More recently, there have been at least 2 reported cases of unauthorized access by healthcare professionals. For instance, a neurosurgeon at SingHealth was dismissed in 2022 for inappropriately assessing the medical records of over 70 patients not under his care. More recently, in 2025, a customer service associate at the NUH was found to have unlawfully accessed the records of 11 individuals, including family members and former colleagues, via NUH's internal EPIC system, EPIC system, reportedly driven by personal motives to reconnect with one of them. While the overwhelming majority of healthcare professionals uphold ethical and legal standards, the ease of access to such records will severely undermine public trust. Many of us may be asking, how can I be sure that the GP clinic at the next block to mine, with only 1.5 doctors and one to two doctors and 2 clinic staff on shifts, be able to comply with the HIB and also be itself protected against cyber and data risks created by either human or system errors? The NEHR is only as secure as the smallest operators are. While the Health Information Bill's stringent requirements are essential for safeguarding patient data and access, they place a significant burden on smaller healthcare providers who may no longer opt out of contribution to NEHR. Under Part 2, Division 2, failing to comply will lead to a fine not exceeding 20,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months or to both. In the case of continuing offence after conviction, a daily fine of $1,000 applies. Large institutions like SingHealth National Health Group may mobilize their dedicated IT teams. Small practices, however, will find themselves in unfamiliar territory and will have to rely on costly external consultants to comply, creating a significant operational burden. On an ongoing basis, the challenge is particularly acute when it comes to warding off attacks and data breaches. Under the law, healthcare providers of all sizes share legal liability for data breaches caused by health data intermediaries' failure, placing a disproportionate burden on clinics that lack control over these risks. Although the GP IT Enablement Grant offers one-time subsidies for adopting NEHR-compatible system, as I understand, they do not cover the ongoing costs of maintaining cybersecurity compliance. Small healthcare operators may be out of pocket for purposes of upgrading and maintaining their clinic management systems to meet strict security standards, audit trails, and data portability. Even with this grant, GPs are simply not trained to assess whether their providers use genuine end-to-end encryption, secure server configurations, or follow basic cybersecurity best practices. How can we help clinics to use appropriately secure yet affordable compliance systems? How can we ensure the essential cyber hygiene practices like staff training and regular software updates are undertaken without imposing disproportionate cost burden or adding to the existing pressures of running their small practices? We should also be concerned whether this leads to GPs passing the cost down to patients and reducing affordability in primary care. How will MOH ensure that such costs will not be passed down to patients? How will it affect our mom-and-pop clinics and family doctors? Mr. Deputy Speaker, many family doctors are people who are located near to our homes, convenient for us to visit when trouble hits, and who have known us and our family members for years, if not decades. They are an important part of keeping us safe and healthy. With the CHARS and Healthy SG schemes, they have become more integrated into the overall health delivery infrastructure nationwide, at least some of them. However, they are often by nature very small, akin to mom-and-pop clinics. Often fronted by one doctor with, say, possibly another on a locum basis, or not even without another locum, they open only part of the day. Some may not even have air conditioning, and some may still use paper records. Furthermore, the doctors are older, serving their patients past their official retirement age, which makes them well-loved and trusted. I do wonder whether the passing of HIB with punitive costs for non-participation and compliance may be the straw that breaks this group and push them to give up their practices for good. I certainly hope not. Even if they are in the minority, we should be concerned about conveniently located medical services disappearing from our neighborhoods at exactly the point when Singapore is becoming a super-aged society that needs more care, not less. A volunteer shared with me recently her worries for her 87-year-old mother who lives in her own flat and is under the trusted care of a family doctor a few blocks away. This doctor runs a solo practice in a void deck shop without aircon. He only opens a few hours a day, but this suits the elderly patients that he mostly serves. Now, if this doctor is forced to close due to implementation of HIB, My volunteer is worried that her mother will no longer have convenient access to care. It will be stressful for this volunteer as a daughter living away from her mother, wherever her mother falls ill, needs to top up her medicines or take a vaccination. Whereas currently she trusts her mum to visit this doctor and her troubles will usually be sorted. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope MOH will provide the necessary assistance to all small clinics and practices so that the burden of HIV and NEHR may not be so overwhelming for these doctors, such that they would prefer to close their practices instead. Next, extend financial support beyond GP IT enablement grant and set up IT Share Services Office. Given the challenges I have highlighted above, will the Minister consider giving a grant for small clinics or practices with, say, fewer than 3 full-time practitioners to assist the clinic or doctors in their ongoing compliance with the HIB's cyber and data standards and practices? This may be an extension of the GP IT enablement grant, but targeted towards the smaller operators rather than the chain clinics. Going beyond financial support is also important. They need IT technicians to help them directly when issues arise. They also need a dedicated help desk. To address this, could the Minister consider setting up an IT shared services office within the ministry that may provide small clinics with not a one-off, but a continuing outsourced, cost-effective and compliant IT support, acting in lieu of the dedicated IT department of large healthcare institutions? Besides my suggestion above, I will also urge MOH to consider setting up a similar initiative to support all clinics and practices, like the Shared Services Initiative for Charities, which the Commissioner of Charities has partnered with various organizations to set up shared services to strengthen charities' regulatory compliance and efficiency of their back-end operations, especially helpful to smaller charities. These are not nice to have, they are imperative. This bill changes the rules of the game. It mandates that every private clinic, from the specialist in Orchard Road to the void deck GP in the heartlands, must contribute their data. They have no choice if they wish to stay open. But if MOH were to demand institution-grade security against risks and breaches on a solo operator's budget, it may not just be unfair, it may even be unsustainable for some. Compliance with HIV cannot be a one-size-fits-all assignment. More must be done to help onboard small clinics and family doctors at the same level of standards and readiness as large institutions. Let us not make the small clinics the weakest link of the system. They should also be the trusted, mission-critical partners worthy of a smart nation. Next. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the final part of my speech, I will touch on the penalty regime under HIV. I've spoken about the Sing Health data breach of 2018. The Personal Data Protection Commission, PDPC, fined Sing Health $250,000 and its IT vendor Integrated Health Information System $750,000, totaling $1 million for failing to protect 1.5 million patients' data. Section 66 of the HIB states a fine not exceeding $1 million for organizations that fail in data security and handling of health and relevant information. While the figure of $1 million appears substantial in isolation, it pales when contextualized against the scale of modern healthcare data breaches, such as the Sing Health one in 2018. Let's do the math. 1.5 million Sing Health records were leaked in 2018. A total fine of $1,750,000 plus $250,000 equates to an effective fine per record of 66 Singapore cents. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we may wish to review whether this is the value we wish to place on the privacy of our residents, of our citizens as such. Furthermore, for a large healthcare conglomerate with annual revenues in the hundreds of millions, a $1 million fine is a relatively lesser or even trivial operating expenses, relatively speaking. It is roughly equivalent to the cost of a few high-end medical devices. It is hardly a pain point to some, even less of a serious business risk to the large hospital groups. Instead, the $1 million cap effectively puts a ceiling on the value of the collective privacy of the nation, regardless of the number of persons attached or affected. Let us compare this with global standards that have successfully shifted corporate behavior. First, the EU's General Data Protection Regulation imposes administrative fines of up to EU $20 million or 20 million euro or 4% of total worldwide annual turnover, whichever is higher. The 4% turnover clause is the main deterrent. For a tech giant or a global hospital chain, this could amount to hundreds of millions or billions of dollars. This scales the penalty to the size of the entity, ensuring that the fine is never just a cost of doing business. Another is the California Consumer Privacy Act, CCPA, which allows for a private right of action, class action lawsuits, with statutory damages between $100 and $750 US dollars per consumer per incident. This directly monetizes the harm to the individual. It creates a mathematical certainty of catastrophe for negligence. If this is applied to the SingHealth case of 1.5 million victims, we will be looking at a payout of between 200 million to 1.5 billion. The penalty, in a sense, may better match the pain of the victims. More importantly, it will make organizations take the message much more seriously. Mr. Speaker, I would surely understand, on one hand, some of us may think that the penalty regimes in EU or in California may be a bit too high, and some will argue that there will be eventual cost implications, cost impact on consumers. On the other hand, some may argue that they can better match the pain of the victims. We can, and perhaps we should review and decide where the balance may better lie for Singapore. But it is important that our regime must ultimately make all organizations take the message more seriously. So, just by way of example, if we were to introduce, say, a fine, a per-person fine, similar to the approach in California, and of course, we must discuss this robustly before any decision is reached, how much this fine should be and the premises for arriving at the quantum. Say, for illustrative purposes, we pack the fine per person's records to what we have to pay to acquire people's personal information from, say, Accra BizFile, where per report or certificate is charged at $33 or $50. This method, this is purely for illustration, this method would scale automatically. A small clinic losing 50 records pay $1,650 to $2,500, painful but survivable. This shifts the calculus. It forces senior management and boards director to view cybersecurity not as an IT cost, but as an existential business risk. It signals that the state values each individual's privacy. It moves away from the abstract notion of system security to the concrete value of personal data. This is how we can build a system that is robust at the outset, that has the trust of every contributor. We can start looking numerically at what would be a good balance for Singapore, or at least a better balance than what we have now, and which pertinently will make all organizations take the message more seriously while being fair and equitable for bigger medical organizations as well as smaller clinics and practices. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in closing, notwithstanding my concerns, I support this bill.
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, when Singaporeans hear about greater use and sharing of health data, their first reaction is rarely about system architecture or data flows. Their concern is much simpler, it's much more human, and they ask, can this information be used against me? Will it affect my job? Will it affect how I am treated? I hear this from workers, from our seniors, and from caregivers alike. Many residents, especially older residents managing long-term conditions, worry about who can see the information, whether consent is meaningful, and what happens if something goes wrong. These are legitimate concerns, and I know that other members will address them in detail, particularly on systems, safeguards, and patient protections. As a Labour MP, I rise today to focus on a pillar of this bill that is essential to public confidence: worker trust, and in particular, the safeguard that disallows health data from being accessed or used for employment purposes. So for workers, health data does not exist in isolation. It intersects very directly with their livelihoods, with hiring decisions, job retention, access to work opportunities, and sometimes continued participation in the workforce. This applies not only for traditional employees, but also to self-employed persons, platform workers, whose access to work can be more fragile and more easily withdrawn. Now, in this context, the imbalance of power is real. When income and job security are at stake, workers often feel they have little room to refuse disclosure, even when they are uncomfortable. And that's why legal safeguards matter, not just in theory, but in how workers experience the system. This is why I want to state clearly and on record that I strongly support the safeguard in this bill that disallows health data from being accessed or used for employment purposes. This safeguard is not free-for-all. It is central to whether workers trust the system at all. So why is this system so important? Some may ask why this needs emphasis, since the safeguard is already existing in the bill. The reason is not legal, it is behavioral. Even the perception that health data could affect employment decision can discourage workers from seeking timely care, disclosing relevant information to healthcare professionals, or participating fully in national health initiatives like Healthier SG. This would undermine the very objectives of this bill. Workers should never have to weigh their health against their livelihood. If this bill is to succeed in improving continuity of care and public health outcomes, workers must feel safe engaging with the healthcare system without fear of downstream consequences of work. Now, this concern is especially relevant for protected characteristics and disabilities, including mental health conditions. I want to be clear, I'm not suggesting that any one type of health condition is more important than the other. But from a workplace fairness perspective, some type of information are more likely to be misunderstood, stigmatized, or misinterpreted in employment contexts. Mental health conditions, for example, are often less visible, episodic, and poorly understood in workplaces despite progress over the years. The issue is not the data itself. It is the risk of unfair treatment if such information is misused or even informally taken into account. This is precisely why the employment use safeguard is so important. The labor movement has long stood for the principle that workers should not be discriminated against on the basis of protected characteristics, including disabilities and mental health conditions. The safeguard in this bill includes specific prohibitions on NEHR access for insurance and employment purposes. It reinforces, in the context of health data, the same values we have already affirmed as a society, that personal characteristics and health conditions should not become barriers to fair treatment at work. Seen in this light, this safeguard is not an additional demand. It is a logical extension of principles Parliament has already endorsed. Workers are also concerned about indirect or backdoor use of health information, not necessarily through access to records, but through fitness of work assessment, third-party requirements, or other channels that could influence employment outcomes. I note that the bill identifies specific statutory medical examinations or SMEs where NEHR access is permitted, such as pre-enlistment checkups or assessment for vocational driving licenses. These are strictly defined to prevent harm to the individual or to public interest. I seek the Minister's assurance that this list of exceptions will remain tightly scoped and will not be expanded to general pre-employment screenings without rigorous oversight. Furthermore, while healthcare providers can override an individual's access restriction during a medical emergency, the law must remain clear that data can still never be used for employment purposes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also want to speak briefly about healthcare workers, including members represented by the Healthcare Services Employees Union, or HSEU. Healthcare workers occupy a unique position in this bill. They are entrusted to access and handle sensitive health data. They are required to do so as part of patient care, and oftentimes under pressure, and subject to, of course, significant penalties if things go wrong. From a labor perspective, safeguards must protect not only patients but also the workers tasked with implementing the system. I hear you. Accountability is important, and willful misuse of data must be dealt with firmly. But accountability must be fair and also proportionate. We must distinguish between intentional wrongdoing and inadvertent errors arising from system design or workflow complexity or even operational constraints. And this means we need to have clear role-based access, proper training and guidance, and supportive implementation, especially during transition periods. Protecting patient data and treating our healthcare workers fairly are not competing objectives. They must go hand in hand if the system is to function well. Sir, if I may briefly return to the concerns of my residents, especially those who are seniors and caregivers. Many seniors manage multiple conditions and interact frequently within the healthcare system. They worry about privacy, they worry about consent, and they worry about whether their personal information is respected. While I focus today on workers' trust, I want to assure residents that their concerns are also heard. Trust is the common thread, whether one is a worker, a patient, or a caregiver, or senior managing long-term care. When Singaporeans trust that their healthcare information is handled with care, strong safeguards, and clear boundaries, they are more willing to seek care, share information honestly, and participate fully in our healthcare system. Sir, please allow me to continue in Malay. Rang undang-undang ini.
This health information bill must be able to establish public trust. Health data is intended to safeguard health, not to jeopardize livelihoods. Therefore, safeguards that prohibit the use of health data for employment purposes are extremely important for workers, the self-employed, and platform workers. No worker should fear that seeking medical care could be held against them at work. These safeguards align with principles of fairness and dignity in the workplace, including for individuals with disabilities or mental health conditions. When trust is maintained, workers and senior citizens will feel more confident in seeking treatment and sharing health information transparently. A robust healthcare system begins with trust, and trust only exists when clear boundaries and robust safeguards are implemented.
This bill can strengthen healthcare delivery and public health outcomes. The safeguard disallowing the use of health data for employment purposes is a critical part of our trust framework. It reassures our workers that seeking care will not put their livelihoods at risk. It aligns with long-standing principles against discrimination, and it supports rather than undermines the objectives of this bill. At the end of the day, the healthcare system can only be as strong as the confidence that people put in it. When our workers, patients, and seniors trust their health data will not be misused at work or elsewhere, they are more likely to engage, participate, and benefit. Now, for these reasons, I support this bill and the safeguard it contains. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, one's medical information is more than just a set of data points on a server. It is deeply personal and sensitive, and a digital diary of our physical and mental lives. Therefore, the public's trust is sacrosanct to the implementation of the National Electronic Health Record. We must ensure that the government and healthcare stakeholders do their utmost to safeguard the privacy of this data. While I broadly agree with the principles of the Health Information Bill, which delineates the responsibilities of our healthcare ecosystem and mandates data contribution, I believe it is also important that we continue to strengthen areas of data privacy, transparency, and individual agency. As we move towards a smart nation, we must ensure that our progress does not leave Singaporeans feeling as though the power asymmetry between themselves and the state is growing, and that they are losing control of their own data and privacy, and that public education measures would be stepped up to foster a deeper understanding of the NEHR and one's rights as patients. One crucial aspect of this bill is that patients opt in or out of the NEHR by way of an access restriction, which blocks medical practitioners from viewing all of the patient's NEHR records, save for important details, such as one's critical allergies and personal information. Patients may also select the medical institutions they impose an access restriction on. Notably, Clause 30, subsection 7 reveals that even with a restriction in place, a patient's information continues to be uploaded to the NEHR in the background. This, according to the MOH, is in the interest of ensuring the expeditious provision of care should the patient wish to opt in to the NEHR in the future or during an emergency situation. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, if a citizen says no to the NEHR today, should the state then be allowed to say, okay, but trust me, and collect their data anyway? In a 2017 letter to the Ministry of Health, the then president of the Singapore Medical Association highlighted that this might compromise the patient's right to privacy. This is because patients might not wish for their medical records to be uploaded to the NEHR at all. I urge the government to reconsider this continuous background uploading and if other additional options can also be considered. For example, we should consider offering a total opt-out or so-called no means no option. For example, provided the patient is thoroughly briefed on the dangers and risk of doing so and is counselled on the implications of such an option. Second, patients might prefer to block access to certain documents and records only instead of imposing a wholesale access restriction on their records. I understand that once sensitive health information that could potentially lead to stigmatization and discrimination will be secured by additional measures such as double lock-in feature. Nevertheless, what is sensitive to one might not be sensitive to another. Hence, patients might wish for additional flexibility when protecting their health records rather than just give a blanket nod. Part 3 of the bill also allows for the sharing of both administrative and clinical information to facilitate the continuity of care and outreach efforts for national health programs through data sharing arrangements. Notably, patient consent is also not required for the sharing of such data between healthcare providers and public agencies as established under Clause 50. Therefore, I hope that patients will be accorded some flexibility and control over the types of health information they wish to disclose and how they would like their information to be used. While I appreciate that we can already check out any HR access history in Health Hub, patient consent should also be sought for data sharing between healthcare providers and public agencies. On that note, Part 2, Division 4 of the bill also sets out the requirements for the usage of NEHR data for secondary purposes or derived information. After all, a national health record database provides a valuable snapshot of our population's health condition, which could then be used by researchers for developing solutions to public health issues faced by our society. The bill separates such derived information into two categories. Type 1, which is information that is individually identifiable, as well as Type 2, data that is aggregated and anonymized. It is worth noting that Clause 30, subsection 5, paragraph A states that the imposition of an access restriction does not preclude one's NEHR records, be it individually identifiable or anonymized, from being disclosed as derived information if an approval is granted by the Minister. I agree with Clause 25, subsection 2, that the Minister may approve an application to obtain Type 2 derived information if the Minister is satisfied, having regard to the purpose for which the application is made, that it is in the public interest to do so. However, what are the instances in which Section 1 will apply, where individually identifiable health information is required in the name of promoting public health? This is another case where even if an individual exercises his right to impose an access restriction, it can be again overruled with ministerial approval for his individually identifiable information to be shared on public healthcare grounds. Although the costs to the patient's privacy may be outweighed by the benefits such research brings to society at large, that should not preclude the government from giving patients more agency over secondary usage of the health information, especially for research purposes. This is a principle that is adopted by other healthcare systems worldwide as well. For instance, both Taiwan and the European Union have enacted regulations empowering patients to restrict the use of their identifiable health data for secondary purposes. Therefore, I hope that the government would consider allowing patients to exercise greater control over the secondary usage of their health data. To follow up on the ministerial approval requirement under Clause 25, According to the MOH Trust platform, which provides anonymized healthcare-related data for secondary usage, the Data Access Committee reviews the social value and public interest of each data request. I agree that access to NAHR data unlocks research and development potential and supports long-term public health outcomes. When it comes to commercial-linked entities, however, while such parties might use the data for genuine public health reasons and research, it raises ethical concerns surrounding transparency and privacy, especially if access to data is excessive, insufficiently justified, or beyond the stated secondary use. Back in 2015, in the United Kingdom, the Royal Free NHS Foundation Trust in London signed an agreement with Go DeepMind. This allowed the British AI firm to analyze sensitive information about 1.6 million patients who uses the trust hospitals each year. The access was used for monitoring software for mobile devices called Streams, which promises to improve clinicians' ability to support patients with acute kidney injury. But according to the study's authors, the purposes stated in the agreement were far less specific and made more open-ended references to using data to improve services. In the last few years, there has been a significant drive and race across providers to train AI models using the largest and most diverse datasets available in order to achieve better performance. However, this trend also raises important concerns about data privacy, particularly in regard to sensitive records such as medical information and the NAHR data. For this reason, we should exercise caution before granting third parties, especially if they are commercially linked organizations, with excessive or unconstrained access to NAHR data, especially when longitudinal studies examining individuals' health records over prolonged periods of time are involved, and be mindful of scope creep given commercial incentives. Besides R&D applications, I do believe the government should capitalize on the NAHR's capabilities to boost the efficiency of healthcare delivery and financial assistance to all Singaporeans. With allied health professionals such as medical social workers having access to the patient's NAHR record, I hope that the possibility of financial assistance being further streamlined via enhanced data sharing procedures with the likes of the SSO can be explored, with the patient's approval, of course. This will be most helpful in cases such as long-term assistance to those permanently unable to work due to illness or disability. And in turn, this could also help to alleviate the workload of our medical social workers while easing the experience of those seeking financial and social support. Finally, an extensive public education effort on the NAHR should also be implemented should this bill be passed. A 2018 Singapore Medical Association survey revealed that only 50% of respondents heard about the NAHR and 14.9% fully understood what the NAHR was back then. As shared in the feedback report on the public consultation for the Health Information Bill, during the public consultation exercise, MOH received feedback requesting for greater clarity and clearer communication of the policy positions under the bill. Will the MOH be conducting an updated public awareness survey upon implementation of the bill to measure how public understanding of the NAHR has evolved, particularly regarding access restrictions and the use of individually identifiable data? It is nonetheless critical that the government ramp up its patient education efforts regarding the purposes of the NAHR and how it might benefit them, as well as to explain the rights of each patient pertaining to their medical data. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the NAHR represents a significant milestone in our Smart Nation journey, but its success rests entirely on the foundation of trust. Medical information is among the most intimate forms of data one can share, and the success of the NAHR ultimately depends not on compulsion but on trust. To ensure this trust is not eroded by a perceived power asymmetry between the state and the individual, we must move beyond a collect first, tell later approach. And throughout my speech, I have highlighted three recurring themes: agency, transparency, and proportionality. I hope Singaporeans can be granted more meaningful control and disclosure over how their health information is accessed, shared, and used. More importantly, we cannot have a well-functioning healthcare system if only 15% of people fully understood what the NAHR is. We must ramp up public education to ensure every Singaporean knows their rights and how their data is used to serve the common good, in order to foster the trust that turns our national database into a national asset. Notwithstanding these clarifications, I support the bill.
Mr. Yip Han Weng.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we are becoming a super-aged society. Despite Healthier SG, care is not yet delivered in one place or coordinated by one healthcare team. It moves across clinics, hospitals, and community settings. In such a system, information is not just paperwork. It is safety, it is continuity, it is dignity. Because health information accompanies us throughout our most vulnerable moments, the success of this bill will not be judged only by how effectively information flows. It will be judged by something far more human, whether residents continue to trust the system enough to seek care early, speak honestly, and return when they need help. That trust is fragile, and once lost, it is hard to restore. Today, I would like to focus my clarifications on 3 areas which residents have consistently raised with me: access control, support for smaller GP clinics, and cybersecurity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I begin with access control. The bill introduces access restrictions under Clause 29, with exceptions in Clause 30, and a process for managing them in Clause 31. These are important safeguards, but residents ask a practical question: will this protect me in real life? My first question relates to the default setting. If access restrictions require residents to take proactive steps, does this mean their information is broadly accessible by default? How will seniors, especially those who are not digitally confident, know what to do? If privacy depends on digital literacy, then privacy is no longer equal. My second question concerns granularity and role-based access. Clause 29 allows Class 2 access restrictions to be prescribed by information type, user class, purpose, and time period. This is a powerful provision, but power lies in how it is used. Will this flexibility translate into true need-to-know access, or will residents experience it as broad visibility once someone is authorized? Access should follow purpose, and visibility should follow necessity. My third question concerns sensitive health information. Yio Chu Kang residents tell me plainly that when they want help, but fear being labeled. They worry not only about what is written, but what about who might see it. These concerns extend beyond mental health to other sensitive data, such as HIV status, sexually transmitted infections, reproductive health history, genetic conditions, and substance use treatment. These are conditions where fear of exposure can deter people from seeking health altogether. Residents also raise a related fear that goes beyond stigma. They worry about where boundaries are drawn beyond direct care, such as access by insurers, employers, ancillary service providers, or the downstream use of data for research, analytics, or AI training. Even where data is described as de-identified, residents worry about re-identification risks and inference. If these boundaries are not clear and credible, residents may hold back information or delay care. How will MOH use the flexibility in Clause 29 to ensure such sensitive categories are treated with particular care? Furthermore, under Clause 30, where exceptions allow information to remain accessible, how will MOH ensure these exceptions are narrow and clearly defined, rather than quietly eroding the intent of the restriction? Sensitive care must feel safe, or people will stay away. Healthcare for stigmatized conditions must be a sanctuary, not a spotlight. My fourth question concerns privacy signals. Even when information is restricted, residents worry that the very presence of a sealed marker invites speculation. How will MOH prevent the fact of restriction itself from becoming a source of stigma or inference? Finally, on transparency, residents can view access logs on Health Hub, which is a good start. But do they merely see that as an organization access their data, or do they understand why? Will logs be presented in plain language? Beyond investigation timelines, what happens if misuse occurs? Will residents be notified promptly, given a clear explanation, and told what corrective or remedial actions have been taken? Transparency without recourse does not build trust. It only documents its absence. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I turn to the second area, support for smaller GP clinics. In estates like Yio Chu Kang, the neighborhood GP clinic is not just a provider. It's a relationship where trust has been built over years. While this bill places necessary obligations on institutions, the compliance costs land hardest on these small practices. Has MOH assessed the full financial and operational impact on solo GPs, from onboarding to ongoing cybersecurity obligations? We hear feedback that NEHR can be cluttered and time-consuming for less digitally savvy elderly GPs. If clinicians spend more time searching and less time caring, have we truly improved care? Will MOH commit to measurable usability improvements, such as time to find critical information, structured clinical summaries, and clinician UX testing, so that less clutter becomes a performance obligation rather than an aspiration? There is a real last-mile reality. Cybersecurity and data requirements designed for large institutions can overwhelm small practices where the doctor is also the administrator and IT troubleshooter. Some GPs have shared a quiet concern that if requirements become too complex or too costly, retirement may be the only option. When small clinics close, residents, especially seniors, lose convenient access and familiar doctors. Has MOH weighted this risk against the bill's policy objectives? If we ask neighborhood clinics to operate like large corporations, we should not be surprised if they struggle. Residents will feel this quickly through higher fees and longer waits. In that context, I ask whether support will be predictable and sustained. Will there be grace periods, phased onboarding, and a genuine no wrong door approach so small clinics are guided rather than penalized as they come on board? How will MOH prevent digital medical records vendors from engaging in fear-mongering and profiteering, pushing small clinics into expensive contracts out of fear of non-compliance? Will responsibility for implementation be clear rather than fragmented? And where alternative contribution pathways are provided for pen and paper clinics, how will MOH ensure these are feasible and not a second-class solution? Compliance should not become a hidden healthcare tax on the heartlands. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I turn to the third area, cybersecurity. For residents, a breach is not a statistic, it is personal. The 2018 SingHealth cyber attack was a stark reminder that even well-resourced systems are vulnerable. As chair of the GPC for Defence, I approach this with particular care. In Defence, we learned that systems rarely fail at the centre. They fail at the edges, where resources are thin, and the smallest gap becomes the point of entry. Healthcare systems are no different. The bill rightly imposes duties under Clause 68 for reasonable safeguards and Clause 70 for incident management. But residents ask two fundamental questions. Will it be secure, and will it be doable? How will reasonable safeguards under Clause 68 be defined in a tiered, risk-based way? Will small clinics have a clear, achievable baseline, where larger institutions shoulder proportionately greater responsibility? How will MOH support small clinics in meeting incident management requirements under Clause 70 without turning doctors into cybersecurity managers? Will there be shared services, templates, guided exercises, and clear escalation pathways so bureaucratic demands do not take doctors away from patients? Residents also care deeply about what happens when things go wrong. If a breach occurs, when will residents be notified? What information will they receive? And what practical support will be provided to help them protect themselves and restore trust? And where cybersecurity failures arise from vendors and intermediaries, how will accountability follow control so that small clinics are not unfairly blamed or penalized for failures beyond their technical reach? Availability also matters. When systems are down, patients are at risk. What resilience standards will apply to NEHR access? A system is only as strong as its weakest link, and in healthcare, patients bear the cost of weakness. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we began with a simple reality. In a super-aged society, care no longer sits in one place with one doctor at one time. It moves across settings, and where care moves, trust must move with it. This bill is about data, but more importantly, it's about people. It's about whether access controls feel like protection or complexity. It's about whether neighborhood clinics are strengthened or quietly strained. It's about whether cybersecurity inspires confidence or quiet fear. At its heart, this bill asks a deeper question of us as a society. Can we build a system that is effective without being intrusive, secure without being crushing, and connected without losing compassion? Trust is not a technical feature. Trust is the infrastructure that makes every other system work. So I call on the government to ensure that as this bill moves forward, implementation is anchored in 3 clear commitments: access control that residents can understand and use, support that keep heartland clinics viable and affordable, and cybersecurity that is strong, proportionate, and shared across the system. If we get this right, we will not only improve care, we will preserve dignity, we will strengthen trust, and we will send a clear message to every resident: seeking care will never mean surrendering control. That is the healthcare system Singaporeans deserve. That is the standard we should hold ourselves to. Thank you, and I support the bill.
Mr. Fadli Fauzi.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill advances necessary and timely updates to our healthcare ecosystem, and I am supportive of the bill's intentions. The bill establishes a statutory framework to consolidate key medical data into an integrated longitudinal view of an individual's health record. This is in line with the vision of the One Patient, One Health Record, when the National Electronic Health Record, NEHR, commenced a decade ago. I understand that patient records from our public healthcare institutions are already in the NEHR. Let's say that you sought treatment in SGH. Information about your visit, such as your admission and discharge records, your lab test results, the procedures you did, the medication you were prescribed. These information are already in the NEHR. And following that, if you were to visit CGH, perhaps to see a specialist for a different medical issue, the CGH doctor will be able to use the NEHR to view the medical summary information of your SGH visit. However, with this bill, private healthcare providers will now also be mandated to contribute to the NEHR. This is significant, since one of the reasons why patients opt for private healthcare is so that their health information is not included in the NEHR. This is especially a concern for patients dealing with sensitive medical issues, including those related to mental health, sexual health, or addiction. Sir, it is a given that a national electronic healthcare database will clearly help to optimize patient care and continuity of care. However, the success of the NEHR hinges on fostering the trust that the government can collect, collate, and consolidate our health information safely and responsibly. The trust can only exist if we keep patient privacy and patient autonomy at the forefront. By patient privacy, I mean that patients must have the assurance that their confidential health data remains private and secure, with access granted only to particular persons for what is medically necessary or for public health purposes. Patient autonomy, on the other hand, means that patients should be able to meaningfully determine who has access to their data and how their data is used. In general, patients should be able to know when and why their data is accessed and by whom. I believe the government can agree with me that the NEHR must leave patients feeling empowered, not exposed. And for that to happen, we cannot compromise on either patient privacy or patient autonomy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill defines a person's clinical information to include both the physical and mental health of the individual, and the diagnosis, treatment, or care of the individual. While Part 1 of the first schedule outlines the different types of health information to be contributed by specific healthcare providers. Altogether, there are 13 different types of health information, though only the providers of acute hospital service need to contribute to all 13. However, I want to focus on the category of visit diagnosis, reasons for visit, or patient problem list, which many healthcare providers are mandated to contribute. I would like to ask the Minister about this category of health information. How lengthy or extensive should the contribution pertaining to diagnosis, reasons for visit, or patient problem list be for the purposes of the NEHR? I also want to note that as of 8th January, the FAQ on Synapse's website, Synapse being our national health tech agency responsible for running the NEHR, states that the NEHR is meant to receive and consolidate key health summary information, but not doctor's notes. Here is a hypothetical example. Let's say a person were to meet a private psychiatrist and discuss their recent psychological difficulties due to a recent breakdown in his or her marriage. The psychiatrist then records these details in their own doctor's notes. My first question: when contributing health information to NEHR about the visit, is the psychiatrist mandated to include those personal and private details of the patient's life under the category of visit diagnosis, reasons for visit, or patient problem list? And my second question: if the private psychiatrist was not mandated to share their doctor's notes, can such information still be contributed to the NEHR, including without the patient's knowledge? I believe that the public will benefit from an assurance from the Ministry that the scope of health information contained in the NEHR will only relate to key health summary data and will not include doctor's notes, especially intimate and confidential details about a patient's personal life, even if that information were in some way medically relevant to the provision of care. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill also explicitly identifies certain excluded purposes. I'm sure that all patients appreciate the assurance that their healthcare information cannot be used for employment and insurance purposes. However, I want to ask the Minister whether the police and other law enforcement agencies will be similarly barred from using the information from the NEHR. For instance, if a substance abuser sought treatment on his own to battle his addiction, would law enforcement be able to use the NEHR records to arrest him and charge him? I ask this because patients seek treatment and care with some expectation of confidentiality, that their sensitive health information will be kept private. We need to ensure that patients continue to feel comfortable when they seek treatment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, other than safeguarding their privacy, we need to ensure that patients are able to retain autonomy over their health information. Clauses 29 and 30 allow for access restrictions, which patients can use either to restrict all access to their information in the NEHR or to restrict access for specific users or purposes. And if I understand Clause 30, subsection 7 correctly, these Class 1 and Class 2 access restrictions do not prevent or restrict the contribution of healthcare information by a medical provider. In other words, healthcare information about every medical visit and treatment in Singapore will be recorded in the NEHR, but patients can block other healthcare providers from having access to that information. Sir, these restrictions will only work if these options can be exercised easily and in a patient-friendly manner. Currently, there is an option to opt out of the NEHR, but this involves a slightly elaborate and tedious process of making an appointment at one of the polyclinics and restructured hospitals to obtain and submit an opt-out form. Patients wishing to opt out will also be, and here I quote directly from the Synapse FAQ, They will be counseled to ensure that they fully understand the implications of this decision to their care, as their providers will not have access to their records. Even then, opting out does not mean your healthcare information gets deleted from the NEHR. What happens is that healthcare providers don't get to view them. Moreover, these access restrictions can be, understandably, overridden in a medical emergency. I thus want to ask how the Ministry intends to implement the access restrictions mechanisms under the bill. Firstly, will the Ministry continue to counsel those who wish to invoke access restrictions, and can we have further details about the content and duration of that counselling process? Second, is the Ministry considering the possibility of allowing patients to invoke or revoke these access restrictions online through Health Hub? Thirdly, is the Ministry planning to conduct regular public campaigns to educate patients about the access restriction rights? Mr. Deputy Speaker, another important dimension to patient autonomy is being transparent about the who, when, and why of access to our healthcare information. I understand that patients can view which healthcare providers have accessed their health records through the NEHR Access History section in Health Hub. I want to clarify with the Minister about how granular this data would be. Would the patient only be able to see which healthcare institutions have access to the records, or will it also list out the specific healthcare professionals who were accessing their records? Moreover, at GP clinics, how can patients be sure that only their doctor is able to view the health information on the NEHR and not their non-clinical staff? This relates to another question about unauthorized access to the NEHR. Clause 77 identifies what is a notifiable data breach, namely a breach which A, results in or is likely to result in significant harm to an affected individual, or B, is likely to be of a significant scale. Can I ask the Ministry to clarify how the Ministry intends to define significant harm and significant scale, and why it has settled on such a standard? Would it not be more reasonable, not to mention the right thing to do, to notify affected individuals in any and all cases of unauthorized access to their health information? Looking ahead, the National Electronic Healthcare System, once it is fully up and running, our citizens' pooled health data will be a valuable goldmine for clinical researchers and pharmaceutical companies. While this can accelerate drug development and spur medical innovation, the public needs assurance that their personal health data will not be monetized for profit. Here my question is, whether the government intends to make healthcare information in the NEHR available to the private, academic, or any other sectors, and whether the current bill makes provisions to regulate such a possibility. While I am in principle not opposed to such collaborations, I hope that it can be explicitly legislated that any data set from the NEHR must be anonymized, if this has not been done so already. Moreover, if the data is used for commercial research, the government should consider a social dividend, which ensures the benefits return to the people. Any revenue or benefits derived should be reinvested directly into patient subsidies or national health funds, ensuring that the value generated by the people's health data is returned back to the people. I would also suggest exploring the model of data cooperatives. One example of this model is non-profit Swiss cooperative MeData, where citizens control their data and can choose to contribute it to specific research projects that they believe in, and this has enabled research and tailored care plans for diseases such as multiple sclerosis. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my foregoing questions and suggestions are intended to safeguard the integrity of the NEHR, to strengthen public confidence in the system. To this end, we continue to emphasize patient privacy and patient autonomy to to ensure Singaporeans are empowered, not exposed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Alexio.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the bill. Before I start, I wish to declare that as a legal practitioner in private practice, I have and do act for insurers and insureds in a variety of disputes. I make this declaration as I will be addressing certain points relating to the excluded purposes contained in Clause 6 of the bill. This bill will govern the framework of our National Electronic Health Record, or NEHR, to 1, enable more effective clinical care, 2, improve coordination, and 3, consolidate care across different healthcare settings. In many urgent and emergency medical situations, this could certainly save lives. On the other hand, the bill also incorporates safeguards, a reflection that in this tech-pervasive information age, personal healthcare information in the wrong hands, used for inappropriate and insidious purposes, can potentially destroy lives. I would therefore like to cover 3 areas of the bill briefly: access, consent, and excluded purposes. Let's start with access. As we expand the NEHR to include all healthcare providers in Singapore, invariably, the number of access points to the NEHR will increase significantly. Any digital online system with many access points is particularly vulnerable to unauthorized access, inappropriate use, and/or cyber threat. The bill incorporates stringent access rules and regulations with deterrent penalties for breaches. Individuals are also at liberty to place access restrictions and view instances of NEHR access to their medical records via the Health Hub app. The bill therefore provides safeguards while giving individuals with privacy concerns to decide on who should have access rights. I'm therefore glad to hear from the SMS that MOH will conduct regular audits to flag inappropriate access to the NEHR. This is vital as it will provide healthcare providers regular and crucial information and feedback on the strength of their protocols and processes and allow them to act in a timely manner to adjust and tighten as required. Given the large number of healthcare providers in Singapore, I would like to invite the SMS to share with the House the Ministry's plans on how these audits will be conducted, including the frequency and parameters of what will be studied, to ensure that the safeguards remain robust and amply protect the personal healthcare information of Singaporeans. I now move on to the point on consent. The notion of patient consent is fundamental in medical practice, serving as a cornerstone in both legal and ethical obligations. Doctors regularly seek patient agreement in instances such as treatment, interventions, or to share medical information with a third party, including family members, etc. Even in the case where a patient has lost mental capacity, legal documents such as a lasting power of attorney or the legal appointment of a deputy authorizes another to, in effect, consent on the patient's behalf. In the context of healthcare, patient involvement in decisions about their care is an intuitive concept. Set against this background, the bill, however, does not require patient agreement to upload the key health information onto the NEHR. In fact, it makes it compulsory for healthcare providers to do so. This can be a cause for concern for Singaporeans who may legitimately have privacy concerns with uploading their personal healthcare records onto the NEHR. One may ask, for instance, why can't I choose not to upload my healthcare information onto the NEHR? This is especially so since the harm or detriment suffered will likely be largely to the individual in the event of a leak or misuse. We have also appeared to have taken a slightly different approach from jurisdictions such as Australia, which allows patients to choose whether or what medical records to upload onto their system, which is called My Health Record, or to even have a record at all. As I believe this will be an issue of interest to many Singaporeans, I invite the SMS to share the policy and practical considerations behind why the framework governing the NEHR has been set up in this manner. Finally, I would like to share some thoughts about the excluded purposes set out in the bill. Clause 6 of the bill sets out excluded purposes. In other words, these are purposes for which healthcare providers are not allowed to access the NEHR. As things stand, these are when accessing the NEHR for 1, employment, or 2, insurance purposes, which include when an employer decides to employ, promote, or terminate an employee, and when an insurer decides whether to insure, continue, or renew a policy, and during the processing of claims. This is a welcome clause. Speaking from professional experience, it is important to have a clear demarcation of what relevant medical information of individuals should be provided in the context of these employer-employee, insurer-insured relationships, and what is sensitive, confidential medical information that could be misinterpreted or inappropriately applied. The bill also goes one step further. The excluded clauses are in fact what I would describe as blanket exclusions, in that even if an individual consents or agrees to allow access for these excluded purposes, healthcare providers are not permitted to do so. I appreciate the intent. Individuals should not be compelled to allow access for such purposes. For example, if all insurers in Singapore require NEHR access consent before agreeing to cover an individual under a health-related policy, then the individual is left with no real choice but to agree if he or she wants to be covered by the insurance. However, I believe that there is a case to be made to allow some relevant healthcare information to be accessed. Let us take the example of a health-related insurance policy. Generally, an insurer decides on whether to extend cover, and if so, set the premium payable based on actuarial calculations. These calculations take into account a number of factors, including pre-existing medical conditions and medical history. If individuals can consent to a limited scope of relevant information that is agreed between the patient and, in this instance, the insurer, then access can be permitted for that limited scope of relevant information via the healthcare provider. For example, this could be for medical histories of heart conditions or cancers. However, as the bill currently stands, there is no such option. Even if an individual wishes to consent, the healthcare provider is not permitted to access the NEHR for the excluded purposes. It may be useful to understand whether this would impact insurance premium setting and/or insurance cover in the future, if and when the bill comes into effect. There is also an instance in which the blanket exclusion can be lifted if a legal dispute arises in the courts between an insurer and insured, say on issues relating to the non-declaration of relevant medical history, the court can order access to a party's NEHR records as part of the discovery of evidence process. Now, before I conclude, I just want to make one observation of Mr. Dennis Tan's suggestion to increase the penalties for a breach. I can appreciate the intent. The balance, however, in such matters is between taking a punitive approach or a supportive approach, where we work with healthcare providers to strengthen their protocols and processes in order to prevent breaches to reoccur. Mr. Tan makes the point that large organizations may take financial penalties as a cost of business. In some cases, this may very well be true. However, in the case of a healthcare provider, the people within, clinicians, nurses, administrators, etc., are well-intentioned and want to build a system that better serves patients. When such a breach incident happens, I believe it impacts not only the organization, but also the personal, professional reputations of the people involved. Viewed from this context, a punitive approach may not be the best option. Perhaps we could start with the current approach and review this as the ecosystem takes shape after implementation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding the clarifications I have sought, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Deputy Speaker, I support the principles underlying this bill. A population scale set of longitudinal medical records is the means of production for more timely interventions, accurate diagnoses, and preventive health at large. The contribution of data to the NEHR will create a valuable data set, and that value should flow to all Singaporeans. But before I move on to the question of value, My belief is that a bill that compels contribution must also come with robust ecosystem safeguards. From my conversations with practitioners and from my reading of the bill, I have three sets of concerns. A, the disproportionate cybersecurity burden on small providers. B, the uploading of sensitive medical information despite patient objections. And C, possible insurance loopholes that may render our privacy protections ineffective. I'll then speak to a broader question. If we are building a national health asset, who benefits, and how do we continue to ensure it catalyzes a dynamic ecosystem rather than being captured by a single monopoly provider? First, to the cybersecurity obligations imposed on healthcare providers. The bill designates all HCSA licensees, from tertiary hospitals employing thousands to single doctor GP clinics in HDB heartlands, as relevant persons under Section 64. All face the same statutory obligations to implement reasonable controls for secure processing, reasonable safeguards against unauthorized access, and cybersecurity protections under Section 66 and 68. The penalties for non-compliance are severe: fines up to 200,000 or 2 years imprisonment for individuals and up to 1 million for other entities. Now, the bill does use the word reasonable, which implies proportionality. But I've spoken with doctors who run small operations. They worry that when a breach occurs, and breaches are a matter of when and not if, the enforcement spotlight will fall on them. Did they have sufficient firewalls? Was their antivirus updated? Were their staff trained adequately? They fear being hung out to dry. I also wish to speak for some of my constituents who are senior GPs still practicing in the heartlands. Many are approaching retirement and are not tech savvy. They will struggle with the digitalization requirements that this bill will impose. If the transition is too abrupt and not well managed, many of these senior GPs may feel forced to retire early or sell their independent clinics to large corporate chains. Accelerating consolidation in the primary care sector. The end state of a modern integrated health information system is desirable, but the transition must be managed carefully. So I ask, 1, would the ministry issue clear tiered guidance on what constitutes reasonable safeguards for practices of different sizes? A safe harbor framework, if you will. 2, will the ministry consider providing or subsidizing cybersecurity insurance for small providers so that they do not shoulder the entire financial risk of a breach? 3, will there be a transition period with education and enforcement rather than immediate punitive action to allow smaller providers to build up cybersecurity capabilities? 4, could the ministry offer transitional support for senior practitioners nearing retirement? Perhaps something as simple as sending personnel to help digitalize their records monthly. Second, to the question of sensitive medical conditions that patients wish to keep private. There's a group of patients today who pay cash, wanting to keep their records, perhaps with sexually transmitted infections, mental health conditions, or abortion records off the system. Many foreigners also do not want to be on any HR. Under this bill, the option will no longer exist. The bill provides for access restrictions. Class 1, that prevents all access, and Class 2, that restricts access for specific purposes or persons. But as Section 30, subsection Clause 7 states, quote, to avoid doubt, an access restriction does not prevent or restrict the contribution of health information, end quote. So the data is uploaded and stored centrally. Any access restriction is a viewing control. It masks who can see the data. It does not exclude the data from any HR. If the burden of proof is on the custodian of any HR to have a robust privacy model, let us examine the custodian. Synapse, the custodian of any HR, was rebranded from IHIS, which was responsible for allowing the 2018 compromise of 1.5 million SingHealth patient records. The COI found that IHIS staff lacked adequate cybersecurity awareness, that key staff failed to take appropriate action, even when there were clear signs of an ongoing attack, and the CISO's response was, I quote, clearly lacking and displayed an alarming lack of concern. This has led many doctors to mistrust Synapse in these matters. Given the history here, I believe our health authorities also need to take steps towards rebuilding that trust. So I ask, 1, how is MOH going to police unjustified access of any HR, where rogue elements read medical histories of unrelated people? What assurance can MOH give us that our health data is safe with Synapse? 2, if such unauthorized access occurs, does proactive monitoring exist, or will the system rely solely on whistleblowers and complaints? 3, what is the technical architecture for access-restricted data? Is it encrypted separately? Is it stored in a segregated environment? Or is it simply flagged in the same database, such that a breach would expose it alongside unrestricted records? 4, what is the access model for any HR data? In Taiwan, the National Health Insurance System uses a dual card approach. The patient must present their Health IC smart card, the doctor uses the professional IC card, and both are required for access with written patient consent. This dual authorization prevents rogue access because no single party can retrieve records alone. Well, Singapore's NEHR access model includes such safeguards. And 5, what is MOH's position on specific carve-outs for defined sensitive conditions where patients can opt out of contribution entirely? Moving on to insurance. Speaker, I commend the drafters of this bill for their attention to the concern regarding the use of medical information for insurance underwriting. Section 6 defines excluded purposes to include deciding whether to insure an individual, continuing or renewing insurance, or processing insurance claims. So Section 19.2 prohibits specified users from accessing NEHR for any excluded purpose, and 38.5 imposes enhanced penalties for accessing records for excluded purposes. Insurers cannot access NEHR directly. Healthcare providers cannot access NEHR on behalf of insurers, and the patient's consent cannot be used to circumvent these protections. Now, is it watertight? Let me offer 2 possible scenarios. Scenario 1. According to Section 3.1.2.2 of the draft guidelines on appropriate use and access to NEHR, released by MOH in 2023, quote, in the event that such information was previously transcribed from NEHR to the patient's clinical notes, it will be treated as part and parcel of the medical record belonging to a healthcare institution, end quote. Meanwhile, integrated plan insurers are increasingly requiring doctors to sign contracts containing inspection and right to audit clauses. These clauses grant insurers the right to inspect full medical records to verify claims. The result is that doctors check NEHR for relevant history, past abortions, IVF treatment, mental health conditions, STIs, and note it in their files for clinical safety. Because of these audit clauses, insurers then gain access to this sensitive transcribed NEHR data, even if it's irrelevant to the current claim. A patient going in for gallbladder surgery may find the insurer reviewing their psychiatric history. Scenario 2. Section 17.1 provides that an individual may access and collect their own accessible health information. A Singaporean applies for insurance. The insurer application form may include a new requirement. Please attach a complete printout of your NEHR. No printout, no policy. Once the data leaves the system through legitimate patient access, it seems beyond the bill's reach. So even if insurers do not require NEHR printout directly, they already have a right to refuse payouts if a pre-existing condition wasn't previously disclosed. If an applicant fails to disclose a condition, now one that now sits permanently in the NEHR, the insurers can void the policy at claim time when they discover the non-disclosure through other means. The existence of NEHR with a comprehensive longitudinal record makes non-disclosure almost impossible to sustain. So I ask, 1, does MOH agree that a transcription pathway where NEHR-derived information entering clinical notes and becomes accessible to insurers through audit clauses defeats the legislative intent of Section 6? 2, what if there is a data breach? Can insurers now use the now public information? 3, will the government work with MAS to prohibit insurers from requiring NEHR payouts or NEHR-derived information as a condition of coverage, claim processing, or policy renewal? 4, will the government review the inspection and right to audit clauses in integrated plan contracts to ensure that they do not circumvent the excluded purposes provision? And 5, if an insurer is found to utilize either sort of pathway, what enforcement mechanisms will exist? Will this be a matter for MAS, MOH, or both? Speaker, I now wish to speak to a broader question. This bill will create for the first time a comprehensive national database. Social determinants such as postal code, education, marital status. Clinical outcomes such as blood pressure readings over decades, medications prescribed, and soon, perhaps genomic data from the SG100K project. It is a formidable data set. It is a means of production, not just of population health outcomes, but also of significant economic value. So how do we ensure that value from this national health data infrastructure and its possible monetization of any form flows to citizens? Globally, startups are experimenting with patient-centric data models where individuals can choose to share their data for research and receive compensation. I believe a monopoly, such as Synapse, may not experiment with such models, but a contestable market will. Some players may try patient-centric approaches, and the best models will emerge. To create the conditions for competition discovered, that requires open APIs, interoperability standards, likely opt-in mechanisms of the sort my honourable colleague Fali Fauzi mentioned, and a contestable application layer. Speaker, let me turn to the Deputy Speaker, let me turn to the system operator. Section 8 provides that minister may designate a system operator to operate, administer, and maintain the National Electronic Record System. In practice, this will be Synapse. Synapse, formerly known as IHIS, today employs about 3,500 people. It serves as a technology backbone for our entire public healthcare system. When IHIS was set up in 2008, I believe the original vision was that it would operate on contestable principles. MOH would issue tenders, IHIS would compete, win some, lose some. It would have enough work to survive, but we need to compete elsewhere to thrive. In doing so, it would face enough competition to stay efficient. This model was the original plan for MINDEF and ST Engineering. Dr. Goh Keng Swee, speaking in 1977, said, quote, "We do not own or run enterprises on ideological grounds. We expect government-owned enterprises to be efficient, to make money, and to expand whenever feasible. If a government-owned enterprise loses money, it is allowed to go bankrupt, and this has happened, fortunately, in very few instances." End quote. This was and is the discipline of contestability. GLEs were to be subject to market forces. But the current model for Synapse has drifted from this vision. Today, MOH relies almost exclusively on Synapse to implement its technology integrations. There is capture and cost inflation. An engineer is hired at $5,000 a month. That engineer services are sold to public healthcare clusters at significantly higher rates. If the markups are excessive, then they can become excessive in absence of competition. It can crowd out innovation and make the ecosystem weaker than it should be. I believe a different model is possible and necessary. My vision for Synapse is different. It would return to the original contestable principles surrounding IHIS creation. First, I would seek to separate Synapse into two entities. The first entity should be a core infrastructure company. It would handle standard setting, data exchange protocols, security baselines, and the NEHR plumbing. This stays government-owned and lean, perhaps a few hundred people. It runs the pipes and sets the protocols, but does not compete at the application layer. The second entity would be a commercial services company. It would handle system integration, consulting, and vendor management. This gets spun off, maybe privatized, maybe converted to GLC that must compete commercially, both domestically and internationally. Second, MOH must reacquire the in-house capacity to be an intelligent buyer of technology services. Before or concurrent with any Synapse restructuring, MOH needs a technical unit of about 50 to 100 people, not administrators, but engineers, data architects, security specialists, people who can evaluate bids, write specifications, and challenge cost claims. Without this capacity, the ministry will find it hard to escape capture. Third, we should legislate interoperability standards and open API requirements for all health data intermediaries, including any entity that emerges from Synapse. The goal is to ensure that the application layer, the layer where innovation happens, is open and contestable. Now, I happen to think all this can be done within 4 to 5 years. Speaker, with such contestability, and with opening for opt-in mechanisms where citizens can choose to share their data for specific purposes and receive compensation, I believe the NEHR can be the means of production for 3 outcomes. A, better population scale outcomes. This is the primary purpose and I support it fully. B, a fair stake in data monetization for every citizen. If value is going to be extracted from the data, we should create conditions where citizens can likely share in it, not just bear the risk. C, an ecosystem catalyst for health-based startups. With open APIs and interoperability, Singapore can become a place for health tech innovation. Startups can build on the NEHR platform. SMEs can compete for contracts. We can export health tech capabilities regionally. The NEHR can become a flywheel for a more dynamic health tech ecosystem, one that benefits government, citizens, and entrepreneurs alike, not merely a government-only benefits asset. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I support this principle of a unified national health record. It can improve care, reduce waste, and enable the precision medicine of tomorrow. But a bill that compels contribution must also come with robust ecosystem safeguards. Those compelled to contribute must be protected from disproportionate burden or liability. Privacy controls must be real, since access controls do not exclude data from NEHR. A breach potentially exposes everything regardless of restrictions. Possible loopholes must be closed. Today, insurers cannot access NEHR, but perhaps through transcription and audit clauses, they can access NEHR-derived information sitting in clinical notes. In locking the front door, we must also lock the back door. And if we are to build a national data asset, we must ensure that it's governed by contestable principles, not captured by a monopoly provider. The original vision for IHIS was discipline through competition. We should return to it. I look forward to the Ministry's reply. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Mr. Speaker, the Health Information Bill is necessary for Singapore to transition to an integrated, community-based healthcare ecosystem. There are two aspects which I find essential for successful implementation that I wish to highlight. First, there is to be comprehensive onboarding support for general practitioners, including innovative shared staffing arrangements for small clinics. And second, I would like to call for strengthened support for community partners to ensure seamless continuity of care across our healthcare ecosystem. To achieve one patient, one health summary, one care journey, our GPs, particularly those operating small, independent practices, need adequate support to participate sustainably. While most primary care clinics are already contributing to the NEHR, this figure masks significant challenges faced by small practitioners. Stakeholder feedback had indicated that GP clinics and smaller healthcare organizations are worried about meeting cybersecurity and data security requirements as they have limited resources and administrative capacity. This is a valid concern as the burden falls on them to maintain cyber and data security. This is an ongoing challenge, even for well-resourced organizations globally. Unlike large hospital groups with dedicated IT departments and compliance teams, small GP clinics often operate with minimal administrative staff, tight margins, and practitioners who are clinicians first, not IT specialists. The clinic's concerns are understandable. Hence, I would like to seek three clarifications from the Minister. First, would the Ministry elaborate on the scope and quantum of funding support? It would be helpful for the GPs to have more details. What is the maximum funding quantum per clinic? Does it cover hardware, software, training, and ongoing maintenance? Will funding be provided upfront or reimbursed retrospectively? Small practices operate on tight cash flow and cannot afford to front-load substantial IT investments without certainty of reimbursement. Would MOH publish clear funding guidelines, eligibility criteria, and application timeline before the bill takes effect from early 2027? Second, would MOH extend implementation support beyond technology to operational capacity? While NEHR-compatible systems address the technical dimension, the administrative burden of data entry, staff training, and compliance monitoring remains substantial. Small GP clinics often lack administrative staff dedicated solely to data management. I propose that MOH explore small clinics jointly hiring and sharing data entry staff through collaborative arrangements or tap on some form of shared resources. For example, MOH could facilitate or fund shared service models where 3 to 5 GP clinics in the same geographical cluster jointly employ a trained data coordinator who rotates between clinics, ensuring accurate and timely NEHR contribution, conducting staff training, and maintaining compliance with cybersecurity protocols. Third, would MOH consider a calibrated enforcement framework that accounts for clinic size and capacity? The bill appropriately provides that MOH work with healthcare providers to resolve non-compliance, such as technical challenges leading to non-contribution, before issuing formal directions or penalties. However, enforcement must be differentiated. I hope that there could be special considerations given, for example, in cases where it is a single doctor clinic with 2 nurses should not be held to the same compliance timeline as a multi-site group practice with dedicated IT infrastructure. The second aspect for a successful implementation calls for strengthened support for community partners to ensure seamless continuity of care across our healthcare ecosystem. We must ensure that data sharing between healthcare providers and community partners supports smooth continuity of care, particularly as patients transition from acute hospital settings to community care options. Implementation requires operational readiness and active ministry support for community partners. Would MOH share what technical and operational support be provided to community partners? Community care organizations, active aging centers, voluntary welfare organizations, befriending services often lack the IT infrastructure and data governance expertise to receive, safely store, and use health information securely. Would MOH extend support packages beyond healthcare providers to include community partners, funding secure data systems, staff training, and compliance with data security requirements? Sir, in Mandarin.
Would MOH share what technical and operational support will be provided to community partners? For example, active aging centers, volunteer welfare organizations, and befriending services. These organizations often lack the IT infrastructure and data governance expertise to receive, store, and use health information securely. Would MOH extend support packages to include community partners, fund secure data systems, staff training, and compliance with data security arrangements?
MOH has a timeline for the sharing of non-NEHR health information with the private and community healthcare partners. This is necessary for seamless care continuity. The bill currently limits data sharing to public sector entities, AIC, healthcare clusters, and public agencies. Over time, private community healthcare partners, nursing homes, and home care providers should be included, subject to governance and data protection safeguards. Sir, to meet the objectives of this bill, one patient, one health summary, one care journey, and a community of health, small practices need support to participate meaningfully. Equally, community partners need active ministry support to fulfill their role in continuity of care. I look forward to the Minister's response. Thank you. I support the bill.
Deputy Leader, SMS Zaki.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the proceedings on the business set down on the order paper for today be exempted at this day's sitting from the provisions of Standing Order number 2, please.
The question is the motion moved by the Deputy Leader. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Ms. Kwa Bunteng.
Mr. Speaker, within the healthcare industry, the Health Information Bill has been much discussed and long anticipated. This vision of achieving nationwide contribution of health information into a central repository is a truly ambitious and challenging goal. But as with all things new, it has not come without its fair share of fear and trepidation from the ground. For years, our public sector healthcare institutions have been contributing to the National Electronic Health Records, or NEHR. However, there are still private clinics and other healthcare establishments that have yet to modernize and digitize their patient records. and I agree with members who have spoken so far, that those who struggle with new technology, for them, it is particularly daunting to navigate the journey of digital transformation. In this respect, I know that ministry officers have been making the necessary preparations for a long time. Through various stakeholder consultations, the ministry came to realize that many medical practitioners had concerns about the potential increase in medical legal liabilities arising from the mandatory contribution of health information and the wider accessibility of that information to other healthcare providers. And so, in late 2022, early 2023, the ministry appointed the National Electronic Health Records Guidelines Work Group and tasked the work group to come up with a set of guidelines that would provide clarity on the professional responsibilities and obligations of healthcare professionals in terms of their contribution to, access, and use of our national health records. The work group, which I co-chaired, has since completed its work and issued a set of guidelines setting out the core ethical principles relating to our national health records and proposing reasonable professional standards to be observed by all contributors and users. The draft guidelines have been made available, and I understand it will be published at such time when the Health Information Bill makes its successful passage through this House. To formulate these guidelines, there were numerous engagement sessions arranged by the ministry involving various stakeholders. For example, the Academy of Medicine, the Singapore Medical Association and Singapore Dental Association, as well as nurses, pharmacists, and allied health professionals. As co-chair of the work group, I was present at most, if not all, of these engagement sessions to hear and address the concerns from the ground and to obtain constructive feedback. We also took into account the interests of patients, the need to respect their autonomy in terms of who they would grant access to their national health records, and the sensitivities associated with certain types of health information, for example, conditions that are stigmatizing or affect employment opportunities or one's insurability. I'm heartened to see that these issues have been specifically addressed in the bill, which provides for access restrictions and makes it clear that access to our national health records should not be for employment or insurance purposes. Some have mentioned that patients don't like to be asked repeatedly about their medical histories, but there is a need to emphasize that the primary source of health information remains the patient. National health records can provide a backup source of essential health data when patients are poor historians or are otherwise unable to provide information to their doctors. But it is not a replacement for the traditional way in which doctors interact with their patients through direct communication, which is so important if we are to build a strong doctor-patient partnership, one that is based on trust. Integrated care also doesn't mean that we should expect doctors to routinely have to trawl through and read NEHR records before they even exchange the first word with the patient. We do need to ensure that the healthcare professionals who are users of the system see it as an asset rather than a potential quagmire where missteps will engender swift punishment and legal liability. As for patients, they need to have trust in the national health record system and believe that it is there to serve their needs and safeguard their interests and not at the expense of their privacy or autonomy. Many concerns from the ground remain, for example, that time is needed for their practices to be compliance ready, that they need technical support to deal with cybersecurity threats, or simply to familiarize themselves with recommended practice guidelines and the statutory obligations that will be put in place once the Health Information Act comes into force. I can attest to the fact that senior ministry officers who were present to hear these concerns from the ground have been extremely understanding and reassuring. They have signaled that flexibility will be exercised and allowances given in the event of non-compliance due to teething problems during the initial stages. And these problems could include delays in implementing adequate systemic safeguards. I would like to ask SMS Tan if he can confirm that indeed contributors and users of the National Electronic Record System will be given some latitude, especially in the initial period as they adapt to the new changes and expectations. In addition, I would like to ask SMS Tan if the Ministry intends to continue focusing on patient education efforts that will, in my view, be essential if we want patients to feel secure and have faith in how their sensitive health information will be handled. We are unlikely to gain all the benefits from this ambitious initiative if too many of our patients resort to setting controls on access due to fear or misconceptions. Patient education, therefore, needs to continue to be a priority, and we must continue to listen to and address their concerns and build their trust. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to declare that I am a registered member of the Allied Health Professions Council, and my work involves assessing, treating, and educating on disability. The Health Information Bill before us is a landmark piece of legislation. It establishes a robust legal framework for secure health information sharing across our healthcare ecosystem. And this will shape the way Singapore delivers care for decades to come. This bill is not just about technology or compliance. It is about trust. Trust between patients and providers, between government and citizens, and between institutions and the professionals who serve in them. It is essential for our transition from hospital-centric care to community-based care, particularly as we confront the twin challenges of an aging population and the rising burden of chronic disease. Today, I would like to focus on these 4 areas. 1. Supporting community healthcare practitioners and general practitioners in onboarding to the National Electronic Health Record System, NEHR. 2. Improving data transition between government hospitals and the community sector. 3. Strengthening support for allied health professionals. 4. Addressing patients' concerns about data protection thresholds and breach safeguards. The vision of one patient, one health record, one care journey is compelling. But to realize it, we must ensure that practitioners outside hospital settings, especially general practitioners in smaller, independent practices, have adequate support to participate meaningfully. Today, most primary care clinics already contribute to NEHR. This is commendable progress. This is driven by Healthier SG's integration requirements. Yet, we must acknowledge the realities. Many general practitioners operate with lean teams, limited administrative bandwidth, and modest technical capacity. For them, NEHR integration can feel like a burden, even if its clinical value is clear. The bill rightly provides support mechanisms, whitelisted NEHR-compatible systems, and funding packages to defray onboarding and cybersecurity costs. These are welcome. However, as we move towards mandatory participation, we must ensure that implementation timelines are realistic. The bill takes effect from early 2027, providing healthcare providers time to adopt support measures and comply with requirements. But for some general practitioners and smaller practices, this may still be a tight timeline for them. I urge the Ministry of Health to adopt a calibrated enforcement approach, working collaboratively with general practitioners to resolve technical challenges rather than defaulting to penalties, This is crucial for building a genuine partnership with community practitioners. May I ask how the Ministry of Health will ensure it has sufficient technical professionals and resources on the ground to assist clinics in implementing these changes on time? The bill rightly seeks to enable seamless data transition between government hospitals and community healthcare partners. This is vital for the continuity of care as patients move from acute to community settings. This framework is sound. However, we must ensure that the data transition process is not merely technically compliant, but genuinely supportive of community-based practitioners. When a patient is discharged from a government hospital, the community general practitioners or allied health professionals taking over care should receive comprehensive, timely, clinically relevant information. Further, as private community healthcare organizations mature in governance and systems, they should be progressively included in the fourth schedule of the bill. This would extend data sharing arrangements beyond public institutions, strengthening care continuity across the entire healthcare ecosystem. Allied health professionals, physiotherapists, radiographers, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists, and radiation therapists play indispensable roles in patient care and should have access to relevant NEHR information. In particular, allied health professionals are crucial in managing chronic conditions, rehabilitation, and preventive care in the community and outpatient settings. They need access to medication histories, adverse drug reactions, recent investigations, and relevant diagnosis to deliver safe and effective care. For them, access to relevant NEHR information is not optional, it is essential. Yet, the stakeholder feedback indicates concerns about whether all allied health professionals will have equal access rights and whether sufficient safeguards exist to ensure they access only clinically relevant information for their specific roles. The bill provides role-based access controls, ensuring allied health professionals can only access data relevant to their duties. This is appropriate, but I urge the Ministry of Health to go further. First, establish clear practice guidelines for each allied health profession, specifying what NEHR data is relevant and when access is clinically justified. This removes ambiguity and supports professional judgment. Second, ensure that allied health professional associations are active partners in training and upskilling of their members on NEHR use, medical legal responsibilities, and safeguards. The Ministry of Health will publish guidelines on appropriate use of NEHR to address medical legal concerns, but professional bodies should help manage implementation through their own continuing education programs. If we want integrated care, we must empower every professional who contributes to it. Finally, Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the issue of data protection. Trust is the currency of healthcare. Patients must feel confident that their most sensitive information is safeguarded. Healthcare providers must report data breaches to the Ministry of Health and affected individuals if the breaches result in significant harm. This is sensible for large-scale incidents, but what of smaller breaches affecting 50, 100, or 200 people? May I seek the Minister's assurance on 4 points? First, all breaches, regardless of scale, must be assessed and remedied. The Ministry of Health's enforcement will take seriously even breaches affecting small numbers of people. 2, patients should be notified of significant breaches affecting any number of individuals. 3, Repeated smaller breaches that reveal systemic vulnerabilities must trigger decisive corrective action. 4. Patients should be able to view access logs for their records and flag suspicious activity to the Ministry of Health. Citizen monitoring can be a powerful supplement to regulatory oversight. Mr. Speaker, the Health Information Bill is a decisive step towards integrated, secure, patient-centric digital healthcare. With targeted support for community practitioners, robust data transition frameworks, enhanced support for allied health professionals, and clear safeguards for smaller data breaches, this bill can deliver genuine benefits while protecting patient privacy and maintaining trust. If we succeed, this bill will not only strengthen our healthcare system, but also deepen the confidence of Singaporeans in it. I support this bill. Thank you.
Dr. Harish Singharaju.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to declare that I'm a family physician with the National University Polyclinics. I'm a father of young children, growing up in the heartland and now serving in public healthcare. I've lived and worked among Singaporeans across generations, across every walk of life. Every day I sit across the table from patients, the uncle in his 60s managing 6 chronic conditions, the young mother bringing her newborn for a jaundice review, hoping the hospital's records have already reached me, and the elderly auntie who cannot remember which medicines to take, and the caregivers trying to make sense of it all for the loved ones who cannot. They come because they trust we will help them make sense of a system that can feel overwhelming. And I work alongside nurses, care coordinators, allied health staff, administrators, and fellow doctors, people who entered healthcare to help, doing their best under difficult conditions. I speak today for both, for patients and families who depend on the system, and for healthcare workers who make it work. Mr. Speaker, the vision behind this bill is right. One patient, one health summary, one care journey. Information that follows the patient. Fewer duplicated tests, fewer medication errors, better patient safety, better clinical decisions. The bill sets clear boundaries. Clause 6 excluded purposes, employment and insurance-related matters. Clause 38 makes it an offence to access the National Electronic Records System, commonly known as NEHR, for these purposes. Penalties are serious. Patients must trust that their health information will not be used against them. These protections matter. But a bill is only as good as the trust it builds from patients and from providers. I have 3 observations. First, the boundaries are clear. The grey zone is not. The bill tells us what we must not do, but not what we must do, or how much is enough. A patient comes to see me, cough for 2 weeks, no clinical red flag features. I take a history, examine her, and I'm satisfied, likely a viral or post-viral cough. I treat her symptomatically. I do not assess her NEHR. 3 months later, it turns out she had early lung cancer. A CT scan done elsewhere 6 months ago showed a lung nodule. It was in NEHR. I did not see it. Was I wrong? I had no reason to suspect cancer. My clinical assessment was adequate, but the information was there. Now consider the reverse. I access NEHR, years of records, hundreds of entries. How deep must I go? How wide? If I click result A, but not the adjacent result B, because it seems unrelated to the current consult, is that reasonable? Or will I be asked later why I did not check? Clause 99 protects those who act in good faith and with reasonable care. But it does not define what reasonable care looks like. In practice, clinicians exercise professional judgment every day. But what do reasonable care and professional judgment look like with 10 minutes of consultation time and 10 years of records? I'm not asking for immunity from accountability. I'm asking for clarity. Clarity on what reasonable access looks like. What constitutes adequate review? How we should document the choices we make against the ever-increasing complexity and demands of clinical care. And this guidance must be sustained, not a one-time circular, but updated as systems and practice evolve. Without these, clinicians will practice hesitantly. Some will over-access, lost in screens. Others will under-access, afraid of what they might find. Neither serves patients. I ask the Minister, will the Ministry commit to facilitating and supporting the development of clear, practical guidance in consultation with the profession on what constitutes reasonable access and review? Next, governance is central, enablement must be central too. NEHR is centrally governed. Standards are set by the Ministry, but implementation is local, and the burden falls unevenly. Public institutions have the resources to maintain systems, keep them updated, and respond when things go wrong. We cannot say the same for private practice. I still speak to friends from medical school, former colleagues now in private practice, the solo GP in Bedok, the small group practice in Jurong. They face the same data security and breach reporting standards under Parts 4 and 5 with far fewer resources. I know senior doctors still sharp, still caring, who are thinking of hanging up their white coats early, not because they cannot practice medicine, but because they cannot keep up with the infrastructural demands. Clinicians should be caring for patients, not managing systems. I do not argue for lower standards. Patient data must be protected. But enablement must match governance. Central standards require central support. And this support must be sustained, not just during rollout. If we expect doctor-patient relationships to last decades, the support must last too. I asked the Minister, will there be dedicated, sustained support for smaller practices? This could take many forms: shared IT services, pooled cybersecurity monitoring, simplified compliance pathways. Existing structures like primary care networks could be leveraged. These need not be free, but they must be accessible and sustained, not tapering off after implementation, but continuing for as long as the obligations continue. Third, portability must align with continuity. Part 7 provides for portability of health information. Patients can request their records be transferred. This is right. Patients should control their own information. But there is a tension. Healthier SG encourages patients to build long-term relationships with one family doctor. Continuity improves outcomes. Trust takes time, and NEHR supports this, with giving access to specialists and hospital records, enabling coordinated care. Yet seamless portability makes it easier to move between private providers. If records follow effortlessly, why stay with one doctor? I'm not suggesting we restrict portability. There are valid reasons to change primary providers. Relocation, a breakdown in relationship perhaps. But if portability inadvertently undermines continuity, NEHR risks enabling fragmentation. Episodic care from whichever provider is nearest, cheapest, or most convenient, leading to wasted resources. The technology is neutral. The outcomes depend on policy coherence. I asked the Minister what measures will ensure that portability reinforces rather than weakens the care relationship Healthier SG seeks to build. In closing, Mr. Speaker, this bill matters. It matters to the patient hoping the next doctor knows what the last one did. It matters to the clinician wanting to do the right thing but uncertain of the rules. It matters to the small practice owner worried about compliance. Legislation alone does not build trust. Trust is built through clarity, through support, through coherence between policies meant to work together. While I support this bill, I urge the Minister to address these concerns, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. David Ho.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm speaking in support of the Health Information Bill. At the very core, the bill addresses a very real and familiar problem in the healthcare today. Information does not follow the patient always. You see, as care becomes more complex with more providers, more settings, more chronic conditions, patients often carry their own medical history across the system. For many Singaporeans, the most stressful part of a health episode is not just the illness alone, but it is the friction that comes along with it. They have to repeat the story with every medical visit. They struggle to record the medication names, sometimes I do, past dosages, or test results that sit in different institutions. For those caring for aging parents, they become our human bridge as they juggle between appointment letters, WhatsApp photos of prescription, and fragmented notes of different providers. Therefore, having a well-governed national health record reduces this burden. It supports safer handover between stakeholders in the healthcare system, such as our GPs, specialists, hospitals, and community partners. It also lowers the risk of missed allergies, drug interactions, and also unnecessary repeated tests that cost time, money, and anxiety. This bill puts the National Electronic Record System, Health Record System on a clearer legal footing, including governance of access, use, and safeguards. For this reason, I support the intent and the direction of this bill. That said, Mr. Speaker, I would like to raise 3 broad points that I hope we can use to strengthen trust and confidence in implementation. My first pertains to individual regarding sensitive data and access restriction. Mr. Speaker, not all health information feels the same to all citizens. Sharing information about a cough, a vaccination, a fracture, it's usually straightforward. But many Singaporeans will understandably feel unease when information relates to areas where stigma still exists, such as healthcare, mental health condition, sexually transmitted infection, HIV status, substance abuse, self-harm, or records that may expose abuse. The fear is not only about embarrassment, but it is about the consequences that will come along too. Specifically, how would such information affect their employability? This is why the bill safeguard matters, because access is purpose limited, it's role-based, locked, restrictions is auditable, and misuse attracts serious consequences. It gives individuals the ability to impose access restriction. The ability to impose access restrictions provides individuals with a peace of mind. In essence, it gives that assurance to say that, hey, I can see my record, I understand my record, and if I wish, I can limit the information the other party can see. Which is important, because this is how we build trust. In addition, it is important to reassure Singaporeans clearly by proactively communicating the following. The MOH has stated that the National Electronic Health Records information is for clinical care and is not accessible by employers or insurers. The message should remain consistent and prominent as the bill is being implemented. And against this backdrop, I have 2 clarifications on this. Firstly, let us agree that not all Singaporeans are digitally competent or confident. As we have seen in the most recent CDC January vouchers, where even after multiple rounds of education, some seniors still do not feel confident in claiming their vouchers digitally. They still come to our community centres to collect hard copy vouchers. Against this backdrop, I wonder what assisted pathways would it be made available for residents who wish to understand and also know how they can manage the access restriction. Could this include in-person support at polyclinics, hospital, or even trusted community touchpoints? So that the right to impose, to understand access restriction, it is not only for those who are digitally confident, but for every single Singaporean. Second, I wonder, will citizens also be able to view the access history in a way that is simple and meaningful? And will MOH also clearly explain what the access history does and does not capture? For example, a resident showed me, if you go to our Health Hub FAQ page, it says, your healthcare professionals may be accessing your records from their own electronic medical records EMR system. Access made to your records in their own EMR system are not included in the National Electronic Health Record Access History. In plain English, what it means is that sometimes doctors and nurses, they see your records through their own system rather than the National Electronic Health Records. And what this means is that it wouldn't be captured in the access history because they are looking for information through their own system. If we want to build trust, then we must be clear what the access history can capture and cannot capture. Beyond these 2 questions, that got me thinking about the issue of data completeness. As clinicians document care in their own clinic and hospital system, the National Electronic Health Records depends on what is contributed through integration. Other systems abroad also show that governance alone is not enough. Some jurisdictions mandate provider contributions through law, while others rely on technical readiness or voluntary participation. Regardless, the National Electronic Health Record will only reach its fullest potential if data contributions are consistent and timely. In our case, beyond reporting required by law, how would MOH encourage strong compliance in the everyday operations that's required in the core data that's reflected in our bill, such as medical lists, medication lists, vaccination administered, and also dental notes, and etc. We need to ensure that this contribution is consistent, prompt, with good quality across providers. Would there be positive levers such as integration support, performance feedback, recognition of good practices, and contributors to be considered for the rest to learn from? Mr. Speaker, my second point pertains to smaller providers, reflecting the unevenness in readiness to implement. Cybersecurity audit and reporting obligations are necessary, but they are operationally demanding. Smaller clinics and some community providers may need more time and practical support to meet new requirements properly. From my own experience in procuring cybersecurity services in different roles, significant time and effort goes into spelling out the requirements, finding the right provider, implementing, and ensuring user adoption. All that to say, it requires time. I therefore hope that the implementation of this bill will be accompanied by the reassurance that, number one, transition timelines will take into account of capacity of smaller providers. Number two, implementation support will be sustained and ongoing beyond simply the launch period. In practical terms, what this could look like means standard templates, shared tools, training resources, a clear help desk, and escalation pathway. And where necessary, support to uplift baseline cybersecurity, since the system is only as strong as its weakest link. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to raise a practical continuity of care issues brought up by some Singaporeans that I've had conversations with. And this interaction, Singaporeans shared with me, and I also understandably so, because I've experienced that through my friends who are young parents as well. They shared that some of them would prefer to go overseas for screenings or procedures because they perceive it to be cheaper and or faster. For instance, with the initiatives such as the Johor Singapore Special Economic Zone and the MOU on cooperation in health signed in December 2025, I think we are likely to see closer health linkages, and maybe more Singaporeans might go up north for medical screening and treatments in near future. However, information generated overseas will not automatically be captured in our national health record system. So I'd like to seek the Ministry's view on information generated overseas. In particular, would the Ministry consider capturing reliable and credible health information data from abroad in our system? Because in my experience, and I speak to some parents when they are newly born, if they want to, they are quite excited to search for the gender or to know the gender of the child, they would go overseas to do a quick test so that they will know whether it's a boy or a girl. Is there even a possibility for Singaporean residents to share the clinically relevant overseas finding with Singapore providers in a way that clinicians can validate and incorporate safely? Of course, this should be considered with the intent that any integration of overseas health information should be done to strengthen our continuity of care and not compromise data quality and clinical safety. Mr. Speaker, in sum, the Health Information Bill is a necessary step for a modern healthcare system. If implemented with clear communication, assisted access pathways, and credible transparency, this bill can help Singapore build a health data ecosystem that is both enabling and trusted. With this point, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Dr. Hamid Raza.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the Health Information Bill. Before that, I declare my interest as an orthopedic surgeon currently in private practice. Drawing from both my clinical experience and ground feedback that I've gathered, I will focus my remarks on two areas that have surfaced repeatedly. Number one, the practical realities faced by clinicians, particularly in smaller healthcare settings, and the importance of patient trust, supported by robust access and privacy safeguards. Mr. Speaker, as clinicians, we do see every day how fragmented information can compromise care. Duplicated tests, missed drug allergies or interactions, incomplete histories, especially for seniors with multiple medical problems. At the same time, many doctors, particularly those in smaller GP practices, specialist clinics, and dental clinics, have raised practical questions about how this bill affects their medico-legal responsibilities. I think this was alluded to earlier by Dr. Harish as well. First, I would like to seek clarification from the Minister on the intended role of the NEHR in daily clinical practice. Can the Minister confirm that the NEHR is positioned as a supplementary clinical tool and not a mandatory step that must be assessed in every single consultation? Such clarity is important. Good medicine still begins with history taking, physical examination, and the doctor's professional judgment based on the presentation of the patient at that material point in time. Digital tools should enhance clinical decision-making, not replace it. Clear articulation of this principle will help address concerns that clinicians could be exposed to liability simply for not assessing NEHR in every encounter. Second, clarity in guidance will be essential. As clinicians are required to contribute to and access NEHR responsibly, clear, practical guidelines on appropriate use will help healthcare professionals act with confidence. Firstly, knowing when access is appropriate. Next, how to document these decisions made on the access of NEHR data, and then how to meet their obligations without fear of inadvertent non-compliance. I therefore welcome the Ministry's intention to provide guidance and training to all healthcare professionals. Third, I wish to speak for smaller providers who are concerned about cybersecurity and data protection requirements. Unlike large institutions, many smaller clinics operate with limited manpower and resources, as already alluded to by previous speakers. And in this regard, I do welcome the funding support and the use of whitelisted systems to help smaller providers comply safely and securely. A calibrated enforcement posture, coupled with practical assistance, would be key to ensuring that compliance strengthens care rather than becoming an administrative burden. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, clinicians want to do the right thing for their patients and for the healthcare system. This bill works best when it enables clinicians rather than paralyze them. Mr. Speaker, the second area I wish to address is patient trust. Trust is the bedrock of healthcare. Patients share deeply personal information because they trust that it will be used solely for their care and not to disadvantage them in any way. Unfortunately, on the ground, I personally have seen instances that undermines this trust. There has been cases where insurers have written to multiple clinics in the vicinity of a patient's residence, seeking information about a patient's medical history in the context of an insurance claim. These broad and often non-specific requests are deeply troubling because they go back in years. They ask about someone presenting with a particular symptom 10, 15 years before the current claim is being made. This places our clinicians in a very difficult position and risks compromising confidentiality between providers who may actually have no direct care relationship with the patient. These practices underscore why clear legal boundaries across access and use of health information are essential. In this regard, I strongly support the safeguards embedded in this bill. I understand that access to the NEHR will be both role-based and purpose-specific. Healthcare professionals may only access records for patients under their own care and only for direct patient care purposes. Crucially, the bill explicitly prohibits access for employment and insurance purposes, except in narrowly defined statutory medical examinations. This clarity sends a strong and necessary signal and directly addresses public concerns about the misuse. I also welcome the transparency features enabled through Health Hub. Patients will be able to see who has accessed their records and restrict access where appropriate and flag potential misuse. These features reinforce accountability and uphold public confidence. Importantly, this bill maintains a careful balance. Even when patients apply restrictions, a core set of critical health information and full access in genuine medical emergencies will remain available. This ensures that patient autonomy does not inadvertently compromise patient safety. I was glad to hear fellow member Mr. Fadli prioritize patient autonomy in his speech earlier. This is why I believe a restricted access approach rather than a complete opt-out approach would be more beneficial to patients, clearly demonstrating that in medical emergencies, in the case of an opt-out system, critical information may not be available to the attending physicians. Mr. Speaker, related to this, I would like to seek clarification on how the bill considers continuity of health information for vulnerable populations who receive care outside our conventional healthcare system. This includes inmates under the care of the Singapore Prison Service. As we aspire to have inmates eventually transition back into the community or require care in our public healthcare institutions, timely access to critical medical information can be important for their safety and continuity of care. I seek the Minister's clarification on how such health information is treated within the broader framework of NEHR and how safeguards could be applied in these contexts. Finally, I would like to seek the Minister's clarification on how the bill safeguards particularly sensitive health information, including mental health data, and the penalties in place to deter misuse. Such safeguards are critical in protecting dignity and sustaining trust, especially for patients who already feel vulnerable at the point of care. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not ultimately about data or systems. It's about ensuring that clinicians have the right information at the right time, that patients retain their dignity, privacy, and autonomy, and that trust remains the foundation of our healthcare system. When trust is preserved, seamless care becomes possible. Now, for any healthcare system to function well, healthcare providers must trust the system, patients must trust the system, and the healthcare system must be worthy of that trust. With safeguards for patients, clarity for providers, and support for implementation, I support the Health Information Bill. Thank you.
Order, I propose to take a short break. I suspend the sitting and will take the chair at 7:25 p.m. Order, order. order.
Item 2, resumption of debate on the Health Information Bill, second reading.
SMS done.
Mr. Speaker, I thank all the members who have spoken for supporting the bill, especially our new NMP members, Ms. Kwa and Dr. Haresh, contributing to the debate on the first day they are sworn in. Sir, only by enabling data sharing and a unified health summary for each patient can we support continuity of care when patients move between different healthcare settings and receive care from multiple healthcare providers. The members have raised a number of thoughtful views and constructive comments, which I'll address them in 4 broad themes. But before I do that, I would like to address the points made by Mr. Kenneth Tiong, a member, around the organization and his views on Synapse, the health tech agency that implements many of the IT projects in MOH. As that topic does not pertain to the specifics of the HIB, I encourage Mr. Tiong to raise a separate PQ or raise the issue separately from today's debate. But suffice to say that Synapse is not a commercial entity. Its fundamental role is to support MOH in delivering digital health and IT services to benefit our healthcare clusters to deliver better healthcare services to our Singaporeans. Let me now turn to the substance of the bill. There are 4 broad themes of comments that came in. First is around the safeguards for patients. Second, the obligations and support measures for healthcare providers. Third, the support measures for healthcare professionals. And fourthly, the sharing of non-NHR health information. Let me start with the safeguards for patients. Mr. Yip Hong Wing, Mr. David Ho, Mr. Wan Rizal, Dr. Hamid Razak, and Mr. Fadli Fauzi highlighted the importance of safeguarding access to and the use of patients' NHR information. And this has been a focus for us when we carried out the public consultation and prepared this bill. There are broadly 2 sets of concerns that we hear from individuals. The first is how a patient's NHR information will be adequately safeguarded and assessed only as needed by healthcare professionals and providers. Of special concern is the access to health information that may be deemed more sensitive. There were also related questions about the access restriction features. So that's the first set of concerns. The second is around whether the NHR information will be used beyond healthcare, such as for employment and insurance purposes. Let me touch on the first set of concerns. Sir, we are not starting from scratch. We have been operating the NEHR for 15 years. Importantly, the vast majority of healthcare providers are already on board. All public healthcare institutions, most private hospitals, and the bulk of the GP clinics. So this is a system that is operating for many years. And we have built in various ex-ante safeguards into the design of the NHR. This includes role-based access, such that authorized healthcare professionals can only access the types of health information required for their specific patient role. We also have technical controls and regular ex-post audits to flag unauthorized accesses to NHR. With the HIB, we are enhancing the legislative safeguards and stiffening penalties for unauthorized access. First-time offenses of unauthorized access of NHR are punishable with a maximum fine of $50,000 and or up to 2 years imprisonment upon conviction, and the penalty is doubled for repeat offenders. And healthcare professionals who access NEHR in an unauthorized manner could also be referred to the relevant professional boards or councils for further action. Mr. Dennis Tan spoke about offences and whether the $1 million maximum fine was sufficient. Well, sir, the jurisdictions he compared with, as well as PDPA that he referred to, don't have criminal prosecution. The breaches to HIB is serious, and we take this seriously. And for example, if you can conviction, it's not just fines, it's imprisonment as well. But more basically, we take an approach that is more supportive, working together with our healthcare providers and healthcare professionals. These are people, nurses, clinicians, administrators, who want to do well, who want to serve the patients, want to take care of the patients. And we want to take a supportive role and approach to uplift data security and cybersecurity postures, not a punitive approach. Mr. Alex Yeo asked about audits on unauthorized accesses of the NHR, and Mr. Tiong asked if Synapse would proactively monitor against unauthorized access. Synapse, the NHR system operator, conducts regular audits and ongoing monitoring to detect suspicious behavior or atypical patterns, including in response to patient alerts. For example, accessing the NHR information of a patient who has not recently visited any healthcare provider is a flag. Synapse will conduct investigations to determine whether an unauthorized access has occurred. Synapse will regularly review its audit plans, including frequency, best practices, and the use of new tools like artificial intelligence to ensure that the regime is robust. In addition, instances when a patient's NHR information is accessed over the preceding 12 months will be made known to him through the NHR Access History feature in the Health Hub application. This provides an additional layer of transparency. Patients can monitor which healthcare providers have accessed their NHR information and flag any unauthorized access to the authorities for investigation. The logs will show access at the healthcare institution level to keep the function simple, usable, and practical. In a multidisciplinary team, healthcare professionals across different roles may access the patient's NHR information at different times of the patient's care journey. Depending on the patient's condition, it is also not uncommon for nurses, pharmacists, or allied health professionals to need access. In a healthcare system, the institution is ultimately responsible for care to its patients. I would like to take the opportunity to clarify the comment made by Mr. David Ho. Health Hub access logs will show all access to NHR, regardless whether they access it through EMR or the portal. So just to clarify on his point earlier. So I would like to assure Mr. Ho, Mr. Fadli, and Mr. Yip that we will seek users' feedback when reviewing the interface to ensure it's simple and user-friendly. Mr. Speaker, we understand that some patients are particularly concerned about access to health information that may be deemed more sensitive. Mr. Louis Chua, Mr. Yip, Dr. Razak, and Mr. Ho, and Mr. Tiong himself have commented on the need for safeguards for such information. And such health information includes sexually transmitted infections, delusional disorders, and schizophrenia. The diagnosis and test results that confirm the condition are subject to additional safeguards. First, there are restrictions on who can access this information. Only a select group of healthcare professionals are allowed to access this information based on their role in caring for the patient diagnosed with the health condition. For example, a nurse who is working in a psychiatric ward will have access to the psychiatric condition of the patient he or she is caring for. So that's the first control. Second, before an authorized healthcare professional can access these types of health information, they will be subject to a double lock-in, which requires the authorized healthcare professional to re-verify their credentials before access. This ensures that such information is only accessed when needed and avoids accidental access. Accesses to such health information are more closely audited by Synapse, and cases of unauthorized access to NHR information will be investigated and penalties imposed. So we appreciate that despite all these safeguards, some patients may still have privacy concerns. To assuage the concerns of these patients, the HIB will allow patients to restrict healthcare providers from accessing their NHR information, or we call this access restrictions in the bill. As I mentioned earlier in my opening speech, we do not encourage this, as it could lead to adverse impact on care delivery for the patient. So to address the queries raised by members, the access restrictions have been designed to balance the impact to patient care, considering the welfare and interests of the patient, while while taking into consideration their concerns around privacy. So patients may restrict access to the NHR information at a healthcare institution level, but not at an individual healthcare professional level. As I mentioned earlier, care delivery is team-based and increasingly multidisciplinary. It's not operationally feasible to restrict access to specific healthcare professionals, but not others, when they all work in a team in the same healthcare institution. This is aligned with good practices we observed elsewhere, like in Australia. Health information will be contributed to NEHR even if access restrictions are in place. As pointed out by Dr. Hamid, who brings in a practitioner's perspective, an incomplete record, including if individuals opt not to contribute select healthcare information deemed to be more sensitive, will significantly reduce the utility of NHR in supporting healthcare professionals to provide quality care and could pose safety risk. In certain situations, access to such records in a timely manner could save lives, as I mentioned earlier in my opening speech. One example would be when a doctor or pharmacist need to have the ability to assess drug interactions, and his job is hindered due to incomplete medication information. The patient could suffer unintended consequences, especially in emergency situations where the patient may not be able to respond. It also ensures that if patients change their minds in future, for instance, when they are older, and remove such access restrictions, there will be no gap in the NEHR information, and this was a valuable learning point when MOH colleagues engage other jurisdictions. The approach we are adopting aims to achieve a balance between patient choice and ensuring that patients receive better and more coordinated patient care. So in summary, healthcare providers will be granted access to NHR to support patients' continuity of care across healthcare settings by default. Patients may, however, restrict access to all healthcare providers, or from the second half of 2026, limit access so that only select healthcare providers, such as their own Healthier SG clinics, may access their information. Once in place, restricted healthcare providers will not be able to, unless required by other written laws, access the patient's NEHR information, except for the essential subset of records that deals with allergies and vaccination records. Next, I would like to also thank members like Mr. Yip, Mr. Ho, Mr. Chua, Mr. Fadli, and Mr. Kwa Boon Teng for highlighting the importance of educating the public on the implications of placing access restrictions and supporting patients that are less digitally savvy. We are likewise mindful of this point. MOH will work with the healthcare institutions to set up physical touchpoints for those who require help with placing access restrictions and understanding the implications of doing so. Alternatively, patients may seek the help of trusted individuals like their family members and caregivers to place access restrictions on their behalf. Mr. Yip raised the concern that the act of placing an access restriction may itself become a source of stigma or adverse inference. This access restriction will be known only to the healthcare providers managing the patient, and all healthcare professionals are bound by their respective professional bodies' ethical codes and ethical guidelines to treat all patients fairly and without prejudice. Let me now move to the queries around NHR access by insurers and employers. We understand Singaporeans' concerns about the potential discrimination or stigmatization they may face if their health information is revealed to the employer or insurer. On this, I would like to reiterate 3 points that I made earlier in my opening speech. First, insurers and employers do not and will not have access to NEHR. Second, healthcare professionals are also prohibited from accessing NEHR for employment or insurance purposes, except for prescribed statutory medical examinations, which I will talk on later, or where authorized by other written law or the order of the court. Third, the HIB imposes strict penalties for any unauthorized access to NHR, with higher penalties for prohibited employment or insurance purposes. Mr. Wan Rizal asked whether statutory medical examinations may provide a backdoor for employers to gain access to NHR information. The list of statutory medical examinations that is in the bill is tightly scoped to those where NEHR access is necessary to protect the public and safeguard the health of the individual. This is the key principle. We have no plans to expand this list to include employment-related screenings that are not necessary to protect the public and the individual. The current practice for employment-related screenings will remain, where doctors rely on their history-taking, clinical assessment, and their own existing medical records for the individual, if any, without access to NEHR. On Mr. Yeo's query on whether MOH will consider allowing individuals to give consent for their NEHR information to be accessed for insurance purposes for some situations, I'd like to reiterate that NEHR is primarily for patient care purposes. When insurers request for health information, the current practice is for healthcare providers and professionals to rely on their medical records, patient interactions, which include history-taking as well as physical examinations, to prepare the necessary reports for the insurer. This will continue to be the case after the HIB is enacted. NEHR must not be assessed for such insurance and employment-related checks. To Mr. Tiong's query, healthcare providers and professionals should prepare separate medical reports, memos, or clinical summaries for the insurer, instead of providing their raw medical records, such as printouts from their clinical medical records. This is because raw medical records contain extensive information, including potentially irrelevant information. Where NEHR information is referred to during a medical examination, information relevant to the episode would be validated or confirmed with the patient during history-taking and may be captured in the provider's own medical records, together with the doctor's clinical assessment. Such information would then be treated as part of the provider's own medical records. Healthcare providers and professionals will need to carefully assess what information is in their own medical records is relevant and necessary to include in a report provided to an insurer. MOH has issued a circular to healthcare providers and a guidance note to insurers to clearly state these positions. Healthcare providers may inform MOH if there are any inappropriate requests for NEHR information for insurance purposes. Sir, let me now address questions about the contribution requirements in the bill. Dr. Haresh asked if mandatory contributions coupled with access will encourage episodic care, affecting initiatives such as Healthier SG, which encourages building a trusted relationship between patients and their family doctor. Mr. Ho asked about the requirement to contribute information in a timely and accurate manner and the treatment of overseas medical records. And Mr. Fauzi asked about the level of details of key health information to be contributed to NEHR. The bill requires healthcare providers to contribute accurate and complete health information in a timely manner. This ultimately benefits patients by enabling their healthcare providers to access all relevant health information to provide the best care. Take a Healthier SG family doctor as an example. The bill will allow the doctor to deliver better patient care, taking account of the patient's medical history across different settings, including private specialist clinics. This enables the doctor to build a trusted and hopefully lifelong relationship towards better health outcomes. And to help healthcare providers comply with the contribution requirements in the bill, we have whitelisted Health Information Management Systems, or HIMS, HIMS, that have the requisite technical features and encourage all healthcare providers to subscribe to this HIMS. On overseas medical records, the HIB only applies within Singapore. Nevertheless, patients can bring their overseas health records to their local healthcare providers, who may then incorporate relevant information into their own medical records. And once incorporated, these records will be contributed to NEHR. To Dr. Hamid's query on whether populations that receive care outside the conventional system, such as prison inmates, will benefit from the bill, I'd like to assure a member that all Singaporeans' key health information, including those under the care of the Singapore Prison Service, will be contributed to NEHR. To Mr. Fadli's query of NEHR designed to be a One Health summary, we will only require the contribution of health information prescribed in the first schedule of the bill and not the doctor's detailed clinical notes. The design of system and the data pipes take in only the prescribed data types. For example, if a patient has diabetes and is prescribed with insulin, the doctor will only contribute diabetes as the diagnosis and insulin as the medication. So only information that's needed for continuity of care. So let me now turn to Dr. Chu Pei Ling's suggestion to extend NHR access to other users, such as allied health professionals working outside of licensed institutions. I would like to thank Dr. Chu for her suggestion to extend the access to other users. However, I'd like to reiterate that the primary purpose of the NHR is to support and enhance the continuity of care for patients. Hence, HIB provides for NHR access for licensed healthcare institutions, and within these healthcare institutions, NHR access is only provided for healthcare professionals with clinical or care planning roles, and this is a core principle governing NHR access. However, we recognize that as care models develop and evolve, we may need to grant new providers or services access to NHR. In doing so, we'll consider factors such as whether NHR information is required for that role and whether the provider or service is able to comply with HIB's requirements. And prior to changing the scope of providers that may access NHR, we will consult relevant stakeholders and publicly communicate the changes through the MOH website. Sir, Mr. Chua, Mr. Louis Chua, Mr. Yip, and Mr. Fadli Fauzi also asked about sharing of NHR information for non-patient care purposes under the HIB or other written laws, such as the Criminal Procedure Code 2010. NHR was set up to facilitate patient care, and the information within NHR is primarily intended to be shared across healthcare providers for that purpose. And this is a consistent principle adopted by other jurisdictions that we have studied. And MOH is of the view that the identifiable health information should generally be interpreted and managed by qualified healthcare professionals. Parties from outside the healthcare sector generally do not require identifiable health information for non-healthcare related purposes. Such, therefore, when parties seek MOH's views on this, MOH would suggest that such parties consider alternative data sources or ways of achieving its policy intent, instead of using NHR information, or involve the qualified healthcare professionals to partner parties in meeting the intent. For public health purposes under the HIB, NHR information may be needed in certain situations, for example, to quickly identify and enable healthcare providers to contact affected patients in the event of a major drug contamination incident. As another example is in the event of an outbreak of a serious infectious disease, there may not be sufficient time, nor will it be feasible to seek consent from the individuals to use their NHR information to contain the outbreak. So de-identified NHR information may also be needed for public policy analysis and planning purposes, such as to review healthcare utilization trends or to analyze the cost effectiveness of medicine. So I gave some examples to the queries that raised by members on the scenarios in which those clauses apply. As a general rule, MOH will ensure requests for NHR information have sound basis before supporting it. For all supported requests, whether from private entities, such as academic institutions and health-related organizations, or from public agencies under other written laws, MOH will share only the necessary data required to fulfill the intent. Let me give an example to illustrate my point. For example, we request from the police to locate missing persons. We will only provide administrative information about visits to healthcare providers without details of the patient's medical conditions. This enables the police to confirm if missing persons have been warded in an emergency and in turn alert worried family members. Requesting parties will also be required to protect the data against loss, against unauthorized access, use, modification, disclosure, or other misuse. Mr. Chua and Mr. Fadli asked specifically about the use of NEHR for research. De-identified NEHR health information may be shared through established platforms such as Trust under the NRF for research purposes. These could include training for artificial intelligence models, but where requests are received from commercial parties, possibly for commercial purposes, we are extremely cautious in assessing such requests, including whether the sharing of such data is helpful in contributing to better healthcare and better health outcomes. Primarily, NEHR is for continuum of care and for public health purposes, not for commercial purposes. Mr. Chua suggested allowing access restrictions to be applied to the sharing of NEHR information for broader public health interest purposes, such as policy planning and analysis. This is not advisable, as it could lead to incomplete analysis and will undermine the utility of NEHR in informing national policies and planning. So now let me turn to the third topic around resilience security of the system. A number of members, including Mr. Yip and Mr. Dennis Tan, asked about the resilience and security standards for NEHR, particularly in light of the SingHealth data breach in 2018. I'd like to reassure members that MOH has taken in the recommendations under the Public Sector Data Security Review Committee conducted in 2019, and NEHR is complying with the relevant resilience and security requirements for government systems recommended by this committee. NEHR is subject to security and resilience audits with vulnerability scans, penetration tests, and exercises carried out regularly to ensure that systems are secure and backup systems are operational in events of a downtime. I must add that really the lesson for SingHealth data breach is that we are open and transparent about the issue, convene the committee of inquiry, learn the lessons, apply them, and make sure we work very hard to prevent such breaches from reoccurring, and take those lessons into heart as we build up our security and data security cybersecurity and data security standards. And we have done so over the years. Additionally, there are several lines of defense before the NEHR database, with intrusion detection at various parts of the network. Timely hardware and software application upgrades are implemented, which include security patches as well as security controls to detect and block suspicious traffic from external sources. MOH and Synapse will continue to work with the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore, GovTech, and independent auditing firms to conduct regular cybersecurity reviews and security assessments. I would like to also thank Mr. Yip for his feedback on the need to make NEHR more user-friendly. I'll assure him that we'll continue to invest in the improvement of NEHR's technology and features to help healthcare providers quickly identify the most relevant information for their patients. Relatedly, Mr. Yip, Dr. Chu, Mr. Ho, Ms. Joan Pereira, and a number of members like Mr. Fadli Fauzi, Mr. Tiong, and Mr. Dennis Tan asked further details on the cybersecurity and incident management requirements, including their feasibility and availability of MOH support. So I'd like to clarify that today, healthcare providers are already required to make reasonable security arrangements to protect personal health information. This is an existing requirement in laws such as the Personal Data Protection Act and the Healthcare Services Act 2020. The Bill's cybersecurity and data security requirements are based on these existing standards and legal requirements, but contextualized for the healthcare sector. These include frameworks such as Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore's Cyber Essential Mark and the Infocom Media Development Authority's Data Protection Essentials, which were designed to be accessible and implementable by smaller organizations. And examples of these requirements include the use of anti-malware solutions and firewalls and computers, the backing up of essential business information, and data storage practices. Healthcare providers will also need to train their staff on cyber hygiene and data governance practices to ensure safe and secure access to health information. On the incident management framework, healthcare providers and their HIMS providers must put in place a framework to identify, resolve, and mitigate cybersecurity and data breaches. This includes notifying MOH of prescribed security incidents and implementing mechanisms and processes to detect and respond to incidents such as ransomware attacks or unauthorized access to NHR. But even with the best preventive measures, a data breach may still occur. Healthcare providers will be required to notify MOH and affected individuals of significant data breaches. Once notified, MOH will work with the healthcare providers to understand the root cause of the breach, the extent of the data exposed, and the potential harm to patients, and the containment and mitigation measures that need to be implemented. In the event of any data breach, healthcare providers are expected to take necessary measures to remediate the situation and prevent such incidents from occurring again. Where MOH is of the view that the mitigation or preventive measures are inadequate, we will work with the healthcare providers on implementing the appropriate measures. To Mr. Fauzi's query on how significant harm will be defined, if a data breach causes or is likely to cause a significant harm to an individual, for example, if it involves disclosure of health information that may be deemed more sensitive, healthcare providers must notify the affected individual on or after notifying MOH. Additionally, MOH will only require significant breaches to be notified in alignment with the approach under existing legal frameworks such as the PDPA. These details will be set out in subsidiary legislation. Let me now turn to the support measures for healthcare providers. I appreciate the concerns that members have raised about the support needed for smaller providers, especially smaller GP clinics. I mentioned earlier with Healthier SG, most GP clinics have already onboarded to NHR with the support of MOH. MOH recognizes the importance of providing healthcare providers with reasonable time to comply with the HIB requirements, and will offer the necessary support for healthcare providers to prepare and adapt the system and processes. We see them as a valuable partner in supporting the continuity of care in the community. And our support package will include measures to defray costs of subscriptions to whitelisted HIB-compliant HIMS, to digitalize their clinical records, and to contribute data to NHR more seamlessly. There are also other support packages to engage professional services from whitelisted service providers to implement cyber and data security requirements. Additionally, resources, guidance materials, and training programs will be available to help healthcare providers, including our community health partners, to meet the HIB cybersecurity and data protection requirements on an ongoing basis. We would like to reassure providers that with this support in place, healthcare providers will be better enabled and supported to implement the relevant requirements. We acknowledge the concerns raised by Mr. Yip about potentially fear-mongering tactics by some vendors. To address this, MOH is developing basic service packages specifically tailored to the needs of solo practitioners and small and medium enterprises so that they can self-help and prevent overselling of unnecessary services. We are also establishing clear guidelines for whitelisted service providers on appropriate engagement practices and transparent pricing. Healthcare providers that encounter unethical practices by whitelisted service providers can report them to MOH. Additionally, we recognize there is a small group, or what some members call the pen and paper clinics, that may face challenges in digitalizing their clinics and meeting the bill's requirements. As members highlighted, these clinics may require additional implementation support. So, digitalization is becoming key to the provision of healthcare. It's critical for clinical documentation, transmission of information between providers and laboratories, and supports timely coordination with other providers. Today, most clinics already have some form of IT system for clinic management, accounting, and billing. Going forward, digital tools will increasingly become important, enabling clinics to rely on clinical decision support systems to close care gaps and deliver safer care. Therefore, in recent years, we have strengthened the digitalization in the private primary care sector to support Healthier SG and other national initiatives. Today, about 1,100 Healthier SG clinics are on board suitable clinical management systems and contribute to NHR. Across the GB sector, more than 80% of them are on clinic management systems. So there are a large number of clinics, vast number of them, already embarking on the digitalization efforts. And we are supporting the remaining clinics to digitalize and onboard suitable systems to enable better delivery of care. To Ms. Jones-Pereira's query if smaller clinics could collaborate on shared resources, this is a good idea for smaller clinics to explore. Currently, clinics can already join the Primary Care Network or PCNs. PCNs not only provide peer leadership and support to small or solo GP practices, they also offer administrative assistance through the PCN headquarters. The PCN will continue to offer advice and support to member clinics, share resources to smoothen the clinic's journey in digitalization and fulfilling NHR contributions. We will further consider Mr. Dennis Tan's and Ms. Pereira's suggestions of shared IT support services as part of the rollout. I'd like to assure members that MOH is mindful of the administrative effort required to contribute information to NHR. And this is why we encourage all healthcare providers to adopt a whitelisted HIMS, which automates the process of contributing relevant health information to NHR. That said, for smaller clinics that may require more time to digitalize, we will make available an alternative contribution channel so that these clinics will be able to start contributing data when required, while MOH continues to work with them on their digitalization plans. Ms. Kwa reflected concerns from the ground about time and effort needed for compliance and if MOH will take these considerations in events of non-compliance, especially in the initial period. MOH has worked closely with healthcare providers and professionals and have been engaging them over the last few years. We have taken their feedback on board. First, the bill will commence in early 2027 to allow sufficient time for healthcare providers and professionals to familiarize themselves with the bill's requirements. Second, to support their transition, guidance material and dedicated support channels will be made available from the second quarter of this year to help providers and professionals understand their options and navigate the process. Third, should there be challenges complying with the bill by the required timelines, MOH will consider facts of each case carefully and assist where appropriate. So now let me turn to the comments and suggestions for support for healthcare professionals. Dr. Hamid Razak and Dr. Chu inquired how MOH intends to support healthcare professionals, noting they have concerns about increased liability arising from the HIB. I think Dr. Haresh also pointed out about concerns from healthcare professionals on medical legal liabilities and how should they think about it. We have been engaging the professional bodies and speaking to them over a period of time and have taken their suggestions, their ideas and feedback on board. MOH will publish a set of guidelines to support healthcare professionals' appropriate access and use of NHR information. These guidelines will apply to not only to doctors, but also to other healthcare professionals assessing NHR, such as dentists, nurses, and allied health professionals. Let me share some examples of the guidance that will be provided. So healthcare professionals have asked whether they will be required to assess NHR for each consultation, and whether they need to review each record in NHR when they do assess it. Assessing patients' NHR information is not compulsory under the HIB. NHR supports and complements existing clinical practices, including good history taking, physical examinations. HIB does not change existing standards and practices. Healthcare professionals are encouraged to consider a range of factors before deciding whether NHR access is required for a particular consultation, such as whether more information is required based on the information gleaned from the history taking and physical examinations, or whether health records in NHR would be relevant to the particular consultation. So we will continue to work with respective professional bodies to disseminate these guidelines to all healthcare professionals. We will also support professional bodies in ensuring their members' compliance with the bill. So on this note, I also take the opportunity to thank Ms. Kwa for co-chairing the NEHR Guidelines Workgroup Committee. So let me now turn to health information that sits outside the NEHR and the clauses in the HIB that will enable the sharing of such information. Ms. Pereira inquired about a timeline for enabling community health partners sharing of such health information to be covered under the HIB. Mr. Louis Chua asked why the HIB enables the sharing of non-NEHR health information without consent. Today, the Agency for Integrated Care, or AIC, shares data with community partners to enable them to engage and provide befriending services or care to seniors. However, on the ground, there are difficulties with obtaining consent for data sharing. Referencing my earlier example of Mr. Lim, the 72-year-old gentleman who's managing his diabetes condition. He stopped visiting his local polyclinic, and his polyclinic has faced difficulties in contacting him to obtain consent. The HIB will address this by providing an additional channel for the sharing of health information. With the HIB, Mr. Lim's polyclinic can potentially share his contact information and broad health risk indicators, such as indication of the presence of frailty or chronic conditions with AIC, without the details of specific medical conditions. AIC can then prioritize engaging Mr. Lim to check on his well-being and link him with necessary support as needed. On whether to include other community health partners like active aging centers and use cases in the future, MOH will carefully assess whether these other entities and use cases facilitate quality care and care continuity for patients. We will consider their readiness to meet the various responsibilities that come with sharing health information, such as the cybersecurity and data security requirements under the bill, and we will consult key stakeholders.
SMS Tan, if I could just ask you to hold on for a minute because you've reached your time limit. So, Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move that proceedings on the item under discussion be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order number 48.8 to remove the time limit in respect of SMS Tan's speech, please.
I give my consent. Does the Deputy Leader of the House have the general assent of honourable members present to so move? Deputy Leader, please proceed.
Speaker, I move that the proceedings on the item under discussion be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order number 48.8 to remove the time limit in respect of SMS Tan's speech.
The question is as moved by the Deputy Leader of the House. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. SMS Tan, you may resume.
So we will consider the readiness to meet the various responsibilities that come with sharing health information, such as various requirements under the bill. Any community health partners which are added will be publicly communicated, including through MOH's website. So to conclude, the HIB will help us achieve the goal of one patient, one health summary, one care journey. We will work with and support healthcare providers and healthcare professionals in achieving this goal. Through our collective efforts, Singaporeans can benefit from better coordinated care, enhanced quality of care, and lower costs. So I believe that I've addressed the questions raised by all the members, and I'm back to move.
Are there clarifications for SMS Tan? Mr. Kenneth Teo.
Thank you for clarifications. Thanks, SMS. So I mentioned the possibility of insurance. So you mentioned that there'll be cost support, but is there a reason why insurance is not offered rather than general cost support? That's clarification one. Clarification two, I thank the Minister for, SMS for saying there will be flexibility for IT incapable practices, such as the senior GPs that who are my constituents. Can you just double click and explain a bit what this flexibility for IT incapable practices might entail? Three, what I think I didn't hear an answer to what if there is a data breach? Can the insurers now use the now public information in the data breach? And I thank him for his response to my concerns about the inspection and right to audit clauses. Now, your response is that doctors should carefully assess what is relevant. Now, I think that this may not be a great solution because I think the doctor is sort of caught in the middle, right, between the insurer and the patient, and they have to bear liability for the judgment calls as to what they put in the notes. So I think what's probably going to happen is that it's going to be a chilling effect, right, where doctors will start avoiding documenting any sensitive data, both in their own medical records, but also perhaps in the NEHR as well. And so if it percolates up to the NEHR, wouldn't the NEHR utility be undermined if you can't trust what to input? So I mentioned in my speech that it might be better to just go downstream and just say that work with MAS to prohibit insurers from requiring NEHR-derived information as a condition of coverage, claim processing, and policy renewal. And if I may, that's kind of a significant part of why I posed a PQ to Minister Ong earlier today about needing a dual regulation framework by MAS and MOH for insurers so that someone is cleanly accountable for insurer behavior as a health system actor. Thank you.
SMS Tan.
So I thank the member for his clarifications. I believe there are 4 clarifications, and I take them in turn. One about offering cyber insurance to GP clinics. Can I just get a member to confirm that this is what he's asked about? Okay. Well, we will. In my speech, I did outline a few measures that we're putting in place, and we will continue to put in place to support GPs, especially smaller GPs, to comply with the HIB requirements, including data security and cybersecurity. And there are a number of support packages we are discussing with them, and these details we will make known in due course. So that's one. We are supporting them, and we want them to travel the journey together with us. And there is broad support among the doctors, including those small GPs who see the value of contributing to and assessing NEHR, and most of our GPs are already on board. And they understand the need for the cybersecurity and data security requirements under bill to protect the data. And we are working with them to look at the various whitelisted services and the management systems they can adopt to meet the requirements. In terms of cybersecurity insurance, this is something we certainly will consider, but today, unfortunately, there isn't a very mature market for cybersecurity insurance, especially for GPs. So if this is something useful, we will certainly consider as part of the support packages and discussion with the relevant stakeholders. Second, about flexibility for senior GPs or smaller GPs, I mentioned the support packages we do intend to provide for them, including funding support, whitelisting service providers, and the different mentioned systems. But I think what we want to avoid is having different standards of cybersecurity and data security requirements for different clinics based on their size. I think that is not the sensible and practical way to do it, as mentioned by different members earlier. It's about making sure that different clinics, different touch points to the NEHR system meets the appropriate level of cybersecurity and data security requirements, and find ways of uplifting the different GPs. And we will certainly do so in the coming months and years. Around could you clarify on the third question for please?
Data breaches, if there's a data breach.
So this is part of the, it's quite clear that the insurance companies can't assess NEHR for insurance or employment purposes. But if data breaches, I think it all boils down to the ethical considerations of how they assess those data breaches in the first place. And that's something we have to work together with the MES as a regulator, together with insurance companies, on understanding how they're using those information. And I think that is something that we frown upon. We're using NEHR data for purpose of insurance. But it's a hypothetical scenario, I think something we have to think through. On about a dedicated regulation around insurance, or whether they should just prohibit, these are or putting the healthcare providers or professions in a very difficult situation. This is something we're working through with the healthcare providers, the industry associations, as well as together with MES with the insurance industry. In fact, I mentioned earlier in my opening speech that, in my closing speech, the MOH has issued guidelines to the insurers and the doctors on how we should think about the HIB. when it's enacted. And we'll certainly work closely with MES as a regulator for the insurance industry. But I think quite clear, the principle and approach under the HIB is that we prohibit the use and access of NHR information for employment and insurance purposes. And we have to work through the insurance associations, the MES, the professional bodies, including the healthcare professional bodies, on how it's implemented on the ground. But the assurance to the public and to those members who spoke about it is that our approach and position is quite clear. I believe that he has, did I answer all your 4 questions? Okay.
Mr. David Ho.
I thank the SMS for the response and the reassurance. SMS, I would like to clarify a comment that I made earlier. I wonder if I heard clearly that the access to information to electronic medical records by healthcare professionals will be captured in the National Electronic Healthcare Records Access History. I ask this because the Singaporean who was particularly concerned about this bill sent me the URL to the FAQ in Health Hub that reads, your healthcare professionals may be accessing your records from their own electronic medical record systems. Access made to your records in their EMR systems are not included in the NEHR access history. I'll be happy to share the URL. I just wanted to clarify whether if what I heard was correct. Thank you.
SMS Tan.
So just to clarify, access to NHR, even through the EMR, will be logged as an audit access to NHR. But assessing a patient's records on the institutions, healthcare institutions' own EMR system, electronic medical record system, is separate. It's an internal operation system for the hospital, for the polyclinic, or for the private healthcare clinic. So it's quite different. But you use EMR to log to NHR, the logs will be recorded and tracked.
Any other clarifications from members for SMS Tan? No?
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Health Information Bill.
Committee stage what day?
So now, I will, on behalf of the Minister, I move that the Parliament be immediately resolve itself to a committee on the bill.
Question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The citation year 2025 will be changed to 2026 as indicated in the order paper supplement. The question is that clauses 1 to 114 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The first to fourth schedules. The question is that the first to fourth schedules stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Coordinating Minister for Social Policies and Minister for Health.
So I report that the bill has passed committee stage without amendment, sir.
Third reading what day?
Now, sir.
You need to move that be read a third time.
So I move the bill to be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. Think the ayes have it? The ayes have it.
Health Information Bill.
Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Mr. Andre Loh.
Mr. Speaker, today I wish to speak on the topic of fire safety in our homes. When I read about the Wang Food Court tragedy in Hong Kong, Grenfell Tower in London, or even the La Constellation bar fire in Switzerland a couple of weeks ago, I think these are world-class cities, cities with resources, cities with regulations, and yet fire found a way. To me, a fire feels different from other disasters. Earthquakes feel distant, typhoons feel abstract, but a smoke-filled corridor feels immediate. It feels like it could actually happen to me. I would venture that many other Singaporeans also feel the same. Fire fatalities rose from 3 in 2023 to 5 in 2024, and by August 2025, we had already recorded at least 8 fire deaths. While this may be a statistical blip given the small numbers, it's a sobering reminder that fire remains an ever-present danger in our lives. To be clear, I believe that Singapore has strong fire safety standards. Our HDB flats are designed as fire compartments to delay the spread of fire until help arrives. Our Singapore Civil Defence Force is well-trained and effective, and our fire codes and building codes are well thought through and comprehensive. But our good standards make continued vigilance all the more important. I'm glad to hear that the government has started a review of existing fire safety regulations governing building, construction and maintenance work, but we must not limit ourselves to just the lessons from Wang Food Court, tragic as it was. We must also be cognizant of other hidden dangers, whether they are established practices that have become collective blind spots or new emerging risks that require novel approaches. So today I want to address 3 areas where I think we can close important gaps. First is barriers to egress. Second, battery fires we invite into our homes. And third, the widening gap in fire safety standards across different generations of flats and estates. So let me take each in turn. So, Mr. Speaker, there's an anomaly in our fire code that I think is worth examining. So clause 2.3.9 of the SCDF fire code stipulates that exit doors must be openable without the use of a key, tool, or special knowledge from the inside. Now, this is very sound policy. In a panic, people fumble, and seconds matter. But this clause specifically excludes residential units. So the standard we apply to shopping centres and offices is deemed optional for our own homes. This is, of course, a deliberate policy choice, but the question is whether we should revisit it. For decades, our HDB flats came standard with a wrought iron gate secured by a double-cylinder lock. So that is sometimes also known as a key-to-key lock. That is a lock that requires a key to open from either side. So in 2019, the HDB transitioned new BTO projects to mild steel gates with a single-cylinder lock with an interior thumb turn that allows for easier egress in an emergency. So residents in these flats do not need to fumble for a key to get out. These gates are designed such that it is not easy for an intruder, a prospective intruder, to reach around the bars and operate the thumb turn from the outside. Now, of course, I think this is a very positive development, but it also means that millions of our flats still have legacy double-cylinder locks. For decades, concerns about intruders overrode the need for fire safety. I understand the logic, but this sometimes comes at a heavy cost. So in August of last year, a fire broke out in Jalan Bukit Merah. A couple in their 30s was seen at the kitchen window shouting for help. Their neighbors crawled through smoke to reach them, but were stopped by a locked entrance gate. Unfortunately, this couple was eventually found unconscious in the kitchen and later died in hospital. We will never know if the lock gate might have been the decisive factor in this case. There's an additional compounding factor. We often install big chunky padlocks on our HDB gates. This is a feature on many entrances. So now you have 2 locks, 2 keys, and 2 points of failure. In a smoke-filled flat, fumbling for 1 key is difficult enough. There's also window grills. Many households install these keyed grills to prevent falls from height. But over time, keys get lost, or the grills are not even designed to be open to begin with, which means when firefighters arrive with a ladder, another potential exit is sealed shut. So what is slightly confounding to me is that we are hyper-cognizant of the threats to egress that are faced by new technologies. We now require digital locks that are installed on fire-rated main doors to be certified, recognizing that they pose a potential egress risk. Yet for established practices like keyed gates, window grills, and other risks, we have normalized a clear safety deviance. So I would also like to touch briefly on the HIP, the Home Improvement Program. Right now, as part of the HIP, residents have the option to replace their old gates with a mild steel gate with an interior thumb-turn, so much like those that are installed on new BTOs. Critically, this is a paid optional improvement and not part of the essential improvements package. But more worryingly, I believe that HDB continues to offer and subsidize the option of installing an old-fashioned wrought iron gate with a double-cylinder lock as an alternative option. That is, we offer residents the option to replace an old gate that is a fire risk with a new gate that is also a fire risk. We are subsidizing the installation of new fire hazards in 2026. This is not legacy infrastructure that we're dealing with and managing, but a new risk that we are actively creating. So it would seem to me that there's an easy path to addressing this risk, and here are my suggestions. 1, we should make the installation of new entrance gates with interior thumb-turn an essential improvement under the HIP scheme, fully subsidized and not optional. Wrought iron gates with double-cylinder locks should also be eliminated as an option. Secondly, we should encourage or even mandate that the pre-installation by developers of gates with single-cylinder thumb-turn locks. Easy egress should be the default option, and residents that prefer double-cylinder locks for whatever reasons will have to make the choice to install it themselves. We should also develop a phased replacement plan for legacy gates with double-cylinder locks for estates that are not set to have a HIP exercise in the near future, prioritizing older estates. And finally, we should incorporate the risks of keyed gates, additional padlocks, and sealed window grills into public education campaigns on fire safety. The second part of my speech will address battery fires. AMD fires rose 21.8% in 2024 to 67 cases, while PMA fires saw a dramatic 120% spike. When we banned PMDs from footpaths, many users simply migrated to modified mobility scooters instead. The risk was just transferred. The new year has just begun and AMD fires are already making headlines. Just last Friday, 4 people were hospitalized in Tampines after a PMA fire. As for the fatal Bukit Merah fire I mentioned earlier, the SCDF's findings indicate that the blaze likely originated from a non-compliant PMD battery pack in the living room. Now, lithium-ion battery fires are different. Thermal runaway, which is a self-sustaining chemical reaction that releases toxic fumes, and jet-like flames that breach fire compartments, make them extra deadly. The intensity builds in seconds, giving residents little time to react or fumble for a key. Standard residential fire extinguishers are often useless as well. We tell residents not to fight these fires themselves, yet we expect them to store, charge, and manage these devices within their homes. So on my estate walks, I've had residents share their fear of their neighbors' AMDs being charged right by their front door, a ticking time bomb that might one day trap them within their own homes. Not much can be done to assuage their fears today because, as it stands, such charging practices are by and large permitted. The reality is this: trying to enforce compliant batteries is futile when e-commerce makes cheap imports trivial. The upcoming Land Transport and Related Matters Bill that was tabled today doubles down on regulation, but is unlikely to solve the enforcement gap. Our current approach relies on compliance, when it is fundamentally an infrastructure problem. So these are my proposals. Firstly, I think we should push for battery swapping systems to be commonplace, like the model that is made popular by Taiwanese firm Gogoro. Batteries charged in controlled outdoor environments. This serves both safety and sustainability. Secondly, I propose that we build public charging hubs for AMDs, perhaps co-located with EV chargers in HDB car parks. Equip them with fire suppression, thermal monitoring, and make them faster and cheaper than home charging. Create the incentive for residents to charge AMDs outside of the home. And thirdly, I would suggest that we implement periodic inspections of AMD devices, especially batteries, with enforced replacement timelines as batteries degrade and age. I think once sufficient infrastructure is built out and residents learn new habits, we might even consider it would be viable to outlaw the charging of PMDs and PABs within homes, eliminating the risk entirely. Mr. Speaker, I now move on to my final point. Fire safety in Singapore varies by when your block was built. Newer BTOs have fire-rated doors, thumb-turn gates, and multiple redundant evacuation routes. Older blocks sometimes have single staircase designs and closed corridors that trap smoke and densely packed flats. In July of last year, a fire broke out in Toa Payoh Lorong 8. The fire was so intense that it shattered windows and spread vertically to the floor above. Flames breached the very compartments that our flats are designed around. When firefighters arrived, they discovered that the dry riser was not in proper working condition. Water could not be charged up to the affected floors. Firefighters had to manually haul hoses up 10 stories via the staircase. This represents a maintenance challenge. Infrastructure doesn't just age, it degrades. And testing regimes may not catch all failure modes between annual checks. Now let me address the issue of single staircases. Block 229, the block in question, is a 25-story point block with only a single staircase. Residents trapped above the burning unit had to flee upward to the 24th floor because the single staircase next to the fire became impassable. Elderly residents had limited options, some sheltered in place, whilst black smoke seeped into their homes and others relied on their neighbors for assistance. 7 people were hospitalized, including a firefighter and a child. Now, this is not an isolated pattern. Several fires in the last years were in blocks with similar single staircase configurations where the most direct escape route was compromised. And here's the equity dimension. We have most of our elderly, least mobile residents living in buildings with older infrastructure and design standards from an earlier era. Those least able to move quickly in an emergency are those most likely to be living in such housing. Income can also be a factor. Many rental blocks feature densely packed flats and enclosed corridors as well. We can do more to protect these residents, and so here's what I propose. Firstly, we should consider fire escape viability, presence of single-point ingress or enclosed corridors as one factor in verse selection for flat redevelopment. Secondly, I propose that we further expand the installation of the HFAD devices to all older flats. We prioritize older estates and those with more elderly residents. Thirdly, we should roll out sprinkler systems in common areas of older blocks systematically and not just as pilots. Prioritize blocks with enclosed corridors and densely packed units. And fourthly, we should implement more rigorous inspection regimes for firefighting infrastructure, wet risers, dry risers, booster pumps, with published compliance rates and mandatory remediation timelines. And finally, we should support our town councils with clearer enforcement mandates and more monetary resources and support to maintain the safety standards and keep fire safety infrastructure in good working order. Mr. Speaker, let me bring this together. I have discussed 3 areas where we can do better: barriers to egress, battery fires, and widening gaps between generations of flats. Safety should not depend on when your block was built, whether you can afford an upgrade, or which estate you call home. Singapore, we have built a strong fire safety system. Our HDB flats are well designed, our SCDF is world-class, and our fire codes are comprehensive. We continue to improve with each new development. Our task now is to ensure that excellence reaches every home and that we continue the commitment regardless of age or estate maturity. Let's make fire safety non-negotiable, not optional, not estate dependent, and not income dependent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
MOS Go Pei-Ming.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his adjournment motion. I think today we've touched quite a bit on the topic of fire safety in our homes earlier in question time, as well as now during adjournment motion. I agree that fire safety in our homes is an important topic. It's one that Singaporeans care deeply about, and therefore I thank the member for his adjournment motion. I agree with the central theme of his motion, that we must continue to be vigilant with risks, especially as our living environments change, especially when technologies and lifestyles and our demographics change. Allow me to address his concerns in three parts. First, the overall residential fire situation I mentioned earlier, the approach towards fire safety. Second, risks relating to active mobility devices. And third, our community efforts. I shared earlier during question time that the residential fire situation in Singapore is stable over the past 5 years. The number of fatalities has also remained low, fewer than 6 on average per year in the past 5 years. A raise a correction, the member mentioned that there were 8 fatalities in 2025. By August 25, that's inaccurate. We have 6 in the whole of 2025. In terms of Singapore's overall fire fatality rate, it remains one of the lowest internationally. It's something that we watch very carefully, and this statistic is provided by a 2025 report by the International Association of Fire and Rescue Services. Over the past 5 years, I'd like to share that the top 3 causes of residential fires in Singapore have been unattended fires, which account for about a third of cases, fires of electrical origin, and those arising from naked flames, such as candles. This means that the majority of fire incidents stem from human behavior and practices and are preventable. Of course, we know every fire is one too many, and every death is one too many. Fires escalate very quickly, place lives at risk, and can have devastating and long-lasting consequences to both the individual, the families, and even the neighbors. We must do our utmost to stay vigilant and minimize the risk. So in those regards, I believe I agree with the member. Now, the SCDF adopts a risk-based and pragmatic approach towards fire safety. Fire safety in residential buildings begin with good fire safety design, supported by enforcement, supported by early detection, early warning of fires, effective firefighting response, and public preparedness. We need all the different layers to come together, working in concert to be able to effectively reduce the overall risk of fires. Now, all residential buildings in Singapore are designed and built in accordance with the prevailing fire code. I thank the member for agreeing that the existing fire code is robust. The fire code stipulates requirements, and in particular, I'd like to highlight that a key principle is how every unit is a standalone fire compartment to limit fire spread prior to SCDF's arrival. So in this, our view is that we want to contain and keep the fire within the unit, and that is how we mitigate risk at a systemic level. And based on statistics, based on what we've observed, based on the fires that have taken place in recent years, this fire compartmentalization principle is effective. The member cited a few examples, in the case in Toa Payoh and Bukit Merah. The fires were indeed intense, but it was relatively contained within either that unit or within that floor or one floor above. It did not spread as extensively. And this is in large regard because of the compartmentalization principle. The member also mentioned locks, windows, and these are important considerations, but I think the principle here that I would like to highlight is we often have to trade off practicality as well. In this regard, security is also something that I think Singaporeans will prioritize and value. At MHA, we often say low crime doesn't mean no crime. And I think it's important for us to also ensure that we afford residents, Singaporeans, their choice in terms of what kind of what kind of locks for the doors and the windows will be. And I think from the SCDF's perspective, from MHA's perspective, the fire compartmentalization principle is good enough for us to proceed. In addition, we believe residents probably know how to exit their house in the quickest manner because it's an environment that they're very familiar with and they get out every single day, multiple times a day. Having said so, the fire code is periodically updated. We continuously make sure that it's updated with the latest advances in building design, technologies, and also an evolving understanding of fire risks. Additional provisions have been introduced over the years, such as adequate exit staircases to support swift evacuation, as well as fire engine access roads and rising mains
to support SCDF's firefighting operations. I'd like to highlight that the introduction of more recent fire code provisions does not mean that older flats are unsafe. I think it's something that's very important to emphasize. We recognize that fire safety regulations must strike a balance, once again, between risk reduction, practicality, and cost. Fire code provisions are most effectively implemented in new developments at the design stage. It will be practically difficult to retrofit older buildings with newer building design requirements, such as widening the width of corridors. And I think the member can appreciate why. Even if feasible, it will cause significant disruption and cost to both taxpayers and residents. And therefore, we apply the fire code to developments at the point of approval. And existing flats will be subjected to SCDF's strict regulatory oversight and inspections. And where feasible, we upgrade older HDB flats with the latest and practical fire safety measures where we can. And we have done so, such as the installation of dry risers and the replacement of main entrance doors with fire-rated doors. And we believe that is a much better way to keep units as well as the overall corridors and floors safe. This approach has served us well and allows us to strike a balance between providing a robust fire safety regime and practicality. I'd like to reiterate that the introduction of more recent safety fire code provisions does not mean older flats are unsafe, and based on what I shared in terms of the most likely causes of fires, human behaviors and human practices tend to be the leading cause and not infrastructure. The member also touched on fire safety in older point blocks, specifically on older point blocks, which is where I grew up in, so I feel for the point especially acutely. However, under the fire code, actually most residential buildings currently require 2 exit staircases to provide means of escape in case of evacuation, and that is valid for today's fire code for new projects. The older point blocks require a single exit staircase as stipulated by the fire code then, and based on the risk analysis, we believe that's wearable because there are only a few units per floor, so the number of evacuees are much reduced. Also, from a practical perspective, adding a second staircase in many of these are simply not practical because of the layout. I think more importantly, over the years, what HDB has also done is to carry out various programs to improve fire safety in some of these older point blocks, to bring them up to date with the fire code requirements at the point of upgrade, and we will keep doing that as a principle where we can practically. Effective enforcement is also a necessary complement to a robust fire code. SCDF works very closely with the town councils and MCSTs to keep up with the inspection and enforcement regimes in our housing estates. The member mentioned about the fire in Toa Payoh, where it was observed that the dry risers may not be working as intended. This is something that we are looking into, but the key here is it's not that the fire code is not working, but that the testing and inspection regime may be something that the member is suggesting we increase the frequency of. Currently, we do have a regular annual inspection regime for these dry risers to make sure they're regular. But again, it's the practicality of striking a balance between how frequent we want to do it and making sure that it's operationally ready. Of course, our objective is to make sure that it's ready every time, all the time, but we do need to strike a balance because of the number of flats around the island, and we do believe the current frequency of inspection regime is adequate. I've touched on strong fire safety design and on enforcement. In addition to that, what is useful is early detection and response measures. Since 2018, home fire alarm devices, or HFADs, have been mandatory in all new homes. For existing homes, we've adopted a risk-calibrated, a practical approach, and we have mandated it for homes which are carrying out fire safety-related addition and alteration works. Nonetheless, we strongly encourage all homeowners to install HFADs and homeowners can actually tap on the Home Improvement Program and the Enhancement for Active Seniors Program, EASE, to install HFADs at heavily subsidized rates. HFADs are also fully funded for public rental flats. I'd like to inform the House that as of June last year, close to 200,000 HDB flats already have HFADs installed throughout, across Singapore through our subsidized schemes. Through the years, SCDF has continuously enhanced its firefighting capabilities. Technologies such as aerial appliances and surveillance drones are a key enabler when deployed to tackle high-rise fires. However, I would like to highlight that residents can also play a key part in firefighting response prior to SCDF's arrival. To this end, we have improved access to firefighting equipment so that residents can better tackle minor fires. Singaporeans would notice that we have fire extinguishers and AEDs installed in almost every other HDB block. Hose reels and fire extinguishers are also available in common spaces such as coffee shops, car parks, roof gardens, as required under the fire code. Now, let me move on to active mobility devices. While we continue to strengthen a collective response, we regularly also review the overall landscape for emerging risks, of which one area of concern is indeed AMDs. AMDs have improved mobility and independence for many residents. However, the lithium-ion batteries pose fire risks and hazards, and that can result in AMD fires burning hotter and spreading more rapidly. Even though AMDs accounted for less than 5% of residential fires over the past 5 years, they've accounted for more than 10% of fire-related injuries and 25% of fatalities. And this disproportionate impact is concerning. The risks are even higher with devices that do not comply with relevant safety standards. Between 2022 and 2025, of all AMD-related residential fires, more than 70% involved devices that were either not certified or tested to the relevant standards or had been illegally modified. And that is why the government takes a strict enforcement approach towards the import, sale, and use of non-compliant AMDs. Since June 2021, local retailers must seek LTA's approval for the import of personal mobility devices and power-assisted bicycles, and those devices must be compliant with safety standards. LTA also conducts regular enforcement operations against non-compliant AMDs on public footpaths, as well as retailers selling non-compliant AMDs. In the last 5 years, LTA has detected over 5,000 cases of non-compliant AMDs and took action against offenders, including riders, owners, and retailers. Now, to keep non-compliant AMDs away from our homes, MOT earlier today introduced the Land Transport and Related Matters Bill for the first reading. This bill makes it an offence to keep unsafe devices such as non-UL 2272 certified e-scooters, and MOT is also looking to strengthen regulations on the online sale of AMDs and targets to make the necessary legislative amendments later this year. We believe that this graduated scaling up in terms of our measures against AMD is adequate at this juncture. At the same time, enforcement must be complemented by public awareness and education. In this regard, the Active Mobility Fire Safety Task Force, co-chaired by LTA and SCDF, will continue to outreach to AMD owners under the Be Device Safe program, especially on safe charging practices and the dangers of non-compliant AMDs. Now, while the government continues to review our policies, programs, and regulations constantly, the best defense against home fires is an informed and prepared public. SCDF continues to work with government agencies as well as town councils and various community partners to strengthen public education and outreach on public fire safety and emergency preparedness. Ultimately, fire safety is a collective responsibility. Only when everyone comes together and remains vigilant will we be able to further bring down the incidence of fires, and we'll continue to work hand in hand with Singaporeans, with residents, to make our homes safe. Thank you, Speaker.
The
Question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Those who agree, say aye. Those who disagree, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 2, Section 3A, I wish to inform honourable members that the sitting tomorrow will commence at 12 noon. Order, order.